So, well, good morning to everyone. Great to see you again. So just before we get started, we just wanted to announce just a couple of things regarding the program and the format. So the workshop, as you can see in the program, is organized by geographical regions concerning the Neolithic phenomena. And within each region, an attempt has been made to follow a chronological order. The presentations will last about 20 minutes, and there will be 5 minutes for questions that should be asked through the chat. Finally, every 2 or 3 presentations within each session, as you may see also in the program, there will be a pause of 20 minutes, except the pause for lunch that will be longer. And having said this, we introduce Dr. Janir Milevsky, who will be the chairman for the current session. So thank you very much. And Janir, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be the chair of this session on the Southern Levant. We will have here 5 lectures. We have some of the subjects that were touched yesterday by colleagues on aspects of the houses and households organization during the Neolithic. In this session, we will have actually study cases of several sites, and we will have, for example, architectural issues, the development of from the PPNA to the PPNB buildings. We will have also a kind of, we'll say, trying to reconstruct the architecture and the methods of building in the case of Wadi Fennan. We will have a comparison of structures in the same site, trying to understand if there is a chronological gap or different functional issues in the same site at the same time regarding the architecture of the buildings, the technique of constructions, and also, of course, the finds within these buildings. Finally, we will have also 2 cases, well-known cases on sites in the Neolithic, in the pre-pottery Neolithic B, that they are considered as special function sites, although they have the same characteristics in the material culture, but they are very specific in the way these finds are arranged. So we will start, okay, with the first lecture by Juanjo Ibáñez, Juan Muñiz, Jonathan Santana, Eneco Iriarte, and Luis Teira, the architectural innovation in Jaraicín, Zarqa, Jordan, from the late PPNA to the middle PPNB. Juanjo, please.
Okay, would like to share my screen. Here we are. So, good morning, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for this wonderful conference. I'm going to explain the results we have had in the pre-pottery Neolithic site of Jaraicín. Jaraicín is located in the Jordan highlands between Zarqa and Gerach, by the Zarqa River itself. It's here. So it's 40 kilometers north of Engazar. So that's part of southern Levant. Here you can see the site. It's a site in a slope. Here we have the Zarqa River. The distribution of the site is, this is part of the site, all these areas are part of the site. We have been excavating in 4 parts, in 4 zones of the site, zone A, B, C, and D. In zones A, B, and C, we have late PPNA to middle PPNB occupations. In zone D, we have we made sounding, and we found late PPNB, PPNC levels. So this is the topography of the site with the 4 areas where we have been working. And that's the first slide about the electroresistivity analysis we made. And this is just to show that probably that in fact not all the parts of the site are occupied. The team, the Australian team that found the site said it has 36 hectares in extension. We said later that maybe it has around 25. And because of here in this resistivity map, we see the blue areas that are free of architecture, around the 40% of the area. Last year, all this part of the site, this part was flat. So we know now that many parts of this eastern part of the area where we are excavating, in fact, are free of architecture. The soil is, the natural soil is there. So that's the first thing. It seems that the architecture is concentrated in some areas of the site, some other areas are free of it. And what is interesting is that it seems that the areas that are occupied by architecture, they show the whole stratigraphy, the whole sequence. While we have beside that areas that are free of architecture that were not occupied in any period. So this is something we have to look for and to research more in detail. Why this happening? Why they continued using the same areas for the occupation when they had other areas beside that were not occupied during the almost 2,000 years of occupation of the site. So here we have the zone A of the site, and we are speaking about these 2 structures that correspond to the late PPNA, because here in surface, after excavation, you can find PPNB architecture here, and here in the middle, we have PPNA architecture. This is because the site is in a slope. So this is something peculiar with respect to the stratigraphy and the position of the houses. So we start with these oval structures. They are very simple, around 7-8 square meters. We have the first one here, this oval. They are excavated, they are sunken. But here we have 2 that are superimposed. The other one is dated at the end of the 10th millennium, calibrated BC. And we have the younger one here, and you can see that we found, when we excavated it, we found at the east remains of plaster floor associated to this oval structure. So the other one that was more at the east, this is the other structure we found, it's better preserved. Here we have a small wall, thin wall made of mud brick, dividing 2 rooms. One of them with pebbles and indications of burning. So we think it was like a kind of oven, something like this. And the other one is covered with lime plaster floor. It shows remains of colorant, a red colorant. The analysis indicates it's hematite. And this structure is clearly dated around 8,800 calibrated BC. so on. So what could be the last phase of the PPNA, this is a very old case of the use of lime plaster. We recently know that in NGEV there are plaster floor older than this in the late Natufian, but anyway, this indicates that the southern Levant was a place where lime plaster, that is one of the hallmarks of the PPMB culture, or whatever you want to call it, the PPMB complex, Erosion, that this element, the lime plaster floors, were most probably developed in southern Levant. So this is an offering from southern Levant to the general cultural pool of the PPMB. Another interesting thing with respect to the lime plaster floor is that at this period, and also all along the 9th millennium calibrated, plaster floor are relatively simple. It's a layer of lime plaster over on a floor made of compacted mud. So it's just a layer of lime plaster that often is modified and altered and destroyed by use. But we will see that in the PPMB, in the middle PPMB, in the 8th millennium calibrated, plaster floor are more complex with several layers, at least 3 different layers, so they are more solid. Here we have also in this area A, the remains of a square architecture, also sunken, still sunken. We have here one line, and we have here another line of architecture corresponding to the middle PPMB in the first half of the 8th millennium. And it suggests that the site was organized in lines of architecture of houses that were sharing dividing walls. And you can see that in these cases, there is lime plaster floors. But we show in previous publications that we also found in this area funerary activities and several burials, primary and secondary. So the area was used for funerary customs. And these are some of the examples of this funerary use of the area with burials and with the typical complex behavior associated to the PPMB. But we had some problems to stratigraphically locate this use, this funerary use, because of the erosion of the slope. So we had part of the PPMB houses, beside that, this funerary use, and so on. But so it was complex because we didn't have the real stratigraphic position of this cemetery. But now we know more about that because we have been excavating under this PPMB building. And when we excavated it, we found the continuity of this funerary use. We can see there, you can see some of these burials. And under this funerary use, we found in 2019 another plaster floor. So there were more architecture. So the funerary use was in between 2 areas of architecture. This is the funerary area where we found what we think are human representation, human depictions made in flint. We had, last year in 2021, we found more of these figurines associated to these burials, and we have now more than 30 more cases of this use of flint, very particular. But how is the architecture we found under this funerary area? It's a big house, mostly square, with the northern wall is slightly curved. with lime plaster floor. There are two post holes in the floor here and here. And it's the most striking thing is that it's very, very, very big. So you can see this is around 7 by 7 meters. So it's a big building. So, and we're still in the world of the PPMB, of course. And here, we don't have the southern limit. This is a modern or submodern terracing wall. And here you can see the building. You can see that there are post holes for supporting the roof. So the use of the walls for maintaining the roof is not clear. It seems that the roof was supported by two big wood posts here, some other inside the wall. And what about the zone B? Here we are in a phase dated in the second half of the 9th millennium. So in a early PPMB, but not so early, it's around 8.4 calibrated, 8.3. And here what we find is some houses that are agglomerated, that are one attached to the other. Here we found one house that is a bit younger, but you can see here the remains of one house. This part of the site was destroyed by a bulldozer. And here we have part of one house. They are squared, but with rounded corners. Here you can see the fireplace. There is a lime plaster floor. And this house is sharing a wall with this other house. This should be the door, we think. And here with another sub-rectangular house, also sunken, like this one, or semi-sunken at least. This is the fireplace. And this house is also sharing a wall with this other one that is bigger, is more clearly squared with orthogonal angles. There are two holes for the post for supporting the roof. Here you can have the fireplace. This is part of the wall of the house that cut it this. So this the house is not complete. But the interesting thing of this house, as you see, is that probably we think that this, and these are contemporaneous, but they are different, as we will see. In this case, this big house, you can see here a fireplace, milling stone in primary position, and it was covered with lime plaster, the floor, but most of it was destroyed because it was preserved in some places of the house, but probably during the use of the house, part of the floor, the plaster floor was destroyed and was not renewed. So here we can first find in the wall, we found 3 skulls. So they are 3 in this position. They were inside the wall. The wall was covered. So during the construction, or maybe later, the skulls were put inside the wall and the wall was covered. So the skulls were not visible during the use of the house. So this is a particular feature. And another one is this square pit we found here. It was covered by burnt wood. The house was burnt after abandonment. And here we found that this square pit was covered by wood. So there was like a type of covering, and that was burnt. And there were some human bones on this wood structure. But when we excavated it, we found that the pit is full of human remains. Here you have, we excavated 2 layers of these bones, 1 and 2. but we found the remains of 5 individuals, and the pit is still continuing. So it's like a funerary deposit inside the house, and there are other human remains in this house, one skull on the floor, some legs, and one of these, one humerus that was even inside the floor in vertical position. So they were using the house, and there was a human bone that was clearly inserted on the floor, in the floor, very, very deep. So it was something that they were, that was something intentional. So what we can say is that this house, here you can see the pit, this house is bigger, is more regular, square, and is full of human remains. Now I'm showing you what is the final image of our excavation in 2021, the last year, because I would like to show you what is under this architectural level. So we date this level around 8.4 calibrated, 8,400 calibrated, but under this level, we find another one that is dated around 8,800. So more or less contemporaneous to the huts that were found in the zone A. I would like to show you this particular building corresponding to this period. This is the area that was destroyed by bulldozer for making a track. And here you can see that there is a curved wall. There is a square wall here. There's a corner. This is a floor, a compacted mud floor. You can see here two milling stones with cap holes in primary position. There is a very specific or very particular channel here, but here we found 3 burials in this part of the room. But we got surprised when we found that we started excavating from the south because of the slope, and we found this kind of corridor or aisle. It's a short one, around 1 meter long, and gives a path to one room that is with rounded corners here. This building is sunken again, and here you can see the excavation from the east. Here you can see the early PPMB house. This is another house that is partially covered. We excavated there. The stratigraphy continues under this building, but we are not going to excavate it because it's well preserved. And here you have the building with the early PPMB building with the pit there. And here you have the new building we are speaking about that is dated in around 8,800. Here you have another view. So this is the mud floor of the building, and they built the house, the upper house. This is one characteristic of the site. So you can see here the superposition of houses. This is a middle PPMB plaster floor. Under that, we have the early PPMB and the late PPNA, and all is very compacted. And beside that, in this area, this is the natural floor. They excavated the houses here, and here is not occupied at all. So they were repeating the occupation in the same areas. Here you can see the small channel and the two stones there. And here you can see the aisle, here the corridor, and the opening of the room with places for post holes inside the wall. Here you can see the other one, and I would like also, this is another site. This is Tel Karasa North. We excavated in south of Syria, but it's dated in the early PPMB, and we see something similar. These are spaces that are squared in conception, but that show rounded corners and mixing of straight and curved architecture. and this is dated in around 800. So it's a bit older than the early PPMB levels in Haricin, but we see the same type of architecture that seems to be present in southern Levant in the early PPMB, but in a very particular way. So they are coping, they are using the same the square concept, but in a personal way. We go back to Haricin to show you the architecture we found in zone C. This is again the destruction of the bulldozer here, and we found the remains of 2 square houses. Notably, one of them, you can see here the terracing wall, the wall of the house, it's mostly square, and there are 2 rooms, and in one of them the floor was painted. Here, here this is the painted floor. It was destroyed by some pits. Here the reconstruction we made about that, and here you can see the type of paintings. The whole floor is painted, so it's not it's clearly intentional. We excavated the floor, we extracted it, restored it, and now it is in the Museum of the Citadel in Amman. And the interesting thing is that it's not geometric, it's not figurative, it's something that we could say as abstract or something like this, because there are like they use like an isoap or a tool to spread the colorant, and sometimes painting directly on the floor, or sometimes just spreading the colorant on the floor. We should say that under this painted floor, we found human remains, and they were they were not in primary position. They were quite spread, and they were scattered. So maybe this floor is related to the human remains. We have to think about that and study more in detail. Here you can see some geometric paintings from Jade, some figurative from Tel Halula, and I show you Ain Ghazal, the paintings of Ain Ghazal. In this case, these are abstract paintings, and they also show this. We could say spontaneous geometric style. So maybe this is something stylistic for this part of the northern Levant, northern Jordan. This is something to be confirmed in the future. Just for concluding, sorry, I would say yes that. So, Haricin starts to be occupied around 9,000 calibrated BC with very simple oval dwellings, but they start to be more complex very soon with the use of lime plaster floors, and we find that this early period, one building that is very particular with 2 rooms, it's excavated, and they are using straight walls in these early dates. In the second half of the 9th millennium, we find several houses that are attached one to the other. They are in concept squared, but the shaping is not perfectly square. One of the houses is particular, so it's very special with many human remains. So maybe these agglomerations of houses could be led by one specific house. So maybe this is something related to the social organization, and this could be the house where ancestors were based, and So this is something also to discuss and to research in the future. But in the first half of the 8th millennium, we find the typical middle PPMB architecture. It's semi-sunken, like in Angasal, a square, houses are attached, and they are organized in rows of houses with a distance about 10 meters. So there is an organization of the village. About plaster floor, as I told you, there are 2 phases, but the use of plaster floor is very precocious. And painted floor is also one particularity we find in this site. Well, I think that that's all. I just wanted to show you the information, and this is still maybe too early to say something about the social organization, but you see that the architecture is showing that things are changing very quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juanjo. Thank you for this lecture. It's spectacular site, I think. We are waiting now. Okay, questions are on the chat. Bill Finlayson is asking, okay, thank you. With the superimposed layers from different periods, do you see these are complete architectural phase replacements, or is there any continuity?
You mean complete architectural? Yeah, you mean in between different clusters of buildings, maybe? Yeah, maybe you're asking if these clusters of buildings are contemporaneous or not. This is for the moment difficult to say. We need to work more in detail, but it's true that we are speaking about the use of the area around hundreds of years. So when we speak of megasites, we have to think that probably we tend to think that they are occupied at the same time. This is not the case. Probably they were occupying several spots or several areas, but as this site is developed during hundreds of years, probably we have a vision too flat. And in fact, the occupation has different phases, these different moments, and different. So probably the village was smaller than we think, and so. But for the moment, what we can say is that the site is occupied in 4 main periods, and there are probably gaps in between the late PPNA, the early PPMB, and the early and the middle PPMB. There are gaps. They occupy the same areas, one after the other, and inside these 4 main horizons, we cannot say if all the site was occupied or not at the same time. Something that has to be discovered in the future, but probably. No, probably not. I don't think so, but we will see.
Okay, Elliot Brown has actually a specific question of a gap in occupation between the early PPNA and the middle PPNB, specific on these 2 phases.
Yeah, we have late PPNA. Maybe I didn't explain very well. We have a late PPNA. So the first occupation starts around 9,000, and most of it, the first phase is occupied at 8,800, and there is a clear gap between that and the early PPMB, because the early PPMB is not dated; is dated around 8.4. So there are probably 200 or 300 of gap there in the occupation. And the gap between the early PPMB and the middle PPMB is not so clear, because we have dating starting from 8.4, but we have some dates 8.2, also 8,000 and 7,800. So maybe there is not gap between the early and the middle, but there is a clear gap between the PPMB and the PPNA in the size.
Okay, last question because we have to move on. Trevor Watkins is asking, the PPNB walls seem very substantial. They have wooden posts to support a roof, or is it possible that the buildings had an upper floor? If not, why were the walls so substantial?
Yeah, that's a good question. We only have like in better cases 1 meter preserved, some in most cases less, half a meter of the wall preserved. So we don't know about the possible upper floor because there is a erosion in the slope. So we are not sure. We find in the middle of the house 2 big post holes to support the roof, and all the walls has they show this other secondary post to support the roof, or maybe another flat, another floor, but we don't know. We don't, for the moment it's not clear this. We don't have any indication that there is more than one surface in the buildings.
Okay, thank you very much again, Juanjo. You should unshare your presentation. And now we are going to Pascal Flo and Bill Finlayson. They will present subject on the rebuilding the Neolithic. What does a decade change? Please.
Sorry. Okay. I see. Yeah. Okay. And now I know how to do. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So now, Pascal, please share your presentation.
Good morning. Okay. Is it all visible and all right? Yeah, it should be. Okay. Yeah, so good morning. I'm going to talk about rebuilding the Neolithic. What does a decade change? Talking about the experimental structures that we've built, I should say, in collaboration with a team of people, especially I want to mention Mohammed Najjar and also Samantha Dennis, but also other people. Bill is also here. I will be speaking, but he might pitch in if there's anything very important that I forget, but hopefully not. So the reason for looking at experimental or doing the experimental work, looking at these structures, is following on from what Bill was saying yesterday in his talk, if you've seen that, about looking at the empirical evidence and stepping back and going to actually look at the architecture, to the material evidence. And this is also inspired by Meredith Chesson's work, 2012 work, where she says houses are a dynamic type of material culture that people create for themselves in a series of decisions involving the availability and desirability of construction and decorative materials. So, and especially we're interested in 2 of her concepts, placemaking and embodiment and lived experience. So basically the idea is that by actually building the structures, we can experience the process of construction, but especially also understand the space that's then being created. Okay. So there's two sides that the structures were built of. So there's beta, so PPMB, middle PPMB, and WF16, the PPNA side. And the original aims were twofold. So to enhance visitor interpretation, so people can understand the sites better that we are visiting, but to combine this with research. And today I will only focus on the research part. And starting with the chronologically oldest site of WF16. So the reconstruction here was built in October 2010, and we've been monitoring it then for, well, now over a decade. It was built in 2 to 3 weeks with 3 to 7 people, but I will be saying a bit more about this later on. And it was built based on the archaeological evidence. Again, you've seen a bit of this in Bill's talk, but just to remind you, it was based specifically on this structure 011, which was interpreted as a residential building with a couple mortar. So it's like 3.5 by 2.5 meters, large, not very big. It's one of those semi-subterranean buildings. But we also took some elements from other buildings, for example, from structure 045 at the top there. There was evidence for how the roofs were built. So it was seen to be this lattice work of charred beams. So here we got a nice evidence for probably flat roofs. There were no post holes found in these buildings. And also things like the earth ramp that Bill also mentioned yesterday around this building, and we put in a niche for because it seemed nice. And this here, again, this 011 building in its context, but also to point out here the ramp at the southeast side of the building. So there seem to be stones going down into the building as an entrance. And here you see the building again, half excavated with the couple mortar there and the floor. And again, I think this is the ramp in the foreground. So we built this not on the site, of course, but next to it on the adjacent knoll. And in this whole landscape around, there seemed to be plenty of resources for the materials that were needed. So the sediment, which needs to contain some clay, but that can be found on the body banks, and further just around the corner, really sort of in the body square, there's water, there are reeds. So to make this mud mixture, to make the different layers of well, what in Middle Eastern archaeology often called pisé, but wet mud. There's abundant stones. There are even reeds growing. Plant temper to put in the mud. So there are plants available because of the time of year. Chaff. So we made a sort of compromise there. But I mean, the fact is that normally there would be plants available for people to collect and keep. So this is now it is going to take you through the process of building there. And this is the mixing of the mud, which was surprisingly hard work, but normally we were limited for time. This is of course not exactly representative of the Neolithic necessarily, but we had people out there for 2 to 3 weeks. So we couldn't normally, at least based on ethnographic examples, you would expect the mud to make it very wet, and then to leave it, which is, well, for multiple reasons. I won't go into all the details. But in this case, we couldn't do that, which also made it very hard work. On the other hand, we used modern tools. So this is another compromise that we made, just because otherwise it would have taken much too long to do everything without shovels, without transporting the material by car, for example. So here you can see the digging of the pit. So as I said, it's the semi-subterranean building that it's based on. Again, with the modern tools, it would be possible, obviously, with non-modern tools, but would take much longer, although this guy did actually a really good job of it. The first layer is made of stones. It's based on what we found in the excavation. And then these layers, sort of every time, sort of 5 centimeter thick layer of wet mud on top, and then letting it dry for the next layer. If you don't let it dry, you can see this bulging of the walls. So you could say this is something that we did wrong. On the other hand, it's also something that we found at the site at WF16. So it's quite interesting that at the time, I think it wasn't completely known how to interpret this, maybe some realignment of the building, but it could actually just be something as simple as they also didn't let the mud dry before putting the next layer on. And here you can see this entrance ramp with the stones put in mud. And this was, so the top layer we made with mud bricks, which partly was compromised, partly it's actually based on bricks being found, or possible bricks being found at WF16. But also, for example, Jericho, of course, has bricks. I mean, the shape is different than the ones that we made. This is something if you have some modern people making bricks, everyone tends to make things rectangular, sort of rectangular shaped. So it's difficult to sort of not do this. But the concept, and it works, it's much quicker. You can really see why people, left the wet mud layers behind and went to mud bricks, because it's much quicker and sturdier. So this is then the finished, the walls finished with Mohammed Najjar's skill, and the floor being laid, which was actually something that didn't work so much. It was based on the archaeology, where it seemed to be one thick layer without any temper. But if you can make it out here, it's cracked upon drying almost immediately. So this is not the way it must have been done. So we don't really know what it was like. Anyway, the roof, again, based on the archaeology with these beams that we found the charred form, and then the reeds on top, and then a mud layer. So a flat roof, but slightly dome shape to let the water run off the top, so there's no puddles. So this is then the finished one. So at the end of end of the season in 2010. Just to point out this ramp, which is based on the archaeology, so we put this to the sides. Again, this might be something for insulation. Don't really know. It did seem in the archaeology it wasn't sort of runoff, but it was actually deliberately placed. And just to point out that this gap, this was a compromise that we did, because we assumed that the roof in reality would have gone all the way here with a smaller hole, but we didn't want visitors. Well, we want visitors to be able to look in, but also not to poke their eyes out when they got in. So this is the, well, we kept monitoring it over time, as I said at the beginning, and you can see that it's holding up really well. So we deliberately didn't do any maintenance to see, for taxonomic reasons, how is it collapsing, or how long does it take? And it's actually really only in 2020, still now, that it's really starting. It really needs maintenance now if it isn't going to collapse at some point. So you see, it's mostly some erosion because of rainfall. So now we do get puddles because it's been eroding. You can see this here, but also, and that might even be the main factor, I don't know, the goats are eating the chaff inside the mud. So they're then, eating the roof, literally. So basically, I think a few conclusions based on that are that the interpretation that the WF16 team made based on the archaeology of the arc there appears to be correct. It all works anyway, so it could be correct, except for the floor, which you need to look into. The materials are all available locally. So, oh yes, I forgot to mention that the wood beams we didn't get locally because of the scarcity now, but they would have been available relatively closely, I think, at the time. One thing that struck us really at the time was that it was really hard work. And that it took a lot of time, even though we used modern tools and cars and all these things. It took really a lot of time to do this. I said 2 to 3 weeks with 3 to 7 people. And yeah, without the modern tools, longer, even though we were not experts. So obviously, if you're used to doing this, that's in that sense, it was a bit quicker. So now moving to Beta quickly. So that was built between 2001 and 2003. And the maintenance was done in 2012, when I also did documentation of how these buildings had collapsed, or what happened to them in the meantime. And so these are the reconstructions at the end when they were built, looking very nicely. I mean, there's the whole process behind this. I'm not going to go into too much detail there, but that has been published in Levant if you're interested in more details. So you can see here a pitched roof, already slightly less pitched than the original version, and this pier building with a partly upper story there. 10 years later, or 9 years later, these had collapsed, especially the roofs, as you can see. So they needed really some maintenance. And what also happens is that the buildings filled in. So this is a much higher rainfall area than WF16 already Fanan. So the buildings, so what you get is the rainfall coming off the rocks here, and you get a lot of sediment. So even in a short period, say in a decade, there was 40 centimeters of fill in this building, mostly water lane, but also some wind blown. So we repaired this. We made some changes in the designs. So we made this roof here of the round one even. I mean, we dug it out again, also the sediments out of it. We made it even less pitched, but still a bit pitched. And in the pier building, we put much more wood. So not just wood on this long axis, but also on the short ones. And we used rope to tie it together so that didn't shift around. So this is what it looked like at the round building. We didn't roof those ones, just this one, so people can also see the sequence. But this is what it looked like at the end, so it all looks nice again. We built a little bit of a dam. Oh yes, Bill is saying this is the burning experiment. Which is why it's not roofed anymore. This little dam to prevent the water going in there. But then again, 10 years later, or about 10 years later, this had collapsed again. So one of the things is it really does need maintenance. And based on the ethnographic information, we also know that, for example, the ones that Ian Kite mentioned yesterday from Iran, people are normally keeping things up like yearly. And of course, if you don't do this, it will collapse. Also, the roofs may not actually have been pitched at all, but we don't know exactly how that would work with this middle post. But yeah, it might have been slightly different. On the other hand, the square or the pier building, the rectangular building, we didn't put on the top story again, just also to keep the visitors safe. But we could see that this what is it, a couple of years ago, just before COVID, and building was still standing actually, even without maintenance. The roof was still fine. So this change in using more wood in the structure seems to have worked really well. So, okay, what does this all mean? Because that's what we're interested in, right? So for if you look at the WF16 place, what's striking is that it's a really nice place to be in. It's really cool in summer, it's warm in winter. So it's well insulated, even with the roof not covering the structure completely. So the walls, they're quite substantial for such a small structure, and with this ramp as well. And this might serve for the insulation there. As you can see here, the view, it's a good place to be in. At the same time, you can also see there are 4 people inside. There's this big couple mortar in the middle. You couldn't really live in it just in that building with a nuclear family. You couldn't stretch out to sleep, for example, just very practically speaking. At the same time, the roof as a flat area could really be used as an activity area. You can see, you can stand on it. The goats were also standing on it in an earlier photo. And sorry. So, and that's actually interesting because at WF16 was also some evidence found for gypstone debris in the roof, mixed in with the roof material. So it seems that people were actually using this as an activity area too. In contrast, if you look at the beta structure, which in this photo, it's when it was filled in. So before the reparations, before it was dug out again, so it's filled in by this, by the water lid sediments, and the roof is still collapsed. But even so, it's a really nice space to be in. There, it's much bigger, and it's nice. And this was also based on archaeological evidence, where the walls were up to 1.20 meters only, which isn't so high. But then you have probably these gaps where the wind can blow through. So it's really a pleasant place to be in summer when it's hot outside. This was actually in July. So yeah, that's I think all, unless Bill has something to add. He's nothing to add. So thank you for your attention. Hopefully giving you some ideas about placemaking and embodiment in the Neolithic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Pascal and Bill, for this interesting experimental archaeological Neolithic way to treat our subject. Please question, we have 5 minutes. Okay, go on. Don't be shy. Okay. Claire Berg is asking, thank you for this wonderful talk. Is there a plan to let the buildings collapse and to excavate the remains?
I would just like to comment on that, Shai.
That's a really good question. So for is there? Sorry, Bill's microphone is on, so it was an echo for me. Yeah, so that's a really good question. So for beta, after that in 2012, this was meant to, so the time between, well, say 2003 and 2012 was meant to do, let the buildings collapse and see what would happen. Then in 2012, it was decided to make them nice for the visitors and not keeping them up. Although this hasn't actually happened so far, but for those, the idea is that the experiment has finished and now kept intact for visitors. Whereas the WF16, we still have to make a decision because now it's starting to collapse. Like, do we leave it or which of the two aims are we going to choose? I don't know the answer to it because I don't think we've completely decided. So either we let it collapse further and then it's interesting for us, or we do it up for visitors and then it keeps being there for visitors. Or we build, if we would have funding, we build multiple ones. That would be the ideal solution. But yeah. Then we would need, of course, the funding, which is always difficult, and time.
Okay, Juanjo is asking what failed in the floor.
Yeah, so I think because I was already surprised because it was based on the archaeology, so that's why we did it. But at the time, I was surprised because all the ethnographic work and the theory should say if you have a certain clay content in your sediment, you need to add something. You need to add temper. Plant temper or stones, so that the clay content reduces. So otherwise, it cracks because of the plasticity. So we didn't do that because of the archaeology, but it turns out that this is necessary somehow. Now the question is, because the archaeological floors don't have this temper, it seems, yet they seem to be thick. So something must have been different. Like maybe they were laid in different layers, but then that didn't show up in the micromorphology. So yeah, I don't know if Bill has any knows, but I don't think we know why. By the archaeology, by replicating the archaeology didn't work. Well, we know why that is, but why it then worked for the WF16 people, I don't know.
Okay, Juanjo is saying maybe adding dung.
Oh, that's actually a good idea because, yeah, that's actually someone mentioned this last week actually, Shira, and yeah, that might be a good one. I don't know if there's any evidence for that in the. Did you analyze that, Bill?
We don't have any evidence of dung at all at WF16. It's one of the things, and obviously we're right at the very beginning of any process of domestication. So it's not necessarily a resource they had access to, certainly any quantity.
Yeah.
And there's no sign. I mean, one of the things is that there's no sign of organic material in the floor layers that we've encountered. I mean, you know, there's been micromorphological work done on the walls and floors. Plenty of organic material in the walls, which are very solid, but not in the floors. My suspicion, to some extent, is that because this was the end of a field season that we were coming up to, we probably put it in too quickly, and we put it in as a single thick layer. And although they appear to be single layers, I suspect if you'd spent several days doing it layer by layer, it might have been a bit more robust if each layer had been burnished as you went on.
Yeah.
Okay, Michal Birkenfeld is saying, thank you, Pascal. How was the age of the structure in Waterfreyland 16 calculated or determined?
Yeah, so it's partly an estimate really based on. I mean, for beta, the height of the walls was known because of these capped stones, but then didn't seem high enough, so something was added. Whereas for WF16, we didn't know the height for sure, so we estimated so a person could stand up in it, but maybe it was lower in reality. We only know what's the minimum that it must have been. But anyway, that wasn't high enough, we thought. So it is an estimate based on sort of person height, but yeah, could be lower, could be higher.
Okay, thank you. We have the last two questions. Trevor Watkins is asking, saying, WF16 a lot of labor to produce a building too small for a nuclear family. I suggest that we need to double the numbers because someone had to continue obtaining and preparing food to support the builders.
Yes, I think it's the numbers are, are very definitely minimum, also because of the modern tools and things, and there would be but also it's the question is, and it ties in with all the bigger questions too, right? That like how long did people spend on the site, and were they there? Maybe if they're there all the time, maybe they can bring up some of the materials every time. It doesn't have to be like 2-3 solid weeks, for example, or 6 solid weeks. You could do little bits all the time, but also that also depends on then the rest of the interpretation of the site. But yeah, thanks for the comments.
Can I add to that? I think this is one of the big questions about it, because Nigel raised this yesterday as to whether this is a permanent or even semi-permanent settlement, or is largely there as some aggregation site. And I think we all see it as being something where there is certainly an aggregation component using that large building. But the amount of work going in is enormous. And the fact that most of it probably has to be repeated regularly to repair the floors, even if not in this case the roofs. I mean, the evidence is that the floors and the walls and things are constantly being moved around. So you're looking, as in many medieval examples of castle building, you're looking at something probably a building site most of the time. So an awful lot of effort going into the whole settlement, and it's not necessarily the case that you're putting your structure up while your neighbours are sitting nicely in there so they can provide you with food and so on. Everybody's at it probably. So I think Trevor's point's a really significant one, is that why are you putting all this effort in the first place, because it's a lot of effort, and also how are you managing to do it in terms of an economy that's still here is essentially pre-farming. You're not creating any surplus through farming technology here.
Okay, last observation by Doug Berg. We had the same issue with the cracking floors at Bonkuklu. After experimentation, we found we had to select just the right clay out of several related clays and keep working the surface of a floor with a pebble.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about when I said thinner layers and burnishing them in between. It's that burnishing process, I think, that stops a lot of the cracking.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to move to the next lecture. We have Avi Levy, Nimrod Getzov, Hamoudi Halaile, and myself speaking about special aspects according to the lithics and other finds from areas G and I in the PP&B village of Iftachel. Please, Avi, you can share your presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Avi Levy, and today I will present the summary of my MA thesis directed by Ofer Marder at Ben-Gurion University. This research examined the intrasite variability in the pre-pottery Neolithic B site of Iftachel reflected from 2 buildings, the examination of their architectural characteristics, the analysis of flint assemblages from those structures, and other finds from and around them. The site of Iftachel is located on the western fringe of Beit Netufa Valley, east to Iftachel stream in the Lower Galilee, modern state of Israel. The site covers 4 hectares.
It's not the presentation. You first off, I think you have to go to the presentation mode.
You don't see the presentation?
We see, but it's not moving.
Oh, okay. And
or you have to go each.
Okay, now you can see.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. The site covered 4 hectares and was excavated numerous times in the past decades. The excavation exposed several occupation periods, while the main one are the Middle Pre-Pottery Neolithic B and the Early Bronze Age 1. This presentation relies on the large salvage excavation conducted on the years 2007 and 2008 by Hamoudi Khalaila, Yanir Milevsky, and Nimrod Getzov on behalf of the Israeli Antiquity Authority. In these 2 seasons, 4 new areas were excavated, labeled F, G, H, and I, and 7 periods were revealed, including the Middle PP&B, which is the focus of this lecture. During these seasons, several Middle PP&B buildings were exposed, some with a series of plaster floors. In addition, several types of installation were uncovered alongside the rich faunal and floral remains, burial, cache of plaster skulls, and mainly a rich flint industry, including cache of bidirectional blades and cores. In area I, stratum 3 is dated to the Middle PP&B and contained 5 phases. In phase 3D, 3 rectangular buildings were uncovered, forming a complex. Building 501 is the most prominent in this area. This building is rectangular with a dimension of 14 meters on 6 meters. The walls were built from mud bricks or terre pisse and had a series of plaster floors. The wall we see in these pictures are related to a later phase, building 500. On the plaster floors, remnants of red pigment were found. The white circles we see mark the post holes that probably were relocated in different locations as part of the maintenance of the buildings. The entrance to the building were plastered and marked in white arrows. In general, it seems that the building served for an extended period and had several maintenance phases. Inside the building and its vicinity, a rich flint assemblage was uncovered, which I will discuss in the next following slides. Numerous caches were found inside the building, including bidirectional blades and cores caches, and small votive axe cache made from greenstone. Adjacent to the building, to the east, the plaster skull cache was found. Also found in the building are rich faunal remains and botanical remains that include lentils, beans, and white wheat. The pictures show botanical remains found in silo built in building 202, adjacent to building 501. The small find from building 501 and its vicinity includes 7 figurines made of clay and 1 figurine made of bone, all anthropomorphic, 20 beads, some made of greenstone, several pieces of unworked greenstone, and what looks like appended in preparation. It is important to note that some of the small finds can be related to a later phase of building 501, which is building 500. Here we present the reconstruction proposal of building 501. This reconstruction demonstrates a large rectangular building with several entrances. The ceiling, probably made of wooden twigs and clay, was supported by wooden beams. Additionally, we can see the numerous installations dug into the plaster floors and the burial remains under the floor. You can see it here. In area G, stratum 5 is dated to the Middle PP&B and contained 3 phases. In phase 5B, 1 square building was uncovered, building 200. Building 200 is a large square building measured 8 by 9 meters and had thick stone walls and one thick plaster floor. 4 post holes were dug into the plaster floor, probably served for wooden beams, marked here in white circles. The material culture from the building and its vicinity are somewhat low and may contain mainly flint items, animal bones, and other small finds, which we will discuss in the following slides. As far as we can understand, building 200 is standing alone, and it's not part of a complex. Its architectural plan is different from the other buildings in the village. For instance, while building 200 is square in plan, all the other buildings are rectangular. Additionally, the building has a courtyard defined by a stone wall. The building had 1 plastered entrance that was probably sealed as part of the covering of the building. Additionally, the entrance was concealed or restricted by a stone wall that formed a corridor. Here we can see a layer of red sterile sediment that was probably covered and canceled the building after its abandonment. A carved tombstone was found south of the building with one flat face and one curved face. The small find from building 200 and its vicinity includes 4 stone beads, 2 pieces of unworked greenstone, 1 phallic figurine, 1 zoomorphic figurine made of clay, 1 curved bead, and cache of 84 shells found close but not inside the building. Here we can see the reconstructional proposal of building 200. The reconstruction demonstrates a large square building. The 4 beams make an opening in the center of the ceiling, a restricted entrance, and a courtyard. The flint industry and the bidirectional technology in Iftachel. The bidirectional technology is the most abundant technology at the site. The raw material in use is primarily local, alongside a small amount of other raw material characterized as high-quality translucent raw material, which is non-local. The flint industry includes all the debitage characteristic of bidirectional blade technology. Additionally, all the reduction sequence of the bidirectional blade technology can be found at the site. In building 500, the most abundant technology is the bidirectional technology. Alongside, there is an ad hoc flake industry. The bidirectional technology in building 501 is aimed to produce long, thin, uniform blades in high standardization. Therefore, to maintain those specific morphologic criteria, the bidirectional core were discarded early in the reduction sequence, even though more blades could be manufactured. All 3 types of bidirectional can be found in building 501, bipolar, naviform, and posterolateral. As stated, the bidirectional industry includes all the debitage characteristic to bidirectional blade technology and includes all the stage of the core preformation and maintenance. The debitage includes ridge blades, core tablets, epsilon blades, natural backed blades, and of course, target blades. The toolkits includes all 3 types of arrowhead, such as Jericho, Amok, and Biblos. In addition, sickle blades, bifacial tool, perforators were also found, alongside ad hoc tools. In building 200, the most abundant technology is also the bidirectional technology. Alongside, there is an ad hoc flake industry. In building 200, the last reduction sequence was different than in building 501. The last reduction sequence of blades were made on the lateral flank of the core after the complete utilization of the narrow removal surface. The usage of the white lateral flank of the bidirectional cores result in a wider shape of the exhausted cores and wider and shorter blades. All three types of bidirectional cores were found in building 200, bidirectional, naviform, and posterolateral. However, the posterolateral type is less common. As in building 501, also in building 200, the bidirectional industry includes all the debitage characteristic of the bidirectional blade technology and includes all stage of core preformation and maintenance. The debitage includes ridge blades, core blades, epsilon blade, natural backed blades, and of course the target blades, which are, as stated, wider and shorter. The toolkits includes only 2 types of arrowhead, Amok and Biblos. Only 1 Jericho points was found with no clear context. In addition, sickle blades, bifacial tools that includes bifacial knives, perforators, and ad hoc tools. The comparison between the flint assemblages. First, there are differences in numbers of frequencies of the bidirectional items between the 2 buildings. Bidirectional cores and preforms are more frequent in building 500 than in building 200. Additionally, there are differences between the types of bidirectional cores in both buildings. The posterolateral are more frequent in building 501, while bipolar cores are more frequent in building 200. As a result of the different frequencies in type of bidirectional cores, there are also differences in frequencies of other debitage, such as thin and flake, which are related to bidirectional core with shaped bases. Another change is in size of bidirectional cores. In building 501, the bidirectional cores are thinner and more elongated than those in building 200. This matter affects the morphometric of target blades, epsilon blades, and flakes. Change in formal tools. While in building 501, all three types of arrowheads are present, in building 200, only amuk and biblos are present. Moreover, in building 200, 4 bifacial knives were found. This matter can imply on chronological differences, which I will discuss later. Another change is, as stated before, the final reduction sequence on the bidirectional blade technology that occurred only on building 200. The similarities between the two assemblages observed mostly in identical technological components. The bidirectional blade technology is the most abundant on site and in the buildings. Therefore, the typological and technological components are identical. Additionally, the reconstruction of the reduction sequence in both buildings suggests that the knapping abilities in both buildings are similar. The distribution of small finds display the variety of items found in the buildings and their vicinity. The number of items found in building 501 is somewhat higher than in building 200 and may reflect on a broader range of activities conducted in the buildings. Another explanation for the low number of items in building 200 is that it may cleaned before it was covered, while building 501 was not covered and served for more extended time period. Before we speak about the reconstruction proposal for the buildings, it is important to note that the buildings were abandoned in different ways. Building 200 was probably cleaned and covered intentionally to cancel or restrict the future use of the building. Building 501, on the other hand, was not covered and cleaned. And still, there are several changes that can imply the function of the building. The architectural plans of the buildings, the material culture found inside and the vicinity of the buildings, the burials found only in building 501, the caches found mostly in building 501 and its vicinity, except for the shell cache found in building 200. The activities conducted inside the buildings. It seems that in building 501, there were a broad spectrum of activities from everyday activities such as flint lapping and even maybe bead making and other ornaments. In addition to these activities, there are evidence of ritual activities. For example, the figurines, the caching of the votive green axes, and of course, the inhumation of 3 plaster skulls. The frequent maintenance of building 501 includes excavation of the post holes and replastering of the floors. All imply longer lifespan of the building. The standardized making of the bidirectional blades in building 501 that may serve as blank for formal tools in the site and even outside of the site suggest a specialization and exchange with other sites. On the other hand, the evidence of activities in building 200 are rather low, may the reason that the building was intentionally cleaned or if the activities conducted inside the buildings are limited. It is important to note that the low frequencies of item in building 200 may relate to post-depositional process, but the fact that there are no burials inside the buildings and the fact that there is that it was covered intentionally suggests that it's not the case. Even more, the fact that there are fewer items in the buildings can imply on the function of the building. In addition, the special architectural characteristic of building 200, the isolated location, and the intentional covering of the building suggest a different role in the Neolithic village of Ifrachel. It's important to note the chronological issues. The floor of building 501 were dated to 10,200 to 9,700 calibrated BP, while building 200 was never dated. The differences in appearance of formal tools between the two buildings may suggest chronological differences. The lack of Jericho points and the appearance of bifacial knives in building 200. However, the frequencies of formal tools in both buildings are low, and especially low number of bifacial knife do not express chronological difference, from my opinion. With that said, the building can be dated to different time or phases of the PP and BE and still served different purposes. In conclusion, it seems that building 501 served for a broad range of activities every day and ritual. Moreover, the building was probably more prominent than other buildings in the complex and may provide items such as bidirectional blades to the Neolithic village and beyond. On the other hand, the unique feature of building 200 within the village attests that it serves as a communal building, and inside different, less diverse and enigmatic activities were conducted. Such activities can be interpreted as action for the whole community, which escaped the massive production of flint tools, beads, and other manufactures, the storage of foodstuff, and even burial practices. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Avi. We have a first question by Juanjo. It says, congratulations for these detailed explanations. Why you call the green axis votive? Aren't they used? Did you carry out user analysis?
We called it votive because it seems like they don't have a particular function. They were quite small. They look, they didn't have any user on top of them. Maybe Anir can elaborate on that. I don't think we did any user analysis on this type of the votive axis, and we know that there is a couple of other examples from other sites that they're also called the votive axis.
Yeah, there are some Xorajoves, if I'm not mistaken, and they're very small. Juanjo. They are very small. They are just a few centimeters. Okay, we have time for other questions, please.
You have to test it.
Okay, Sofia Solanas, thank you for this very interesting presentation. What type of hammer was used for the debitage?
I think it was maybe some sort of a soft stone hammer. But I think it depends on in which state of the let's say chaîne opératoire. I think in the first couple of the first stages it would be a hard hammer, and after when they manufacture the blades itself, the blanks of the bidirectional blades, I think they moved to a soft stone hammer. I did a lot of measurement that I didn't put here about how prominent the bulb was and how they did how they manufacture all the blades. So,
okay. Last question again, Trevor. Sorry. My mother would not allow my father to leave so much debris on the floor. I need to leave the complete chaîne opératoire.
My mother as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you very much. And we are going, Joaquim, we are going to a break, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is right. So,
okay, so
see you in 20 minutes.
started again after the pause. And now we are happy to present Nigel Gorin-Morris for the Architecture of Death, Reflections in the Spatial and Social Context of Funerary Practices at PPNB Kfar HaChoresh in the Galilee, Israel. Please, Nigel.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, or whatever to everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today. And as we're wrapping up the final reports on Kfar HaChoresh, I'd like to highlight a number of the issues that I think are important from this project, which has gone on from 1991 to 2012. The site is cloistered in the Nazareth Hills of Lower Galilee and has revealed a sequence dated to the early, middle, and beginning of the late PPMB. I should hasten to add that initially my interpretation of the site was that it was represent the typical small, middle, late PPMB settlement in the Mediterranean zone. However, as evidence on site and within the PPMB corner as a whole accrued, a scenario of its use as a long-lasting early, middle, and late PPMB dedicated regional mortuary cult locality serving nearby portions of local communities appears a more parsimonious interpretation. Subsequent detailed studies of various aspects of the huge quantities of material culture, including chipstone, groundstone, minerals, mollusks, and clay and ceramics, have strengthened this hypothesis, I believe. So I'll go through a number of the major highlights as I view them today. First off, it's important to note that at the time that I began the project in 1991, the number of sites known in Lower Galilee in northern Israel were very, very limited. There were excavations at Yiftachel, there were reports from Nachal Oren and Sfunim and at Leit Yam, as well as in the Jordan Valley from Munchata, basically, at that particular point in time. As you can see here, from taken from the doctorate of Michal Birkenfeld that was recently published, the number of sites that we recognize today are have increased tremendously. And it's important to note that most settlements are located in lowland settings adjacent to significant tracts of fertile alluvial soils at the margins of the main tectonically formed valleys and along major drainages. So Kfar HaChoresh is located here on the western flanks of the Nazareth Hills. And it's important, I think, to take into account the specific locality of the site in relation to other sites. So here I've got 3 examples of sites: Yiftachel, which we just heard about briefly before, within the Nachal Tzipori Valley. The excavations at Nachal Tzipori 3 by Omri Barzilai, and also his excavations with Getzov and Barzilai and Mishmara Emek on the edges of the Jezreel Valley. Now, what's interesting here is that if you look, you can see in the upper and lower pictures the location of the Nazareth Hills in the background, together with the specific setting of Har Baran, Har Tameret, which are the topographically highest localities on the western flanks of the Nazareth Hills there. And you can see here from this drawing by Yossi Garfinkel from many years ago of the specific locations of Aviv Dachel here and Nahal Tzipori within the Nahal Tzipori drainage basin, which leads across towards Bikat Beit Natofa, which you can see here at the bottom in the background. As opposed to that, Kfar Horosh is located up in the hills in a very secluded locality. And I've got a photograph here at the bottom from the summit of Har Tzamerit and Har Baran, where you can see the location of Kfar Horosh, which is tucked away in the uppermost reaches of this little tributary wadi called Nahal Tzvi, together with Mount Carmel in the background and the Jezreel Valley. When we look at the specific view sheds from the site of Kfar Horosh itself, the views are extremely limited. However, when we look from Har Baran and Har Tzamerit, which is located just over here, you can see that the view shed is far more extensive than from the site itself. From the site itself, you can only see the neighboring slopes of Nahal Tzvi itself. If we look at the duration of occupation at Kfar Horosh, it seems to run from the beginning of the early PPMB right the way through. We have dates coming down to almost 7,500. I think that the site was probably continued to be occupied somewhat longer since the uppermost latest occupation deposits have not been dated. If we look at an aerial view here of the excavation areas, there's the main excavation area on the south of the site, together with the upper area, which I'll mention briefly as we go along. It's also important to note that originally the topography is that there's an embayment here in the bedrock with a very steep dip. So the whole of the site, or at least the southernmost portion of the site, is actually located within this embayment. And what you can see here is the area of the main excavation with this massive monumental podium. Now, the nature of practice at Kfar Horosh evolved significantly through its approximately 1400-year occupation sequence as a designated funerary and cultic locality. The initial early PPMB founders' occupation within the excavated area was dominated by this 1604 quadrilateral monumental podium, measuring 22 by 11 meters, with its low surrounding wall and probable mud brick parapet. Activities appear to have focused on feasting, especially on oryx, when burials seem to have been quite sporadic, with an emphasis on young adult males. I'm talking here about the humans' burials from the early phase, most notably in the Locus 105 grave underlying the podium. Here's another closer view of the podium itself. And you can see that it has various different stratigraphic levels. There's also what appears to be some boundary or terracing wall coming across at the southern end of the excavated area over here. And the entire complex of 1604 is covered by a sequence of lime plaster surfaces And you can see here that it's multi-phase. There are at least 3 different phases of occupation. There are also several boss pits within the basal early PPNB levels, both here, locus 105, locus 108 at the northern end of the mechanically dug trench 1 at the beginning of excavations at the site. There's another boss pit over here, roughly at the northwestern edge of the podium, and also in the far southwestern corner of the excavation area, all belonging to the early PPMB occupation. There's also some considerable late PPMB disturbance, and I should also note that the southern edge of the site, the northern edge of the site over here is very close to the surface, which had been plowed. Here one can see some of the burials marked in blue, 1804, 2266, as well as the locus 105 burial with the boss pit, which underlies the lowermost floor within locus 1064. I should also add that there's an interesting large molded hearth within the lowermost plaster surface here. Here you've got a view to the east where you can see both the location of the mechanically dug trench, which, if I can find my mouse, comes from about here all the way across and goes upslope. There's a burial of locus 2266 here, a blade cache of naviform material, another boss pit over here, together with the locus 105 burial and boss pit, and an adjacent one also within the section of the mechanically dug pit. Here one can see the eastern end of the 1604 podium, with the upper plaster surface here, which was poorly preserved, a second plaster surface and floor over here, and the lowermost plaster floor down here at the bottom. And one can see the PPMB disturbance here, which also removed part of the wall, the northern wall of the podium, although we actually picked it up across over here in the corner. You can see here the latest phase of the construction of the walls. They're really quite massive. This is the second one. And the third one comes over here, the lowermost plaster surface, okay, which follows more or less along the lines of the structure, and the molded hearth within the lower surface is marked over here. This is what it looks like closer up. You can see that the surface was very unstable and has slumped downslope to the north, together with the molded rim over here of this subrectangular hearth. Within the burial underlying the structure, there's the 105 human burial of a young adult male with the skull removed, together with a pit immediately under it, filled with oryx bones of 7 adults and 1 male, together with a calf. So we're talking of huge quantities of meat here, which would have been available. And you can see here an example of articulated vertebrae within the boss pit itself, and also over here, right towards the base of the pit. The early PPMB burials are generally mostly single adult male interments with skull removal. Here we've got a nice example from locus 2266. The burial had been marked by a stele, and when we removed the stele, the entire skull had been removed. There was nothing, no sign at all of either the mandible or the cranium. Another burial belonging to this early, probably the very end of this early phase, is the burial of 1804, which is a secondary burial of what I term half a man. There's one bone of each of the long bones and half a mandible, and they're all framed by a few ribs on either side. There are no hands and no feet and no skull. I should also mark that there appeared to be signs of some sort of basket or matting that left imprints within the sediment in which the burial had been placed. In general, the intensity of occupation increased significantly through time from one phase to the next, mostly during the middle PPMB and also the beginning of the late PPMB. This is reflected by the increasing numbers of mostly quadrilateral, discrete, smaller plaster surfaces, structures and installations, together with associated burials. It was accompanied by major increases in the sizes, densities and diversity of faunal, lithic, groundstone, and other small finds categories assemblages. During the later phases, there was also a notable emphasis on an expansion in the diversity and nature of funerary practices, multiple as well as single burials, together with more infants and children. There are also hints of close kinship relations between some of the interred. Skull removal continued earlier practices in a number of cases, though there are also instances where skulls are present within the primary burials, but they now included skull caches, skull modeling, of which we have at least 4 items, and in vivo skull deformation. There are also indications that some skulls originally have been prominently displayed, where we find them scattered in broken condition within open areas, very often quite close to post holes that do not appear to be architectural in the sense of supporting roofing or something like that. In addition, human and animal co-associations during the later phases will focus more on gazelle and fox than on oryx. We've got here a more or less summary picture of the different human remains from the different phases. The site has been subdivided into 3 primary phases of early and late, together with middle being subdivided into 2 separate subdivisions. And you can see that the quantities of burials increase significantly from the beginning of the occupation through to the end of the occupation in phase 1. There's also a greater variability and variety in terms of the types of burials, in terms of primary, secondary, as well as isolated mandibles and skulls, etc. In terms of features associated with the qua Horish human remains by phase. It's important to note that the majority of burials are actually associated in one form or another with plastered surfaces, either as full-scale plastered surfaces or plaster patches, or with sprinkled plaster within graves. There are also instances where they occur close to stelae or post holes and sockets. I mentioned before the often what appeared to be initially isolated skull remains, fragmented skull remains, which occur close to some of the post holes and sockets, etc. And very often the burials occur also within an ashy matrix. In terms of the animals represented, we can see that there are boss remains are quite common, but with time, both gazelle increase in terms of their representation within interments and burials, together with the large numbers of fox remains in particular, although there are also other animals that appear in some of these situations. From the limited upper area excavations that we conducted, there's a large plaster surfaced, roughly quadrilateral structure near the top here of the occupation layer. This is on the southernmost portion of the site. And this is the mechanically dug trench back in 91, 92. You can see here the plastered skull was narrowly missed by the tractor that dug the, one second, I'll go back, dug the mechanical trench. It also partially sliced a gazelle carcass, which seemed to be associated with the plastered skull. And you can see here the plastered surface and floors in a sandwich here. This is the pit from which we extracted the plastered skull, and the lowermost plaster surface down here at the bottom, together with the gazelle carcass. From the later levels in the main area of excavation, there are a series of plastered surfaces with walls usually on one or two sides, as with locus 1024 here, 101, 1017. In the background here, locus 1, that should be 1027, and two multiple graves were found here, one locus 103 and the other underneath locus 1027, the locus 1155 complex. This is a view in the other direction. Here you can see the rather poor quality plaster surface overlying the 102, the 1155 burial complex, the top of which had a circular lime plaster patch, which you can see here. And you can see that someone added a partial mandible, human mandible. Apparently they missed it when they were preparing the locus 1155 burial. Here you can see the locus 103 burial. This is the plastered there are remnants of the plastered surface over here of locus 1001. It's a very thick plastered surface, 10 centimeters thick. And within this single burial pit here, there are remains of at least 14 or possibly even 17 different individuals. This contrasts with the situation in the locus 1155 complex, which was located over here between two other plastered surfaces here, 1017, the locus 103 multiple pit, burial pit was over here. And you can see this intentional arrangement of human bones. There are at least 7 individuals here within this arrangement. This is a silicon mold of the burial itself. And within this area, there are also a number of other discrete burial pits. I should hasten to add that there are also numerous combustion features in the form of hearths, ovens, kilns, and fire pits, some of which were plastered throughout the entire sequence. And as I mentioned before, they increase in intensity and quantity during the course of the occupation. The plastered skulls, you can see we have the examples here of the 3 better preserved examples. The locus 104 plastered skull, which we've seen before, together with the CAT scan here. From locus 1353, a very poorly preserved plastered skull. You can actually see the plaster coming around over here. Unfortunately, we haven't managed to get anything very meaningful from it in terms of how it looked. But it's interesting to note that you can see here the atlas vertebrae is still preserved here. And another poorly preserved plastered skull. This I used Photoshop to expand it with the nose, the cheeks, the eyes would have been over here, and the mouth would have been down here. And you can see the rather complex outer wash here and the internal plaster base over on the side here. And it's important to note that this was covered in a cinnabar wash as opposed to the ochre wash in the 104 plastered skull. Cinnabar, of course, appears from, comes from apparently the Southern Taurus Mountains.
Sorry, Nigel, we have to go to the conclusions, more or less.
Okay, I just want to show a plastered skull here. Sorry, not a plastered skull, a drilled skull, similar to that recently described by Gresky and company from Göbekli Tepe. So I think some of the skulls were probably being displayed possibly from post holes and stuff. There's a huge quantities of small finds, including items here, for instance, this picrolite axe, which is miniature axe, which is almost identical to one of the items described by Jean-Denis Vigne from Klimonas. In as far as we have male gendered finds, it's only male dominated, possibly not very politically correct. There's also an interesting asphalt coated nodule here. And in terms of the fauna, we go from a decline in the small game through time, and a decline in the quantities of boss through time, replaced by gazella in particular. If we look in terms of the family of Kfar Horish, why is it specifically located where it is? Here we have the site catchments of half hour, 1 hour, and 1.5 hour surrounding Kfar Horish, and you can see Nahal Tzipori and Yiftachel and so forth, together with the Ein Tzipori complex. I would imagine that the boss herds within the region were primarily focused in the lowland areas of the Jezreel Valley and Bikat Beit Natofa to the north. And I think the specific locality is defined by this narrow funnel-like arrangement of Nahal Tzvi, leading up to Kfar Horish, where if we look at the focus in here on the locus, on the location of the site, we have a natural amphitheater type configuration. And I think one could possibly, reconstruct it as somewhat along the lines of Pamplona and so forth. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigel. You have 2 questions because we are over the time. You can read them and ask and answer them. Please, Dana Ackerfeld, Avi Goffer, Anna Iris Rose, and Katya Zutowski will present now lecture called Home is Where the Lime Is, exploring the roles of lime plaster in the structures of the middle PPNB Nahal Yarmut 38. Please, Nigel, if you can answer your presentation.
Hello.
Yeah, go down.
Okay.
Where you have answer or up. I don't.
They both appear to have been okay. Doug, good to hear from you. I think the gazelle together with the skull were located together within a pit, with the skull in the upper part of the pit, but we weren't able to fully excavate the locus there, so we don't have that much information about it. I think feasting was a major issue, especially during the early PPMB. And I think the hunting of especially wild animals is important to note. I didn't have time to go into the faunal remains, but in any detail, but we also have goat on the site, which hardly changes at all, but from the work that's been done by Jackie Mayer and also Leora Horowitz, it seems that gazelle hunting continued to be important right through the middle PPMB, also at Yiftachel. It appears in even higher quantities than at Kfar Horish. So I think there was a combination of both manipulating the animals which were undergoing processes of domestication, together with the continued hunting of the wild animals.
Okay, listen, Nigel, thank you. We need to go to the next lecture.
Okay.
Please answer your presentation, otherwise we can not go on.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, please, Dana.
Thank you. Good And good afternoon to everyone. This presentation will explore the role of lime plaster floor of mid PPNB site of Nahal Yarmout 38 as seen through a contextual materialistic approach. The pre-pottery Neolithic B of the Southern Levant is known for its extensive use of plasters, especially lime plasters, as we saw yesterday with Nigel's beautiful presentation. As human societies went through dramatic changes in their lifestyles, the use of plaster, mostly in structures' floors, increased. Beyond floors, plaster was used for a variety of architectural elements, walls, niches, pits, etc. And in mortuary and symbolic contexts, like we just saw, plastered skulls, figurines, and sculptures, whiteware vessels, beads, and more, making plaster as a material a major element in the PPNB village life. Lime plaster has several attributes we should consider. First, it is a plastic material, allowing to create and mold different forms and to apply it easily in layers. On the other hand, its production and application require a pyrotechnical know-how and careful procedures of burning, sulking, dealing with quicklime, and spreading the material before it hardens. Secondly, visually, it is white and can be smoothened. The white color connects it to the limestone landscapes. The whiteness of it mirrors the surrounding and advances the notion of stone domestication achieved in the production and use of plaster. It also makes plaster a literal white canvas on which decoration could be applied quite easily, as we saw again earlier in Karyasin and in En Razal. To this, we can add its technological attributes, its ability to wick water and insulate, its strength as a hard surface, its high pH, which is a natural antibacterial agent and prevent molds, and its inherent cultural significance by the way of its production, a pyrotechnological production process, which creates a new material that did not exist before. The cultural role of plaster should also be considered in terms of transformations, which are an innate part of the production technology. Although lime plaster and limestone still share the same chemical composition, lime plaster cannot be turned back to stone, and lime, as the lime is crushed, burnt, and sulked, it is under human control. Fire, time, and knowledge change the common solid limestone into a white powder, which by a chemical process with water gain a new viscosity, and time again return it to be a hard surface in a desired location and application, a material forever changed by humans. These are the basics of the enchantment of technology, a creation. Lime plaster remain recognizable even after it is broken down and recombined into newer quicklime. And indeed, old plaster floors and surfaces fragments were sometimes combined into the matrix of new plaster floors. Summing all this up, we may be able to assess what was the affordance of plaster, what this material afforded the humans interacting with it, both in a practical and cultural sense. Nahal Yarmout 38 is a pottery Neolithic and pre-pottery Neolithic B site in central Israel, excavated in 2017 and 2018 by a joint expedition of Tel Aviv University and the Israeli Antiquity Authority, led by Anna Eirich-Rose, Katya Zutovsky, and Avi Gofer. The PPNB layer revealed 5 square structures, all with stone walls and multi-level plaster floors. Each structure contained at least 1 and up to 6 layers of lime plaster floors, with over 100 square meters of plaster surfaces throughout the site. Structure 1 contains 3 consecutive floors. Over the last white plaster floor, some reddish pigment was identified. Structure 2 has 3 plaster floors that sit on thick stone infrastructure. Between the second to last floor, broken red plaster pieces were found. Structure 3 has 2 plaster floors, each with several thin levels of white plaster over an infrastructure of small stones. A possible plastered entrance was identified in the first stage. Structure 4 has a white plaster floor with at least 2 levels of plaster laying. South of structure 4, 2 consecutive structures were unearthed. The later structures sit in a slightly different orientation. There will be a 5A and 5A and 5B. The earlier structure 5B has at least 4 plaster yellowish floors laying one on top of the other. The later structure 5A has 2 plaster layers. The older floor is white with a red stripe around the walls, like in structure 1. Yellow and red paint were detected toward the center. The newer floor is also white with decoration in red, black, and yellow. Over 40 individuals were buried in group and single burials under and sometimes over the floors of the structures. In addition, 12 other burials were situated in the spaces between the structures. Almost all of the burials were under the floors, dug into existing floors and fields, covered with a plaster patch or by a new floor. Most burials are single. Some of them are accompanied by artifacts, or if you want, grave goods. A grinding stone, a shell, stone or bone bead, or an animal bone. A special burial in structure 1 is a unique case and is accompanied by a single biblos arrowhead, ochre, and shell. And another unique burial is one sitting individual under structure 4. In contrast to the abundance of burials over and under the floor, the lime plastered surfaces themselves are quite empty. Only single flint items and 2 grinding stones were laying over them. All in all, we get a picture of empty houses. As only very few hearths was found, and the lithic debitage of both flint and ground stones are generally missing from the site, while finished high-quality raw material artifacts are present in the fields and outside the structures, we wonder, as the chaîne opératoire is incomplete, it is suggested that these artifacts may be brought to the site to be used here. This would generally mean that we are dealing with a non-residential site. Thus, Nahal Yarmut, and perhaps Farah Khoresh too, pose us a question. Who used these structures? If the dead are here, where are the living? What's the role of lime plaster in this relationship? To try and answer that question, we will look at its role in other sites of the period, focusing on plasters in contents of built spaces and burials. When examining the cases of lime plaster uses, we see that it is used primarily in domestic spaces, associated with domestic indicative features, such as hearth, food storage and preparation, and tool making. Yet, it also appears in funerary contexts, where burial were dug into it, covered by it, laid on it. If we name just a few cases, the funerary area in the late PPNB Tel Aswad shows more than 50 individuals buried in different types of burials, including several groups of plastered skulls with at least 2 surfaces of lime plaster. The rectangular building at PPNB Bei Samun has a hearth, a basin, and a shallow grave dug into its elaborate plaster floor. At Iftachel, as we saw a bit yesterday and earlier today, but in a different building, structure 700 from the middle PPNB has plaster floor with several stages, a hearth, and findings suggesting domestic activity, along several burials under the floor and in the field. At En Razal, house 4 show 3 iterations of construction, all with hearth and some with burials. At Jericho, structures are built out of mud bricks with plaster floors, while group burials and other pits were dug into the floor. Both plastered skulls and plaster figures were uncovered here. Finally, Building F at Cherkat Matzayed is a unique among the site other round houses with their lime plaster floor and hearth. Its collapsed roof has sealed burials of more than 30 individuals in different configurations. Let us just mention the prolific work and studies concerning the emergence of a household as a basic social and physical unit, as suggested by Kite, Bird, Feilinson, and others, as we saw yesterday. For a sedentary population, the idea of a household as a social and physical unit seemed quite suitable. By the PPNB, the plaster industry was fully formed, and plaster had the right and physical cultural affordance to be used in built spaces and viewed as a symbol of a house, and therefore a household. Lime plaster is entangled in the life of the household community. It lives not only in their floors and walls, but also is incorporated into small artifacts, figurines, and beads. To convey the household idea, plaster needed to appear everywhere. In one further step, the household includes not only the living members of the community, but also the dead. Then, plaster is used to facilitate another element, interaction between two or more planes of existence. Like all community members, the dead deserve to belong to a household and be taken care of. As several ethnographic studies show, the living and the dead can live together. If so, then it is no surprise that the deceased family members were buried beneath the floors while daily life continued above them. Plaster was used not only as a physical separation, but also allowed the living to continue their life in the household, while presumably the dead continued theirs, each group acting and inhibiting a different plane of existence within the same house, village, or community. This allowed the dead to remain members of the society, yet kept them in a safe distance, using the material attributes of plaster. That is the case we see at Beis Amun, Iftach El, En Razal, Jericho, and many other sites. A household functioning above the plaster, while the dead are its mirror image, living below. The idea of planes of existence can take different forms and given various interpretations within the PPNB Koine, mostly pointing out the vertical separation between the living and the dead in the same area house, as we've seen so far. Building F at Sherkat Matzayad may provide another interpretation. The living live in their houses, while the dead receive their very own plastered house, or at Tel Aswad, where a funeral area within the village is dedicated to the dead, allowing them to remain a part of the community. The separation in these two cases is horizontal, and perhaps this provides an answer to sites like Nachal Yarmut 38 and Kfar HaChoresh. Architecture serves the horizontal shifts of the dead planes of existence by dedicating a built structure or an area within the settlement to the exclusive or almost exclusive used for burials, a place for the life of the dead. A possible further steps that may have been taken is to shift this plane of existence outside of the village to a different location. Perhaps what we call a burial site is a village with houses and households, but one that hosts and belongs to the dead. The way the living interacted with it and how it reflects on their own living place and their own life needs further thought. It can be suggested that Nachal Yarmut is an example of such a village. Its architectural planning, building technology, and material are like in the residential PPNB site. A closer look at the finds and the number of burials show that not the living inhabited the site, but the community of the dead. A parallel plane of existence to a separate village of living somewhere else. Why, at some point, the community that created sites like Nachal Yarmut 38 or Kfar HaChoresh decided that the dead should be shifted outside of the residential village? We offer a few answers, and there are probably many more. It's also worth mentioning that at the same time, some community chose to keep their dead close in a macabre coexistence. First, shifting the dead can alleviate a danger. The dead may be a wanted company, but also a feared one. Distancing oneself from a dead body that may be a source of a disease is an inherent reaction. By removing the dead from the residential site, the dead are safer and improve their quality of life. Secondly, the living can regain space for actual living. The shift saved the constant treatment of the dead, the opening of floor and plastering, moving bones to secondary burials, and more. Also, by building them their own houses, the living released the dead to carry on their own existence on their own. It did not end all connection with the dead, but perhaps instead of a daily engagement, it became a periodical one. Thirdly, when living with the dead, there may be a lot of social rules and taboos one should follow. Where one can stand, sit, eat, sleep. Is it acceptable to have your dinner above your ancestors or your sibling? Human society in such a predicament may have adopted strict norms concerning this arrangement. By shifting the dead out of the house, not only are these norms alleviated, but even if some remains, they are easier to live by. And then they are also easier to explain and while socializing the next generation. Using plaster and other architectural elements enable a PP&B community to make sure the dead are well housed inside structures that are, as far as it goes, houses like the houses in residential sites. Thus, the plaster has a cultural role of connecting the living to the dead by separating yet mediating between the two planes of existence. The fact that all the structure in Nachal Yarmut 38 have at least one plaster floor suggests lime plaster in this community worldview was essential to create a house and to define a household, even when dealing with the dead. Since no superstructure, roofing, or wall above a few rows of stone infrastructure were preserved in Nachal Yarmut 38, it's hard to tell if the structure had high walls or roof, or were the low walled structure open to the sky. Either way, their shape and construction may mirror the village of the living. If the dead were the site residents, then the evidence of human activity, such as upkeeping and renovating of the structure, bringing artifacts, and having some activities outside of the structure, perhaps point to possible visits by the living. Visiting may have been for burials and burial rites, on occasional basis, seasonally or annually, or on special occasions. The architecture and lime plaster has an important role in keeping contact between households of the living and households of the dead, even after shifting the dead. Thank you for your attention. Special thanks to Miguel Molist, Ana Bach Gomez, and Joaquin Sisa for allowing us to participate in this workshop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dana. We have few minutes to questions, okay? Comment by Moritz Pinzel. Shalket Mased, no health are attested inside the buildings. The deposits of the basins are not of organic origin, as mineralogical studies show. Fireplaces were found to be on the roof, for example, in Unit K.
Oh, so, okay. Thank you. Good to know.
Okay, we have another more question. Okay, so because we are over the time and we have to give the floor to the colleagues from Anatolia. Thank you very much to all participants. And that's all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Janir, for moderating this session. Thank you to all the participants. Now we move forward to the second session today, focused on the Anatolia region. And in this case, we have with us Dr. Adrià Abreu, who will be the chairman. So, Adrià, please, you can.
Hello. Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So without further ado, we can, since we are a few minutes late, we can start with the first talk, the first presentation of this session, which will be delivered by Ergul Kodash, and it's titled Evolution des bâtiments communautaires au PPNA in Anatolie Orientale, Diversité et Similarité. And this presentation will be delivered in French. Tu peux commencer quand tu veux.
Your microphone, Ergul.
Yeah, it's.
Hop. Ergul, tu peux commencer? Non, 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 non. Ergul, c'est le microphone qui est fermé. Ah, c'est bon. Essaye. Bon? C'est bon, essaye.
Et je vais présenter l'évolution des bâtiments communautaires au PPNA en Anatolie orientale et leur diversité à la fois régionale et chronologique et leur similarité. En Anatolie orientale, qui se trouve au nord de la Mésopotamie, qui fait des liens avec Jésiré orientale et la Syrie du Nord, surtout la vallée d'Euphrate, et qui divise en deux régions à la base. Plus en plus, on comprend mieux la diversité culture matérielle de cette région, deux régions. Le premier, c'est la vallée du Haut-Tigre, qui est connue depuis la découverte de Tchaïonu. Et deuxième, c'est les Moyen-Euphrate anatoliens. Et à l'est de cette rivière, c'est les régions de Şanlıurfa. Je vais essayer de présenter toutes les diversités de cette région et leurs similarités à la fois. Je vais commencer par la région de Haut-Tigre, qui se trouve au nord de Jésiré également, qui a fourni peut-être le plus ancien bâtiment connu pour l'instant dans cette région, qui date de 10 370 avant Jésus-Christ, qui nous donne une idée de l'origine de certains bâtiments qu'on voit plus souvent au PPNA. Cet bâtiment est utilisé sur deux phases successives. Le plus ancien, comme vous voyez en haut, c'est l'épipaléolithique récent, qui possède un pilier maçonné en pierre sèche et 3, 4, 5 contreforts qui sont de grande taille qu'on connaissait avant à Jadé en Syrie du Nord. Le bâtiment a été utilisé au PPNA, mais avec certaines différences. Le pilier de l'épipaléolithique récent a été enlevé. À sa place, ils ont construit deux nouveaux piliers, mais toujours maçonnés, que peut-être pour porter le toit, mais également, ça peut être une deuxième étage qui est visible pour ce bâtiment, qui est envisageable. Et l'autre site, qui est connu depuis très longtemps, Hallan Tiemi, qui a fourni certains bâtiments qui est encore discutable, est-ce que c'est communautaire ou pas, mais dans cette étude, je considérais comme communautaire, qui possède à la fois des banquettes, à la fois des sols en plâtre. Il y a un nouveau site qui nous donne une idée peut-être plus précise pour cette diversité culturelle, qui se trouve dans la vallée de Haut-Tigre, à environ 500 mètres au sud de Bonjouklutarla, qui a fourni plusieurs bâtiments avec des subdivisions radiales qu'on connaissait uniquement avant au nord de la Syrie, à Jerf el-Ahmar, également vers le central Syrie, à Wadi Tumbak. Mais c'est la présence de bâtiments similaires dans la vallée du Haut-Tigre qui pose un peu de problème pour la diversité et le contact culturel interrégional. Du Sirius, qui se trouve à l'est de Bonjouklutarla, dans les régions de Sirte et près de vallée de Botan, qui a fourni plusieurs bâtiments circulaires avec des piliers simples en pierre taillée, qu'on le connaissait en avant à Tchaïonu avec le bâtiment rectangulaire de Flaxstone Building, mais Gusiloï qui nous a montré que la présence des piliers, ça peut être un peu plus ancien, peut-être au début de PPNA, qui commence à se développer dans cette région, mais il faut préciser qu'il ne possède aucun motif, aucun chapiteau T comme on le trouve dans la région de Şanlıurfa. Toujours dans la même région, dans la construction de barrages de Lusu, les fouilles de Hasankeyf et Yük, il nous a fourni certains bâtiments qui possèdent aussi des piliers, mais il y a un seul pilier en in situ qui se trouve au milieu d'un bâtiment. On n'arrive pas pour l'instant à comprendre est-ce qu'il portait les toits ou c'était juste un élément symbolique, mais les fouilles qui continuent dans cette région, principalement à Boncuklu-Tarla, qui nous a fourni plusieurs bâtiments avec des piliers taillés en forme simple et avec des piliers maçonnés avec pierres sèches et des contreforts de grande taille qu'on connaissait à l'époque paléolithique sur le même site et on connaissait en Syrie du Nord, qui sont également similaires en Jésiré oriental qu'on avait mis à jour ça, depuis longtemps, en Emmerich neuf, des piliers terre à bâtir à tabasser, avec l'argile et les terres, mais cette fois-là, dans la région de Haute-Tigre, on voit des piliers, on forme des piliers, des colonnes maçonnées avec une caractère local, je peux dire, mais les formes de bâtiments qui sont similaires avec les Emmerich neuf et Kermès des Raies. À la fois circulaire, à la fois un peu en forme d'ellipse, on le trouve tous les deux sur le site de Boncuklu-Tarla. Et au nord de cette région de Haute-Tigre, à Grefilla, nous avons mis à jour aussi Tuğba-Ökse qui dirige les fouilles, plusieurs bâtiments de même type, mais vers la fin du PPNA, début du PPNB ancien, avec des contreforts, avec des piliers maçonnés, qu'on le connaisse depuis épipaléolithique récent à Boncuklu et tout au long de PPNA, qui montre que ce caractère de piliers maçonnés en pierre ou terre à bâtir tabassée, il n'est pas présent uniquement dans les Jésiré orientales, qui a pris sa place dans les régions d'Haute-Tigre, mais avec une variation locale. Le passage de bâtiments circulaires vers rectangulaires pour les bâtiments pliaires, on a du mal à comprendre dans la région d'Haute-Tigre. Le premier bâtiment rectangulaire qui possède des caractères communautaires mis à jour à Çayönü, qui possède 3 piliers en pierre taillée et des contreforts, qui utilise sur 2 phases successives, le premier peut-être avec des bâtiments circulaires et deuxième phase avec des bâtiments, on dit le gris plan. Il était très mauvais état de conservation à l'époque, mais sur le site de Boncuklu-Tarla, dans la partie est du site, nous avons mis à jour un bâtiment similaire avec 4 piliers taillés en pierre calcaire et centralisés avec des contreforts qui sont similaires avec celles de Çayönü. Par contre, nous avons identifié des bâtiments subrectangulaires et circulaires autour de ceux-ci qui nous donnent une idée sur la transition des bâtiments circulaires vers rectangulaires. Pour le concept, le plus proche, sans doute, c'est GF Al-Ahmar, mais GF Al-Ahmar, le concept, c'était un peu différent. Le bâtiment communautaire, c'était circulaire au milieu du village et les bâtiments domestiques, c'était subrectangulaire ou rectangulaire. Sur le site de Boncuklu-Tarla, on voit un peu différent. Le bâtiment communautaire qui est rectangulaire avec des piliers, mais les bâtiments domestiques qui sont circulaires et à la fois subrectangulaires. Si on regarde la fin du PPNA, on peut dire la transition du PPNA vers le PPNB dans la vallée de Haute-Tigre, on voit 3 concepts différents. Là, les bâtiments rectangulaires communautaires de plan rectangulaire isolés, des bâtiments de plan rectangulaire centralisés au milieu de bâtiments domestiques et peut-être des circulaires isolés des maisons qu'on voit sur le site de Grefilla. Et comme je dis tout à l'heure aussi, il faut revoir la question de l'architecture, les cultures némriques dans la vallée de Haute-Tigre. Il faut reprendre cette idée parce que dans cette région, les fouilles qui sont un peu plus avancées, on voit le bâtiment on définissait comme type de némrique, qui sont aussi fréquents, peut-être plus fréquents, peut-être à la fois avec des variations locales, mais qui continuent dans un ensemble dans cette région, peut-être à la fin de l'épipaléolithique récent. Deuxième région, sans doute, peut-être c'est plus connu, c'est la région de Şanlıurfa, qui est connue avec les grands sites comme Göbekli-Tepe et récemment Karahan-Tepe, qui a fourni plusieurs bâtiments communautaires avec des caractères peut-être uniquement dans cette région, peut-être isolée, on peut dire. À Göbekli-Tepe, on trouve les bâtiments communautaires visiblement dans des dépressions naturelles au milieu des bâtiments domestiques, qui est à la fois c'est difficile, mais on voit une évolution des circulaires, le même bâtiment qui change le plan avec les rénovations, qui devient plus en plus rectangulaire sans changer leur placement. Mais récemment, comme vous voyez ici sur le plan Maurice Kinzel, qui a bien expliqué cette évolution de plan circulaire vers rectangulaire, qui ne change pas sa place et il y a une continuité, utilisation des bâtiments communautaires, c'est beaucoup plus long. Ils n'abandonnent pas, juste ils changent leur plan, ils font des rénovations, mais ils continuent jusqu'au PPNB, certains bâtiments. Le projet plus récent dans cette région, c'est le projet de Taştepeler, le sommet en pierre, qui a commencé il y a quelques années et qui a donné plusieurs sites comme Karahantepe, Sayburç, Sefertepe. Mais sur le site de Karahantepe, il y a des bâtiments très similaires, et de grande taille, jusqu'à 26 mètres de diamètre, à Göbekli-Tepe, avec des piliers en chapiteaux, des statuettes, des piliers anthropomorphiques que vous voyez en bas, le bras d'un homme sur le pilier, qui était connu dans cette région, mais avec parfois des piliers taillés dans le roche pendant qu'ils construisaient les bâtiments, qui sont un peu différents de Göbekli-Tepe, parce que les piliers, ils ont été façonnés pendant qu'ils creusaient le sol vierge en calcaire. Ils ont laissé certaines places pour faire les piliers, qui est un peu différent de cette région. Troisième site de cette région, c'est Sayburç. C'est une fouille dans un village qui fournit certains bâtiments domestiques et communautaires. Dans un de ces bâtiments, nous avons, et il est Özdoğan, et elle est mise à jour des bas-reliefs, on peut dire, sur le roche naturel, qui se trouve à l'intérieur d'un bâtiment circulaire, qui date visiblement du PPNA. Si on regarde dans une carte tous ces sites, on voit plusieurs régions différentes au nord de la Mésopotamie. Jésire orientale, au nord de la Syrie, la région de Şanlıurfa avec l'Euphrate et les régions de Ottik qui présentent à la fois des régions différentes et à la fois dans la même région, on voit une diversité de cultures matérielles, également des bâtiments communautaires qui changent le plan, la forme, les managements intérieurs qui sont souvent variés. Si on regarde les vallées du Haut-Tigre, on arrive à identifier maintenant plus en plus son évolution depuis le proto-néolithique jusqu'à la fin du PPNA final. On peut dire la question de PPNA, PPNB transition qui était définie au nord de la Syrie, qui peut être appliquée dans la vallée du Haut-Tigre aussi. Il y a, comment je peux dire, il y a des détails, des aménagements, des plans, des matériels qu'ils ont utilisés pour dire que c'est un bâtiment communautaire, il y a un concept ensemble, mais qui se présente des diversités entre eux-mêmes. Si on regarde deux régions ensemble, on voit une distinction plus précise. Par exemple, les piliers qui se trouvent dans le Valais du Haut-Tigre sont deux types différents. C'est des piliers maçonnés et les piliers taillés souvent en calcaire, mais simples, sans aucun motif, sans chapiteau. Mais si on passe dans la région de Şanlıurfa, on voit les piliers sont plus riches, souvent anthropomorphiques, et ils possèdent plusieurs motifs. Ce motif-là, on le trouve sur des vases, sur des plaques en os, sur le plaques en pierre, dans la région de Vallée du Haut-Tigre. Pour les motifs, il y a une similarité, mais pour les objets, dans la région de Şanlıurfa, ils ont choisi surtout les piliers et l'intérieur, les murs intérieurs des bâtiments communautaires. Comme vous voyez ici, même à Tchemka, vous voyez des petites bleues sur le plan. C'est des petites dalles en pierre calcaire qui sont mises devant le mur, on le connaissait déjà à Vadi Tumbak souvent. Et ils avaient mis à jour dans des bâtiments de subdivision radiale, ils avaient mis comme des petites pierres dalles allongées, comme des piliers, qu'on le trouve à Tchemka, qui est unique pour l'instant, pour le plan et pour la façon de faire de piliers. Il présente surtout des caractères de la Syrie. Mais pour la région d'Urfa, il est peut-être plus marqué pour le motif, pour le bâtiment, pour les tailles, ils sont plus nombreux, mais il est fermé surtout dans la région de Şanlıurfa, de Tektekta, et les piliers en forme de T, les piliers anthropomorphiques sont souvent, presque tous, dans cette région qui présente une région différente, celle de Haut-Tigre. de point de vue chronologique, on trouve les piliers dans toute cette région durant le PPNA. On le trouve à la fois au Tigre, à la fois dans la région de Champ-Noulfa. Mais pour le PPNB, dans la région de Haut-Tigre, nous avons très peu de sites qui a livré des bâtiments avec des piliers. Comme vous voyez ici, la transition de PPNA à PPNB existe, mais PPNB, pour l'instant, dans la région de Haut-Tigre, nous n'avons pas des bâtiments communautaires avec des piliers. Si on regarde tous ensemble, on peut dire qu'il y a deux évolutions régionales qui présentent des diversités entre eux-mêmes, comme je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, et 4 types de piliers peut-être existent en forme de T anthropomorphique dans la région de Champ-Noulfa. Les piliers taillés en pierre simple et piliers maçonnés, c'est dans la région de Vallée du Haut-Tigre. Peut-être cette évolution, il faut aller jusqu'à la fin de l'Épipaléolithique, parce que maintenant, plus en plus, on sait que dans la vallée de Haut-Tigre, la néolithisation commence avec l'Épipaléolithique récent, qui est lié à la culture de zone de Zagros, on peut dire Zagros-Taurus, mais dans la région de Champ-Noulfa et l'Euphrate anatolien, nous avons très peu de données, peut-être c'est une évolution lévantine qui prend son origine, qui continue au PPNA, et pour ça qu'il y a deux régions, ils présentent une diversité tout au long du PPNA, à la fois culture matérielle, et souvent c'est plus visible sur le bâtiment communautaire. Et je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup aussi, Hercule, pour une présentation très, très fascinante, très, très bonne. Ça c'est bien, bien vous aussi pour moi de voir Cem Kakuyuk aussi. Oui. Mais s'il y a quelques questions, if there are any questions, you can write them and we will do the translation to French with no problem.
Moi, j'aurais peut-être une question, Hercule.
Oui.
Est-ce que tu es en mesure de distinguer lorsque les piliers servent à soutenir une toiture ou lorsqu'ils ne servent pas à ça?
Pour moi, je peux dire sur le site de Bonduc-le-Tarla, que je dirige le fouille depuis 5 ans, sur le site de Bonduc-le-Tarla, tous les piliers supportent le toit, sans exception. Parce qu'ils sont tous à la taille de mur, jusqu'à 2,20 m. Et l'auteur, il possède, je pense, ils portent tous la toiture.
D'accord.
Pour Bonduc-le-Tarla, je peux dire.
Et j'aurais aussi une dernière petite question.
Oui.
Tu distingues en fait les piliers qui sont richement décorés des piliers où il n'y a pas de décor. Et est-ce qu'on peut envisager que les piliers sans décor avaient un décor peint?
Possible. J'ai une petite trace de peinture sur un pilier à Bonduc-le-Tarla. Je n'ai pas fait encore les études, mais possible qu'il y avait des peintures.
D'accord.
Il y a une petite trace, sûrement l'oxyde de fer rouge, mais on n'arrive pas à comprendre pour l'instant. Il faut peut-être des matériels plus spécialisés pour scanner.
D'accord. Merci.
Je t'en prie, Fred.
Très bien, nous avons encore deux questions. We have still two more questions. La première, c'est de Yanir. Merci beaucoup, Hercule. Est-ce que tu peux essayer de t'extendre au sud du Levant, regardant le niveau du site en Jordan qui s'est été excavé, c'est Wael Abu Azizeh?
Je n'ai pas encore étudié ce site, mais moi, je pense qu'il y a de mouvements pendant la néolithisation, surtout la deuxième étape de PPNA, vers 9400, 9500. Il y a des populations qui se déplacent, qui changent certaines choses. Je vois comme ça, parce qu'il y a certains outils, on dit, de culture lévantine, ils sont plus rares dans la région de Haut-Tigre, mais sont plus fréquents dans l'Euphrate. Peut-être il y a des populations qui bougent un peu, mais c'est difficile à répondre à cette question. Peut-être les analyses génétiques qui vont nous donner au fur et à mesure, dire que certaines populations circulaient et qui créent des liens culturels entre les deux régions très distinguées, très loin. C'est difficile. Pour moi, je ne peux pas répondre à cette question pour l'instant.
Alors, nous avons une autre question de Juanjo. Est-ce qu'il y a, pardon, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres éléments culturels qui vont renforcer l'idée qu'il y a deux régions culturelles différentes?
Bien sûr, il y a d'autres choses. Première, c'est l'industrie lithique. Le Valais de Haute-Tigre, c'est toutes les industries lithiques, c'est lié aux agros. On a une culture, à la base, c'est les Arziens, après, c'est les Mlafatiens, Némrikiens qui est dominant, mais dans la région de Frat, c'est Kiamien qui arrive. Lithique, c'est différent. Les vases en pierre sont plus dominants, plus marqués dans les vallées du Haut-Tigre. Par contre, les plaques en os, en peinture, tout ça, c'est aussi dans la dominante dans cette région. Les motifs sont similaires, tous ces objets, mais l'objet choisi pour faire le motif sont différents. Dans le Moyen-Efrat anatolien et les Urfa, les régions d'Urfa, c'est des piliers comme des bas-reliefs. Dans les vallées de Haute-Tigre, on le trouve d'autres formes, des vases en pierre, des plaques en os, pierres à rainure. Et au PPNB, peut-être, c'est les parures qui prennent sa place. Parce qu'au début de PPNB, par exemple, PPNB ancien moyenne, sur le site de Bonjoukloutar, là, tous les objets symboliques sont en forme de parure. Tout ce qu'on voit au PPNA, il devient des petites parures.
Très bien, merci. Trevor Watkins a dit qu'il pense la même chose que Juanjo, qu'on a besoin d'une dimension culturelle comparative pour exemple, la dimension lithique. Merci. Mais nous avons aussi une question d'Anna Belfer-Cohen qui le remercie de cette bonne présentation. Est-ce que tu crois qu'il y a de différentes branches qui viennent de deux passés différents, évoluer pendant le PPNA?
J'ai dit sur une carte aussi que je pense que la région de Şanlıurfa et les régions moyennes anatoliennes, il est lié dès l'époque paléolithique la région de Lévantine, la culture lévantine. Mais le Valais de Haut-Tigre, visiblement, il est lié, qui a été mis à jour également à Körtik-Tepe, à Hasankeyf, à Bonjouklu, à Tiemka, toutes les industries, tous les objets sont plutôt de la culture de zone Zagros. Moi, je préfère plus en plus de dire Zagros-Toros, Toros oriental. C'est une zone culturelle qui se manifeste, qui se développe ensemble dès l'époque paléolithique récente.
Très bien. Finalement, la question de Nathan. Bonjour Hercule. Que peut-on penser du bâtiment entièrement creusé dans la roche brute de Karantepé?
Et je pense que cette région, ça existe parce qu'on voit, on en a similaire, je crois, à Göbekli Tepe qui a mis à jour partiellement. Il y en a Çakmak Tepe qui n'a pas été publié encore, j'ai vu sur place. Il y a Sayburç et il y a Karahantepe sur tous ces sites de niveau ancien, visiblement, de PPNA, PPNB transition. Il y a des bâtiments, au moins une partie s'est creusée dans le sol vierge.
Bien, merci beaucoup, Hercule. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie pour.
Merci beaucoup, Hercule. C'est fantastique.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Wallis.
So we switch back, and the next speaker will be Moritz Kinzel. He will talk about the Near Eastern Neolithic building, the case of Göbekli Tepe.
Yes. I hope you can see my presentation and hear me.
Now it's not on presentation mode yet. It
should be. Might be it's a bit slow, the internet in Istanbul today. So should be kind of now visible, I hope, the presentation.
Yeah. We can
Very
see
good.
it. It's okay.
Very good.
We'll let
So,
you know if there is any problem.
welcome everybody here in Istanbul. We are now far into the afternoon, so we're welcome for this afternoon lecture here. And I will talk about today about Neolithic building, and especially on the case of Göbekli Tepe. And I think you all know where Göbekli Tepe lies, so in the kind of southeast Anatolia, just a bit northeast of Şanlıurfa, where it's pointed out here on this map. And I just quickly go further as time passes. And when you have to study architecture at Göbekli Tepe, and a project that is now existing since 28 years in a way, and it's always like revisiting the crime scene when you work on these finds, and you have to revisit all the buildings and materials, and you somehow also revisit the research history again and again, and accessing old files, new files, data, revising the stuff, and trying to put it together. So this is what I wanted.
We are only seeing the first slide. The slide is not moving.
It's not moving. You didn't saw the map. Then I just might be stop and share it again. Let's see. You now see a map?
Yes, perfect. Great.
And let's see. But it's and now okay. Is it moving? I hope.
Yes.
So when you kind of, is it now another slide with the map?
Now we see the paper with all the post-its.
Revisiting the crime scene.
Yeah, very good. So what I kind of wanted to say is like we have to also to revisit always like the research history and how the project started and the excavation history evolved. So we're starting with Harald Hauptmann, the project in Nevalicori, and then the surveys around to find new places, what happened with Klaus Schmidt and colleagues in the early 1990s, and then the various kind of excavation directors in between, with a kind of Şanlıurfa Museum, then Klaus Schmidt alone. After his untimely death, it went back to the Şanlıurfa Museum, and then coordinated since then by Dr. Leclerc from the German Archaeological Institute. And since 2 years, we have now a new arrangement in a cooperation with Istanbul University and a project director of Necmi Karul of the Karahan Tepe excavations, Göbekli Tepe excavations kind of director, but still coordinated by the German Archaeological Institute for Göbekli Tepe by Leclerc. And a long-term research project by the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, German Research Foundation, that is running since 2012. And we're coming slowly to an end of this long-term funding phase. And so halfway, I hit in to re-examine the architecture. So by re-examining the architecture somehow, when we started looking at it, we knew the model, the kind of introduced by Klaus Schmidt of these 3 layers, or layer 3 allocated to the PPNA, layer 2 to the PPNB, and then the layer 1, it was so called, what was the plowing horizon. Starting revisiting this just by examining the existing building archaeological documentation by my colleagues Dietmar Kurapkat and Katja Pieske, and my own observations, we could already revise the plan somehow. What you see now, what was published 2 years ago by Leclerc and myself, that is much more complicated than it seems in this nice simple plan by Klaus Schmidt, that actually buildings that we don't only have a vertical stratigraphy, but also a very complex horizontal stratigraphy at the place, and that buildings were used much longer than anticipated, and refurbished, remodeled, rebuilt, and changed completely, so that it's somehow almost impossible at the moment to say from the final state of the structures, especially the special buildings, where did, for example, which T-pillar belong to originally. So it's quite hard to differentiate all this. And what I wanted to show with this other plan here on the side is the red lines are the reconstructed rock steps of the underlying topography, and kind of what a debate we have at the moment also, how to understand this settlement and the density of the settlement over time. I will come back to this, and also how might be this architecture or the roofs of the buildings were perceived in the way of space, open space, dense space. We all know the special buildings of Göbekli Tepe with the T-pillars placed in, and the central large ones with its quite monumental appearance. But I don't want to talk about these buildings today. I will concentrate more on the buildings around these structures, and especially these ones sitting on the steep slope, because although we don't have this so much on the screen, we deal mainly with a steep slope architecture at Göbekli, which makes it from the beginning somehow difficult to differentiate what actually belongs to a building structure or a household, as we had yesterday in some of the talks. And it's really hard to tell which spaces belong actually together. And it makes it also very eminent to say here straight from the beginning that obviously the roofs were some part the main activity areas as well in this area. So Ergül showed nicely this example already. This is a building we were capable some years back to revisit in the framework of the building of the new shelters. And we had the lucky coincidence that still some of the main room 16 or space 16 was not fully excavated by Klaus back then. So we had a chance to examine some of the collapse directly on the floors, and at least we got some nice radiocarbon dates from some deposits directly above the floor and on the floor, which date somehow between 8,550 to 8,350 calibrated BC, so nicely into the MKPMB. And funny enough, what you see here is this space 96 was in a small corridor somehow that was hiding in the bulk. We just wanted to clean the bulk and hit this nice space, which then figured out that this wall in between here is a later repair that was placed on the original plaster floor of this entire space. And what was interesting to see as well, that there are older structures, round structures incorporated, or these remains of the older buildings are incorporated into these later rectangular structures, which were obviously multi-storied from all the finds. Another kind of building type we knew from the PPNB was already also published by Dietmar Korabkat in his PhD, or some articles he wrote, but we also had to revisit this one space, space 8, in the main excavation area, where is now a nice Anthropocene foundation of the shelter is placed in. So a building continuity in somehow, which turned out to be a type house, because we find when you look around there and suddenly all over the site and in other sites in the Ofer region, like at Karahan, and so the same type of this house, where you have in one end a bench, then might be one or two or more pillars incorporated in the bench or in the walls. A strange niche feature we have not fully understood yet in one of the corners. In the roof collapse, normally grinding tools are embedded, and in one of the corners of the space is always these nice stone frames. Rings are at least found, which point towards the entrance from the roof. And there might have been actually also two-story buildings, and I will come to this later. What we were lucky last year, we returned to the steep slopes north of Building D and started to excavate some of the structures which Klaus had touched but not really fully exposed. And we were quite surprised to find very well preserved PP&B architecture. And some of them were actually so well preserved that they actually have been full room height. So we have where the two yellow lines are actually kind of there's the lower one is a preserved plaster floor, and the upper one has actually also plaster floor fragments sitting on the wall tops. And in this remaining small block here, we still have roof collapse with also a collapsed grinder sitting in, which we were not able to excavate last season, but which we will target this season. And I want to point your might be attention to this area here, this very thick wall package. This is how it looks like at the moment, a small corridor with a lot of collapsed debris, but this is actually a staircase where the collapse is still accumulated, but it's very hard also to excavate because, as you might can see, this red line here points to this is the cut in the PP&B architecture, but this is as well also our trench wall down to D, and it's a very unstable trench wall. So it's very dangerous to work there, and it's very difficult to work on this steep slope, but it's a very interesting arrangement. So we also went into the structures next to this room, that's a well-preserved one, and we have the same pattern. And there's a series of these nice preserved rectangular spaces that show a lot of repair work as well. And what we thought about in the old plans, if you look at the published plan by Leclerc and myself 2 years ago, there's a small rounded wall here, which we thought might be the remain of an early building. But this is actually the latest addition to this because this is the repair after a severe damage to the building. It sits on the plaster floor, on this plaster floor here, and is just a repair. But what is as well, obviously, here is we have in the PP&B architecture this jump of height or levels, which obviously correspond to the underlying bedrock. But just to show you some more of this area, so like some overview pictures where you see these nice rooms sitting next to each other. But when you look carefully, they actually don't sit room next to the next room. First of all, there's some parallel walls running along the slope. And they have all this nice snake-like appearance, which obviously is the result of a severe earthquake impact. The other one is between all these units, you find actually corridors with steps. So we have obviously an LA system in this quarter. And the interesting part is that these LAs always make a turn to the right, and then you end up in front of a wall. So you have to climb over another wall to get to the next corridor. Or if you put it to this, there's obviously also a concept behind that. This is the way or the place where you enter the building from above, and you stop surface runoff water to go straight to the special building D down the slope. So you try to slow down water pressure. What we also looked at last year were the areas east of building C, because they were barely excavated. and we had no idea what kind of structures we have there. So we went in, and what we found is also very dense PPNB architecture that sits on a series of terrace walls. And interesting enough, in these buildings, we have a very dense sequence of rebuilding and repair works as well. So you see here in the section, there's a clear difference in the way how the masonry looks like, and it corresponds with the later plaster floor. So we have obviously the earlier phase that was severely damaged, and then a rebuilding phase. There's reuses the same structures, even an old trough that was then repaired with a grinding stone together, and remodifying this area. And interesting, it's really kind of interesting that this surrounds all the area of the special buildings, but I will show you this a bit later. So what do we have now is, obviously we might have two different types of houses in these areas. We have the ones with the T-pillars, but I have to say the T-pillar does not make a special building, because this has probably some other implications. We just had a debate if might be the existence of T-pillars or buttresses might point towards 2 stories or heavier roofs, and that there might be functional differences, but we have, I have to say, not solved this riddle yet, because at the moment it looks like that the assemblages are similar. But as we know, when we deal with steep slopes and multi-story architecture might be, then it's really hard to distinguish where does the material really come from, and where does it go to, and was it might be reused as a midden or whatsoever. And in this, we also have to say, we have a PhD student, Julia Schönecke, working on this, on the last phases of Göbekli Tepe and the abandonment patterns. We see more and more that we have in this so-called layer 1, so this flowering horizon, traces of later phases as well. So we even cannot say that where the MPPNB the site really was left. And finally, for this at least case, I have to implement that there is this big cut in the PPNB architecture in the northern slope above D that has some way, is an explanation what we find in the deposits in building D, because this is exactly the same assemblages we would expect from domestic structures. And so there's plaster remains, there's domestic lithic assemblages, a lot of fragmented materials, relocated midden deposits, etc., etc. But just to add a small other kind of aspect to this. Last year, we had also the chance to excavate back in the northwest areas. I will do this quickly. And finally, we found actually in building age, the remains of the roof collapse, which is a nice earthen roof construction with several layers of earthen packages and a stone laid above more organic substructure. And here's just the sequence of this. And then we returned to other places, like in building A, we had this similar roofing material in a sondage, and actually also now in these PPNB buildings. And they are very similar to the finds we have from the southern Levant, like in Shkart Sayed or Bacha or Basta. So there is somehow, at least at a certain point in time, we know they had earthen roofs. But how it exactly worked, we might still need to think of, and there will be also a diversity of roof constructions. And now I want to just give you a really, really quick run through might be what has happened at Göbekli Tepe. So what was there before? So it's this nice limestone plateau with some soil cover. And then someone had this idea of might be creating this place. And we know like kind of how to trace back. So there are some, we know, Neolithic quarries, but it's not really, the big ones are still lying there, isn't it? So it's, and then it's hard to trace the ways they move around. However, so going back and start to think, so what is the sequence? What was there before? And then you start to realize that obviously they started to extract most of the building material on the spot, because there were some very, I would say, suitable places on the plateau, as we now see it also at Karahan Tepe, that actually the natural features are very well used and put in function somehow. The same we can expect here at Göbekli Tepe as well. And over time, they kind of constructed these buildings, and already the first larger structures like D and C were surrounded and accompanied by smaller PPNA structures, as we know now from the Sondages. And they develop over time. And when the settlement became denser, it was also getting more difficult to move inside the settlement and transport larger T-pillars into the buildings. So, and then there are several rebuilding phases. And I have to say, there's not only, there are only a few pillars which have not damages. So, and then they were reused in several places and reused as fragments. And it also tells a lot of the story about the accessibility of these structures, because why not replacing a broken one? No, they used the broken one and just put it in a different way together, or moved it just slightly forward and so on. So it's a very tricky story. And over time, also these buildings were kind of modeled. And then we come to a point where the slopes were densely built. The buildings might be, I don't know in what kind of state they actually were, but they might be in a state where they needed repair. And then there are two scenarios, where there's one story we know, or which was presented for a long time, that there were groups coming together. They took somewhere material from and filled the buildings with lavish feastings and so on. But on the other hand, I think what the site is telling us, and the sections telling us, and the buildings first of all tell us, is that there was a series of severe destruction events, and probably of natural character. So an earthquake or a slope slide event, as we know it from typical news in the winter, there's a lot of rain, there's a lot of snow, and then we hear from some regions of the world, and there's another slope slide event where a village was buried. And I think this happened here as well, that the slope just could not withstand the load of the buildings anymore, and the very thin wall of building D just slipped. And this was the initial start of the filling of the building, and then the effort to clean it and to repair it was too much, that they just started to build terrace walls around it to stabilize the surface and to just rebuild one of the special buildings. And over time, this might also had led to then build like the special building G, what we see on this up the slope, which is sitting just on this collapsed debris deposits. And then another event happens where finally D is buried, C is destroyed, And most of some of the PP&B structures is also destroyed. And then this fills slightly up, and we have later visits to the site, which these traces we still see here and there. And then we don't know what actually happened the next 8,000 to 9,000 years. And then somehow 100 years ago, someone started again to put up agricultural fields, plowing, cleaning the surfaces until in 1995, Klaus came and started excavating, and we turning then this now in 5 or 4 years ago into a World Heritage Site and adding our story to the place somehow by building shelters and so on. So it's this writing this story and trying to understand what's happening is every time we go out, we change our perspective to this place, and it getting not easier, it's getting more or less more complicated, and the questions arising more and more what we are dealing with. And if there is a plan behind, I can't say, but this might be the way I have to end this talk, and I think I'm already over my time, but this I'm looking forward to might be present you in future more what we figure out on how actually this sequence and functional differences might be turned out when we have accessed all the finds from these new areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moritz. Really great presentation. Really interesting to see all these drawings from Goblecki. There's a question from Juanjo. Wonderful. Do you think that more than one special building were used at the same time, and why?
Yes, we can at least say for sure, I would say that buildings D, B, and C actually were used at the same time. Why is a good question. Our theory at the moment is that they just were used by different groups. But on the other hand, the difficulty is, and this is, I have to admit, the one area between, for example, building D and C is not fully excavated yet. And I think we might see something like we have at Karahan Tepe, that these two buildings were originally connected. And that there's a sequence you might have to use these structures as they had other themes. And this is really one of the difficult parts to tell. We still also try to, we suffer to say how the entire site fits together, because we obviously have also might be shifting focal points in time, and we have to admit that we're talking about a time frame of 1,500 years. But on the other hand, I think some of them were for sure used at the same time.
Great, thank you very much. Question from Emmanuel. Thanks a lot, Moritz. Very beautiful reconstructions. Did you realize a micromorphological analysis on the collapsed roof?
Yes, we took the samples, but due to COVID, our kind of expert couldn't get out last year, and we couldn't export, or we cannot export samples anymore from Turkey. So, but this is planned for this year.
Great. Another from Nathan. Thank you for the presentation. I find the study of Gobekli Tepe alleyways particularly interesting, especially their utility to slow and control the slope runoff water more efficiently, but without any water drainage system as a channel or the use of absorbent material, wouldn't they turn into big ponds?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, but funny enough, like in the northwestern area, we have channels cut into the bedrock, and we have a big structure there, kind of what we call K1055, it's obviously a big rock cut system. So they might have harvested water on Göbekli Tepe to also might be avoid damages by rainwater, which can be very, very heavy actually in winter.
Thank you very much. I see a raised hand from Ian.
Yeah, please.
Maybe that will be our last question before we move on.
It's great to see your talk on the other side of the world there. Really enjoyed it. Couple things, two things actually. First of all, I think it's absolutely brilliant what you're doing in the way of thinking about settlement biography and house biography, and really trying to look further sort of from a structural standpoint and in terms of things such as wall stability and all those kinds of things. I think that's a much needed conversation that it's needed to take place, and to see just great visuals and thinking through that in a way that connects the people. Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. So my question to you comes back to those fascinating portal stones, and sort of from a structural standpoint, thinking about these, how much do they weigh? Because I've never, I've seen them, but I've never lifted them up. In fact, I doubt I could lift them up. But then the other question is, how then, if they are roofing related, as some of your illustrations here, how much weight's that putting on to the roof? And would it not need some kind of support system, separate support system? Just any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah. No, I kind of, first, this is also might be a general point where also this might be even ties into Juan's earlier talk and or Trevor's question, why are the walls that thick? It's always, we have to realize we are in the phase of emerging architecture and construction. What Neolithic builders did not know are structural securance factors. So they actually went to the edge what structures can carry. And on the other hand, they sometimes did not trust their structure. So thick walls sometimes, and especially like we had the same in Skartneseyed, we had this wooden structure in where you think, okay, the walls are thick enough to carry the roof, why they still needed this wooden scaffolding. And at Göbekli Tepe, there's these nice portal stones. The one in B is really heavy. It's like 1.5 tons or something like this. But on the other hand, my question was that, or my back question was that, is it might be the reason why we see it in the collapse? So it could be also that they actually placed it hold for some weeks, and then it just collapsed into the building. In other cases, we see it as the roofs were quite substantial. So it's they have a quite heavy stone layer. There's a heavy earth layer. And funny enough, if you place one of these portal stones, then the load would be kind of distributed through a kind of a layer and not on the point. So it's a quite smart system how to embed them into this system. But on the other hand, in the PP&B structures, they are slightly smaller and they are always sitting in a corner. So this means that they actually probably were very close to the walls, where the load also goes mainly into the walls and not into the ceiling or the roof. And there are actually 2 or 3 different types of these stone frames. And the one has kind of like an edge thing that we think it's the actual roof one. Then there's a roundish one that has nothing of these features. There might be the earlier ones or the ones that connecting the upper story with the ground floor. And then there are very small ones that reminds like the one we have, or which was found with Ergül was showing from Bonjuklu Tala or from Skartneseyed, which might be just an air circulation opening frame or light to bring light in as well. So quite interesting stuff.
Great, thank you very much, Moritz. Now we will go to the last presentation this morning, and after that we will have the lunch break. So it's now turn of Gunesh Dhuru and Mirivan Osvasaran. They will talk about the diversity in built environment and use of space, early PPN sites of Ashikli and Balıklı, Central Anatolia in Turkey. Let's see if they can share their screen.
Okay.
Great, it's working.
Okay, first of all, thank you to the organization and thank you to Miguel Moris for the invitation. After listening to spectacular sites and spectacular talks about Southeast Anatolia, we move to west to Central Anatolia, where we aim to focus two sites. The two ongoing projects actually in Ashikli and Balıklı, both sites are early sedentary sites dated to the last quarter of the 9th millennium BC. The two neighboring sites are in 15 kilometers distance to each other, both lie next to the river in a wetland area. Balıklı was inhabited maximum 300 or 250 years, but life continued Ashikli for another couple of hundred years, in total circa 1,000 years. The results of more than 30 seasons of work in Ashikli and 3 years work at Balıklı produce a couple of questions that we like to talk about today. The first, we have some questions. Have they built their own environment and use the same environmental resources in different ways? What were their different efforts in establishing, experiencing, and sustaining sedentary lifestyle? At the one set, sedentism did the buildings they live in mean the same thing to the household, or what did it mean? What were the house dynamics in both settlements? And finally, why did life end in Balıklı, and why did life continue in Ashikli? So to start, when we compare the size of settlements, we see significant differences. Ashikli measures more than 5 hectares, where the height of the mound, the archaeological deposit, measures at minimum in 16 meters. Balıklı measures less than 1 hectare, the height of the deposit about 2 or 3 meters. So both sites were inhabited after the second half of the 9th millennium BC. Life continued at Ashikli 3 or 4 times longer than Balıklı. Pardon. So through the habitation history, Ashikli shows change in building plans and building techniques, and pit structures dug into the alluvial field with plaster walls were the earliest shelters, followed by wattle and daub structures and semi-subterranean buildings with carpage walls. Here you see one of the earliest subterranean structures exposed on the north face of the mound. So here is the same structure. So the renewal of the floor plaster and female skeleton under the floor of the hut and suggests the residential use. These subterranean simple pit structures were then replaced by similar subterranean buildings with carpet walls and wattle and daub structures. The distinction of finds, archaeological materials, and inner architectural features suggest the domestic use of these buildings. Contrary, the wattle and daub structures serve either storage or for animal penning. So semi-subterranean buildings have carefully plastered walls and floors, grinding stones, either on floor or on a small platform, a hard, usually round or oval in form, ventilation shafts, and subfloor burials. Among the more or less standard size oval buildings, one building's difference from the other size in architectural features and in use. Its diameter measures roughly 7 meters, while the dwelling measure in 4 in average. The size of the heart is also much larger. So special distribution analysis of plant remains, phytoliths, and also pits use basket base for storage. And the results of study of archaeological materials and floor sediments analyzed calcium and strontium and suggested food processing, food preparation, and possibly food consumption activities with the buildings. The buildings serve the collective use of night and early 8th millennium BC community. A collective life and differentiation among the members of the community were confirmed by the result of the carbon and nitrogen isotopes analysis on humans. The preliminary result of carbon and nitrogen isotope analysis on 24 Ashikli inhabitants suggests that there does not appear any significant differences among the members of the late 9th millennium BC community. There does not appear any significant differences between females and males. Differences start to appear, however, slightly among building groups, neighborhoods, towards the end of the settlement that is during the mid-8th millennium BC, as well as a slight difference between females and males, where adult males consumed more animal protein than the adult females. So when we look to the second site, the late 9th and early 8th millennium BC site of Balıklı. So we see that Balıklı completely differs in settlement size and duration when compared it to Ashikli. Its size is less than a hectare, where the carbon dates give maximum and 300 years of duration. Buildings are oval and semi-subterranean in Balıklı. They measured approximately 4 meters in diameter. They have stone foundations. Besides standardization in dimension and size of the buildings, there are also commonalities in inner architectural features. Each building has hard clay boxes, storage bins, pits, and burials. So standing stones likely indicate the entrance to the house. Here you can see example of the upright stones shown by red arrows and internal architectural feature. Here you can see also. So buildings stand independently and separately from each other. the spaces among the buildings were likely used as passage and for communication. Rare outdoor activities were documented here. Activities such as obsidian knapping, cooking were mostly indoor activities. Burial practices at Ashikli differ almost completely from Ashikli. The burial pits at Balıklı are located along the walls of the buildings. And in some cases, the walls were deconstructed for the placement of the dead and then reconstructed by placing large slabs of stones. So a very brief look to the subsistence patterns at Balıklı also shows significant differences from that of Ashikli. Sheep and goat management at Ashikli was the focus of the community. This objective is one of the parameters that defines the settlement layout. Sheep and goat were kept in within the settlement next to the dwellings in wattle and dove structures. But in the Balıklı community, on the other hand, did not choose managing sheep and goats. Balıklı community was interested in hunting mostly, where extensive acute hunting was managed at Balıklı. Regarding the plants domestication, we are at the very beginning stage of analyzing and studies. We don't know well the scale of agriculture or the scale of storage at the Balıklı. At Ashikli, the agriculture routine gradually increased, best seen storage facilities and storage units and the change of the use and arrangement of inner spaces. So the open spaces among buildings at Ashikli were heavily used as activity areas, including tool making, cooking, and skin processing, roasting pits. Burnt areas were exposed in open spaces. Balıklı, no finds or no archaeological material were found in open spaces. Contrarily, the number of internal architectural features and archaeological material and finding found inside buildings are much more at Balıklı than at Ashikli. Medians and accumulation of wastes in open spaces do not exist at Balıklı. The variety of wastes, ferrite, animal bones, plants, charcoal, all indicate permanency and year-round living at Ashikli, which is not the case at Balıklı, at least for now. So to conclude, through its 1,000 years of habitation, Ashikli community succeeds in food production, in management and domestication of sheep and goat. They were successful in growing plants. They managed building a community identity and living collectively, transferring know-how and experience to the new generation. Continuity in way of living in households and daily activities were clearly observed at Ashikli, but not at Balıklı. So it is quite early to comment on the Balıklı in general, but it is likely that the inhabitants of Balıklı did not have the motivation to sustain sedentary life, or they couldn't manage sedentism. For the moment, the first scenario seems more probable. Ancient DNA results indicate that the first inhabitants of Ashikli were a genetically related group. And this group has its origin in Central Anatolia. Similarly, the Balıklı indicate a single genetic group. Balıklı group has no connection with Ashikli, but it's also from Central Anatolia. It's unlikely that these two neighboring communities of Ashikli and Balıklı were not aware of each other when we think of the same obsidian sources used by both communities. When we include another contemporaneous and neighboring community, although a more distant Boncuklu, in Konya Plain, we can say that there was almost no interaction, no exchange, or no sharing among the early sedentary communities in Central Anatolia. Unlike the Levant, the Central Anatolian communities likely avoided intense interaction with each other. The continuity phenomenon in technologies and in buildings which are clearly visible in Central Anatolian settlements suggests that these communities are largely close to external influences, competition, and cultural partnership. The process of rebuilding a homogeneous culture seen especially in the Euphrates and Tigris basins has not experienced in Central Anatolia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gunesh. Really, really cool to see Shikli and Balikli. Shikli again. If there are any questions, we can read them. Or if not, I will give you some time, but maybe I will explain a little bit about the lunch break. We will reconvene at in roughly 1 hour. If we follow the program, that will be 1:55 Spanish time, GMT +1. That would be and then we will continue with the presentation. Okay, so if there are no questions, we will close the morning session. And like we said, okay, Mehmet.
Hello, sorry.
Hello.
Thank you,
No problem.
Ganesh. I wanted to ask, so with respect to the, you said you predict there were no interactions between the two communities, but I mean, they were obviously not trying to emulate or how to say copy each other, but beyond that, how much we can say about lack of interaction? That was my question. Thanks a lot, by the way. It's really amazing work.
Mirban, do you want to answer the question?
Well, I'll try. Mehmet, the thing is, all the communities were surely interacting with each other. They were exchanging, but if we compare this with the Levant, with the communities and with the common cultural things that they share, that we cannot see it in Central Anatolia. But between Aşıklı and Balıklı, for example, there are the so-called Caferöyük projectile points, which look like each other very much. I'm not a lithic specialist, by the way, but they can be called Cafer points. They are similar. It is well possible that they share some know-how on technologies or even on finds, but it's always limited, you know. It's always limited. And what we do is just compare the Central Anatolia with Southeast Anatolia or with Levant, you know. So when you do that, we say that they're not that much, yeah, interacting with each other.
Thank you. That was very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will stop for the morning. Again, we will reconvene at 1:55 Spanish time. That's 3:55 Turkish time for those in Istanbul or around Anatolia. And thank you to all the presenters of this first half of the Anatolia session. Hopefully, we will have many more interesting discussions later. For now, see you and have a nice meal if you haven't had it yet. So after this 5 minutes of grace, we will continue with the afternoon session. And the first talk of this session is internal divisions of the pre-Pottery Neolithic B settlement at Grefela in the Upper Tigris region, which will be delivered by Tuba Hökse. Please, Tuba, if you can start sharing the screen,
Okay.
we will start.
Adrián?
Yes? Sí.
Okay. Can you see the presentation, Adrián?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
We can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. So, can we start just now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, dear colleagues, since yesterday evening at this fascinating conference, we are being informed about the pre-Pottery Neolithic sites from southern Levant to the Upper Tigris region. These sites present nearly identical features distinguishing from one the other. The presentation of Dr. Dash illustrated two cultural geographies different from each other. The Middle Euphrates and its environment on the one hand, and the Upper Tigris region on the other hand. Now I'll present you the pre-Pottery Neolithic B site at Grefula, located circa 50 kilometers to the north of the Tigris Valley. Here you see the mound from the south. The region appears to have rich and fertile lands. Low rolling hills in
The slides are not passing. Just we are still seeing the first slide.
I'll try to. Okay. Are the slides now passing?
Yes, perfect.
The region appears to have rich and fertile lands. The low rolling hills in the north constitute suitable meadows and grasslands for livestock. The hilly environment is still covered with sparse oak forests, indicating a much better forest cover with rich hunting opportunities in the early Holocene. The Shelma Formation formed during the Upper Miocene period provides rich stone resources expanding to the south. Limestone could have most likely been supplied just from the canyon formed by the Ambar Drive. The immediate vicinity of the mounds has wide basin plains and low plateaus suitable for dry farming. The archaeological region is being defined by several intensive and extensive surveys and a series of salvage excavations carried out in the frame of the Ulusugan Rescue Project in the last 3 decades. On the other hand, the Prepotrineolithic period of the northernmost part is represented by a small number of settlements. Apart from Çayönü, the most extensively excavated sites are Tilguzur Yayvantepe and Birike Hacıyan, and salvage excavations have been conducted at Demirköy and Hallancı'nı within the Batman Dam project. Recently, a series of small dams are being built on the smaller tributaries flowing into the Tigris River from the north. Refula will be submerged under the lake to be created by the Ambar Dam. The site was established in circa 9300 calibrated BC. The latest levels of Prepotrineolithic A had been destroyed by several floods, indicating a wet period in circa 8800 BC. The settlement was occupied continuously throughout the Prepotrineolithic B. According to calibrated dates, the latest levels were used in 500 BC. Okay. The mound covers an area of circa 1 hectares, having cultural deposits of about 8 meters. The excavations have been carried out in 2 operations. Here you see the northern operation filmed in 2021. The quadrangular structures with rounded corners are dated to the Prepotrineolithic B, and the lower buildings between these to the latest levels of the Prepotrineolithic A. The settlement established on the virgin soil is represented by rounded and oval planned subterranean structures with mud plastered rough limestone walls. These became quadrangular structures with rounded corners in later levels. An oval structure with 4 small stone pillars and post holes surrounded by rough stones is established at the latest level of PPN-A. This structure was then rebuilt repeatedly throughout the PPN-B. The pillars belong to the latest Prepotrineolithic A, and the high walls to the PPN-B. Now you see the eastern section. Here on the quadrangular structures dating to the later levels of the PPN-B have been uncovered. And now the southern section is in view. An oval structure and quadrangular houses dating to the PPN-B are excavated. The virgin soil has been reached at the southernmost part, you can see on the right-hand side. The quadrangular buildings belong to the later levels of the PPN-B. At this part of the mound, the soil removed from all contexts are sieved, and the rectangular stone piles belong to the pillars removed from the oval structures of the northern operation. The subterranean structures with rounded corners are circa 7.5 to 10 meters in dimensions, each equipped with 4 stone-built pillars. All structures were intentionally filled and rebuilt throughout the preparatory Neolithic B. The latest PPN-A levels in nearly all trenches of the northern section suffered flood, indicating a wet period at the end of this phase. The circa 1 meter high debris demonstrate destruction of several architectural levels due to numerous floods. At the beginning of the PPM-B, subterranean structures with rounded corners had been established. On the plan, these structures are painted in pink. These are circa 10 to 10 meters in dimensions, each equipped with 4 pillars constructed of limestone and mud mortar. The piers carried heavy wooden roofs as determined by the burnt roof equipment lying on the floor of these structures. Each subterranean structure is surrounded by quadrangular above-ground domestic structures forming internal divisions. Divisions A, B, and C are located in the northern operation and Division D in the southern operation. All divisions are composed of multiple levels, including quadrangular buildings in various clans, composed of several building levels. On the plan, the living chambers are painted in green and storage units in blue. On the photo top right, you see structure 7 of Division A. The 4 internal divisions, as well as altars and stela, continue in several rebuilding levels. On the photo below, you see structure 8 of Division B. Each level had been filled with rubble and earth, and each new level was dug into the previous fill in smaller dimensions. At each rebuilding level, a stone altar had been placed between southern pillars. These have a hole with stone stopper and is placed on a pit filled with broken ground stone items, demonstrating a drained installation for liquids. On the photo left bottom is structure 8 of Division B. In all levels, the pillars are placed on top of each other with minor shifts. In each rebuilding level, stone altars and stone-built pits have been installed, and in an upper level, stone phallic figures were erected opposite to each other, indicating ritual activities. On the photo top left is structure C of Division, structure 15 of Division C. 4 stone pillars of structure 15 are built of limestones plastered with mud and washed with red paint. A clay bank running along the wall is suitable for circa 25 persons. 8 stela formed of large stone slabs are evenly placed on the inner face of the wall, 2 on the clay platform and 6 on the clay bank. The structure is equipped with several limestone items, including a human statue, 2 pig statues, a phallus, 6 high-stamped altars, 2 shallow altars with holes closed by stone stoppers, 2 altar tables, mortars, and pestles. The equipment found in the structure demonstrate a complicated ceremonial behavior carried out between the eastern platform and the western altar group. Quadrangular above-ground buildings around these subterranean structures include plant types, ranging from one large chamber to self-plant multi-roomed buildings. The main living chambers bear sometimes stone bases, probably for wooden posts, supporting the roof. Nearly half of these buildings are associated with indoor and outdoor hearths, with a considerable amount of brown stone and bone items and chipped stone artifacts. A great number of mortars, pestles, and grinding stones indicate their function as domestic houses. The quadrangular above-ground domestic buildings surrounding each subterranean structure form internal divisions. The quadrangular houses dating circa to the early 9th millennium BC consists of buildings with one large room and narrow long chambers. All buildings occupy areas of circa 14 to 32 square meters, considerably smaller than those in upper sub-periods. The houses have indoor and outdoor huts, all built on top of each other in each rebuilding level. The quadrangular houses dating to the late 9th millennium BC are subplant buildings, buttress buildings, and large chamber buildings. These have 10 to 16 rebuilding levels and occupy areas of circa 20 to 27 square meters. In the southern operation, large chamber buildings with 2 smaller rooms occupy areas of circa 22 to 38 square meters have been uncovered. The earliest buildings erected on the virgin soil at the southern part have mud-plastered walls. Both plan types were used simultaneously in Grefella. The settlement is planned by rectangular dwellings surrounding central subterranean structures with rounded corners, suggesting a social structure of subgroups in the community. The subterranean structures seem to have been used collectively by the whole community for ritual purposes and for social interactions. All subterranean structures are composed of 5 to 8 rebuilding levels, each purified by means of fragmentation of symbolic items such as stela, altars, or sculpture. Then the roofs were demolished to the floor and burned. Hereafter, the structures were filled with stones and mud brick debris inclining towards the center, demonstrating a simultaneous filling activity from all sides. Fragmented pieces of a picked skeleton placed on and around an altar, as well as the fill of different levels, containing considerable amounts of deer antlers, small clay lumps or beads, malachite pieces, baked clay figures, and ground stone artifacts, indicate a regular, intentional burying process. A common occurrence throughout the Neolithic age, as already attested in Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, Çayönü, Halançemi, Cerfelahmar, Ain Ghazal, Beida, and others. All subterranean structures contain finds that can be used in activities practiced in the context of faith rather than daily life. It seems likely that the inhabitants could have taken part in the collective ceremony held in the low-light environment of the subterranean structure covered with a wooden roof. Round planned subterranean structures at Cerfelahmar, Göbekli Tepe, and Karahan Tepe are interpreted as communal central structures used by hunter-gatherer communities for ritual purposes. Also, the structures of Grefella seem to have served the inhabitants as a communal place for collective ritual practices and social interaction. Several rebuilding progresses on the same place signify the continuity of their spiritual meaning. Also, the private houses were purified by removing everyday items and filled with a thin layer of rubble or earth before building the new one. Also, these buildings were built on top of each other, approximately in the same plan, dimensions, and orientation, only with minor shifts. This process indicates the mentality comparing the end of the life cycles of buildings with humans. This repetitive ritual requires a collective practice and a comprehensive social organization. In the Epipaleolithic period, the architecture and material culture do not reflect different social statuses. An egalitarian lifestyle rather than a vertical hierarchy is recommended. The pre-Neolithic 8 quadrangular and rounded dwellings encircling rounded subterranean centralized structures appear, indicating the formation of social stratification. This type of settlement plan is evident in Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe, as well as in Cerfelahmar and Tel Karamel on the Middle Euphrates Valley, and in Çayönü, Hallancemi, Busirhöyük, and Hasankeyfehöyük on the Upper Tigris region. The Pre-Neolithic B is marked by quadrangular buildings enabling internal divisions, indicating the development of individual lives among nuclear families. Also, internal and external buttresses provide more durable walls, pointing to a long-term settled life. The subterranean buildings in Göbekli Tepe continue in the early and middle phases of the Pre-Neolithic period. In Nebali Chori, Çayeli, and Kusihui, quadrangular plant buildings with inner divisions were used throughout the PPMB. Also, quadrangular cult buildings with undecorated and or decorated stela appear in this period. In the late Pre-Neolithic B, all subterranean structures seem to have been buried and came out of use at Grefella. No building activities in their places are observed, indicating the presence of open spaces among quadrangular houses. The cell-plant, large chambered and buttressed buildings between these structures occupy areas of circa 50 square meters. A considerable enlargement is observed. Moreover, contrary to those in lower levels, these dwellings include several small storage units. In one of these buildings, small malachite cells attached to organs found indicating the progress of primitive metal processing in 7,600 or 7,500 calibrated BC. In short, the settlement layout and lifestyle of the inhabitants changed in the first half of the 8th millennium BC. The social structure concentrated at subterranean structures was over. According to radiocarbon dates and undisturbed stratigraphic positions, both building types were clearly used simultaneously during the 9th millennium BC. The settlement layout gives the impression of divisions each using the subterranean structure in the middle of their residential circle. The settlement layout demonstrates a village with a social structure consisting of small-scale groups concentrated around subterranean buildings. In the first half of the 8th millennium BC, the oval structures were fully buried and were out of use. Since no buildings have been erected on their fields, these seem to have maintained their significance in the communal memory and have further been used for open-air communal activities. Internal divisions of the preceding phases seem to have disappeared. The lower buildings have small dimensions and are mostly single-chambered, some with narrow storages resembling grill plants. In the upper levels, buttressed buildings appear and the buildings became larger. In the first half of the 8th millennium BC, the quadrangular buildings are enlarged and became cell-plant, bearing several storage units, indicating the development of family households. The excavated areas of Grefella don't reveal central monumental structures that might have indicated vertical hierarchy. On the contrary, the subterranean structures and dwellings with quasi-similar floor spaces mirror internal divisions of egalitarian groups living side by side, pointing to horizontal hierarchy among the inhabitants. Probably, every member of the group had contributed to the supply in cooperation with other members connected to each other by kinship or by means of ceremonial activities held by the elders. Collective activities, rituals, and festive events taking place at special times and places maintain the society as a whole, ensure the continuity of social practices, shape the communal everyday life, and coordinate. This structure may be described as the footsteps of a formation of a complex society already in the PPMB. In the late phases, the collective lifestyle seems to have been transformed to a more individual household and lifestyle of families. The excavations are still ongoing, so the emergence of internal divisions may be traced back into the Pre-Neolithic age. Further excavations may diversify and or modify these preliminary suggestions. The Ambar Dam is already built and will flood the site soon. The excavations and documentation is carried out by a professional team of archaeologists, anthropologists, and restorators. Thanks to their devoted work, I am able to convey these results today. The financial support of the state hydraulic works enabled the work to continue throughout the year. Most special thanks go to the Diyarbakir Museum, enabled us to concentrate on the archaeological work by taking on all bureaucratic procedures and their moral support. Many thanks also to you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aisha, for really, really interesting presentation and information. If there is any questions, we can write them in the chat and we can pass it through. Okay. Well, if there is no questions, then we will go into the next session and to the next presentation, which is also from the same archaeological site. In this case, we will talk about obsidian knapping techniques in the communal structures during the PPNB, a case study on Grefella in the Upper Tigris region, which will be presented by Zeynep Beira Aesoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, is it okay?
Okay.
Okay. You are all welcome. I want to inform you a little about myself. I'm a PhD candidate at Ankara University, Department of Prehistory, and I'm conducting technology and typology research on the chipped stone material. And I'm working on my doctoral thesis entitled as Neolithic chipped stone industry of Grefella. I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about a strategy of knapping on obsidian raw material within the communal structure of Grefella, which is a part of my thesis. Professor Ökse actually mentioned it in previous presentation, but I will briefly summarize Grefella for those who missed that presentation and want to remember it again. Grefella is a preparatory Neolithic settlement located in southeastern Turkey in a province of Diyarbakir, which is calibrated date 9,300 and 7,000 BC. The mound has been excavated since 2018. Grefella established on the western terrace of Ambarçay, the westernmost tributary of the Tigris River. The mound is located on the northern border of Upper Mesopotamia region with scarce archaeological research. The settlement covers an area of half hectares with an approximate height of 8 meters over the terrain. My presentation in 5 parts, as you can see here. I would like to start with oval planet communal structure of Grefella, where some ritual activities took place. Archaeologists have discovered 4 communal structures in the settlement so far. In this place, there are 4 stone pillars. The structures date back to the preparatory Neolithic B period. These locations have gone through the several phases of the redevelopment. Excavation revealed that these buildings were filled with the items like stone, dirt, and animal bones, and abandoned as a kind of burial near the end of the preparatory Neolithic. The burial of buildings in the settlement is only related to these public structures. These 4 communal structures show different features from each other, although the characteristic of the place. There are many question marks about these buildings, and I cannot finish by explaining them, but I would like to explain building or structure 8, which is the main subject of my presentation.
and will touch on the obsidian napping strategy. We identified 7 layers of this oval plant building, which we call also Division B, to the dated to be a PPNB. The first 3 layers of this place, which we focus on our work, contain elements that are related to filling and have different characteristics than the other levels below. This infill contains numerous animal bone, pestles, grinding stones, beads, malachite, silex, and obsidian fragments. Carbon samples were obtained from the buildings beginning of the layer 2 and layer 3. The calibrated dates of 7850, 7600 BC, and 7350, 7240 BC were determined using these carbon samples. A very serious increase in obsidian elements was observed towards the end of the second layer and in the third layer of the building. Arrows indicate the status level in the table. The building we are examining has an area of 75 meters square. The obsidian material recovered from these layers constitutes 36% of the fragments recovered from the PPN levels excavated in the area and approximately 1,500 meters square throughout the mount. In Garifuna, I would like to mention the lithic industry of this place. The second and third layers of the building 8 yielded 19,000 cubic stone objects. Obsidian accounts for 78% of the fragments, while the remaining 22% are formed by other basic elements such as flint, chert, radiolite, jasper, and chalcedony. Numerous core renewable fragments, flakes, blades, bloodless, chips, chunks, and tools were found in the building 8 at Garifuna. You can see the distribution of the recovered material on the graph. When we look at the chipped stone industry of the mount, the fact that obsidian items were found in such a large group in the building 8 and caught our attention and caused us to concentrate on this subject. Before going into the details of obsidian artifacts, I would like to touch on the origin of these pieces. Mushkara carried out X-ray analysis on the obsidian raw material recovered in Garifuna. In this context, in line with the samples taken from the second and third layers of the building 8, the origins of the obsidian raw material is Bingöl A, Bingöl B, unknown, Bingöl B, and Nemrut origin. If you look at this graph, you will see a distribution of the obsidian raw material found in building 8. According to the samples taken inside the building, the majority of the obsidian raw material is Bingöl B province. This conceals host for the obsidian items discovered across the mount. However, the raw materials origins distribution within the various constructions vary. Well, the origin of the obsidian that came to settlement has been determined. However, we have a new question about the state of this material when it comes to settlement. First of all, I would like to discuss why I want to talk about this strategy. This strategy is produced with a technique that we have seen especially on obsidian raw material. And the microblade cores we will talk about are similar to single example in civil architecture. There is no obsidian raw material lump was found in excavated areas of the settlement. The microblade cores that we will refer to be a napping strategy are flakes with a thickness about 15 millimeters. The removal of thick flakes from this core, perhaps we can call large core, may occur at or near the raw material source in an excavated part of the settlement or at an intermediary station. We have no evidence of large cores from which these flakes were converted into macrobelate cores. More than 70% the macrobelate cores have a bud and bulbs or waves of the lower face. All of these cores are elongated macrobelate cores due to the flaking technique. All cores are unipolar and have two types. One of them is core flaked from one side, another is flaked from the both sides, as you can see in here. 96% of the core consists 96% of the core consists of these samples. It is useful to point out that all macrobelate cores we have identified are exhausted. According to the experimental archaeological investigation on macrobelate cores, the fragments were inserted in the holding device and flaked by inside the hand. We have carried about no experimental study regarding this napping strategy in Graphilla. The results I will mention were reached through the core renewal fragments unearthed by archaeological in this place. Based on these parts, we create the flaking napping strategy. The first consists of preparation for converting the flake into a core. In this step, the napper takes a crested blade from the flake's distal right or left edge for opening platform. On the crested blade in question, it was sometimes retouched for editing, or sometimes it was taken an angle of 19 degrees without need for any retouching. A striking platform is constructed in the second step on the right or left edge of the core. It was made by taking a plunging blade or bloodless, if necessary, to prepare or renew the deposit surface. Blades and bloodless were flaked in the following step. As the striking platform of the core eroded, the core tablet was removed and platform was renewed. It is also abandoned when it's too small to get a new tablet over the macrobelate core. When singled out, the macrobelate core has an average width of 15 millimeters and length of 24 millimeters and thickness of 26 millimeters. The bloodless have an arrangement length of 20 millimeters and width of 6 millimeters when measured as a final product from the length. Various arrangements have been made on the core in order to provide the firm position within the holding device. We see the most evident traces of this arrangement on the striking platforms of the core. This prepared faceted platform provides both the control of the striking intensity and firm distance inside the holding device. A large number of core tablets were taken on the core, short, blunt, and hinge-fractured rejuvenation flags are broken when the core tablets are wanted to be taken from the core that is fixed in the holding device. The tablets form a large group among the core renewal fragments. While sharp and short tablets were chipped at an angle of the 19 degrees. The parts that would renew entire debitage surface were taken at angle greater than 19 degrees. This provides a slope towards the rear of the core. With an indirect or direct impactor, the core renewable fragments are napped. Another arrangement is configured so that the bottom and the side of the core can fit adequately into the holding device. In this context, although some adjustments have been made at the bottom, many traces of ruptures are also seen due to the pressure production to the core. These ruptures may have been caused by napping in a complex holding device. And I try to summarize the strategy on macroblade core. Now I will talk about blades and bladeless produced from these cores. We found about 13,000 blades and bladeless in the second and third layers of the building. We considered the pieces less than the 10 millimeter wide as bladeless. Blades makes up 13% of the parts, while bladeless makes up 70%. As a result of experimental archaeological studies by Pellegrini, some modes were determined for the cores produced by pressure. In this context, blades recovered from Graphula generally adapted to mode 3 due to their weight, bladeless to mode 2 and mode 1B. However, Pellegrini's work is mainly based on the flint material. Mode 2 and mode 1B are appropriate when considering that obsidian is more fragile material. Compatible with our evidence for holding device proposed by Tabarev and Kalat for napping macroblade cores with hand presses. We found that the blades were detected in Graphula did not exceed 20 millimeters. Then, although not in building A, a hand pressure tool was found in a civil architecture contemporary with this place in the settlement. This piece consists of the chopper placed inside the hoard. Along with this piece, 2 chopper pieces were found by our team. This piece, which is very valuable to be found in PP&B fillings, is also another proof of pressure macroblade production using a handheld device and holding the core with another device. Before concluding what I will say on this subject, I would like to point out that macroliths constitute an essential group of finds that point to the place of the produced macroblades in the macroblade cores in the industry. 96% of macroliths found in the settlement consist of obsidian. I would like to briefly discuss the settlement in the Graphula that I have similar characteristics. Pressure macroblade production has been identified with the UVC method from East Asia. However, the difference from the UVC technique is that although it is not prepared with 2 surface, it is also flagged by a hand pressure tool. Despite the possibility that the method we identified is a local version, it was the first evaluated whether there are similar ones in immediate environment. When we examined the 13-kilometer sea surface on the settlement, no trace of the cores produced with a similar technique were found in any of its contemporary settlements except for one. As a reference to all these, core produced with a similar napping technique on obsidian and flint raw material were found in the Chanel building phase in China. This data is more valuable because the second and third layer of the building 8 and the Chanel building levels are contemporary according to the carbon date. Binder described these Chinese cores as macroblasts were obviously produced from semi-colonical or colonical cores shaped out from flakes. Some of the exhaust core are quite close to typical bullet cores, but residue of the interior face of the original flake can often be observed, indicating that the debitite is not totally peripheral. We observed that this technique was tested on some high-quality flint pieces at Graphilla. However, we cannot say that it was the raw material of systematic production for the mount. I would like to dwell on our research problem in my last title, competently. For this, we have two questions that we are trying to answer. The first one, are they all-chipped stone flake inside the building A? Or are they all chipped stones moved into the building 8 while the structure was buried? We have been thinking about this for a very long time, and we still haven't been able to give a definitive answer. Of course, all the materials here is a different variable, and we know that they all need to be they need to be analyzed separately. It should be a note that Graphilla is a salvage excavation. This situation causes us to be in a race against time. And no matter how meticulously we try to work, there are pieces of chipped stone found as well as lost ones. Our studies are based on the results we reach from the parts we receive. The density of the chipped stone fragments found in the building 8 is of a nature that includes many chips and chunks. Regardless of whether it was flaked here or moved here, the chipped stone material that I have examined shows a homogeneous feature. There is no patina difference on the items. The holistic nature of the chipped stone material I have examined points to a workshop, whether it is inside the building or not. That concludes my talk. You can see the resources I used to prepare this presentation, and here if you are interested. And I owe special thank you to a few people whose knowledge I have taken support while preparing this work. And thank you for your attention. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. If there are any questions, we can quickly go through them. If not, maybe meanwhile, Carlos, you can start preparing your PowerPoint, and we will, if there are no questions, we will move into the next one. Okay, so we will move into the next presentation, a microbotanical approach to the study of plant uses and domestic spaces at Neolithic Çatalhöyük by Carlos Santiago Marrero. Carlos, you can start whenever you want. We can see, I think we can see the slices. It's a little bit weird, but
Can you hear me?
now yes.
And the PowerPoint, you can see it well?
Can you try to go to the next slide? Yes, it works.
Perfect. All right. All right. So, hello, everyone. First, I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this workshop and for the chance of being part of it. And today I will follow a different approach by integrating archaeobotanical data to the study of houses and households. And soon I will present some of the final results of a pilot study related to improve the use of microbotanical proxies on house floors for identifying plant processing activities areas and the use of domestic spaces. Okay. All right, so now let's have a brief introduction to Çatalhöyük. The site located in the Konya Plain, Turkey is a 9,000 years old two-mound settlement, being the West Mound inhabited during the Middle Neolithic period and the best known. In the past, the site was surrounded by a resort for riparian landscape with a combination of marshy areas, dry land suitable for farming and herding practices. And now, after more than 25 years of continuous excavation, the site has become one of the best studied early farming communities in Western Asia. Okay. Çatalhöyük can be described as a Neolithic mega site following an urban plan characterized by densely packed houses. And thanks to the remarkable preservation of architectural, artifactual, and biological remains, it provides a great opportunity for understanding many multiple aspects of the inhabitants' daily life in the past. Some of the houses at Çatalhöyük probably function as autonomous units. However, houses were not static, and upon a closer look at their life cycle, it had been observed that there were times when houses lacked the necessary installations for achieving their full autonomy. In general, houses at Çatalhöyük follow a similar pattern, with a central space, storage rooms, and cooking installations located to the south portion. This internal arrangement of furniture and architectural elements was homogeneous among all houses and can provide some first clues about the use of space and household activities. However, there were some exceptions, as can be observed, for example, in Building 80 and Building 131. Here in Building 80, it presents a fixed grinding installation in the center space bordered by platforms to the north and east. This grinding installation was in use for a prolonged period, also characterized by the absence of an oven. This lack of cooking installations suggests perhaps that some subsistence strategies were shared with nearby buildings. On the other hand, Building 131 does not have an embedded grinding installation on the floor, but it does have an oven, and the center space was divided by a partition wall to the west, being this the most evident difference among the two buildings. Apart from some renovations, such as replastering episodes, there was another really significant change in the arrangement of the internal spaces of these two buildings. This suggests that activities that respond to the structural organization inside the house were most likely always performed in the same locations. Okay, previous attempts to understand plant processing activities and the use of space at household levels have relied mostly on the distribution of macrobotanical or artifactual assemblage on house floors. For example, on Building 77, where the distribution of archaeobotanical remains and ground tool has been used as proxy for routine activities. However, despite all these clues, interpreting daily life activities could be challenging, since houses at Çatalhöyük are generally clean and devoid of artifacts, except for some sectional burn burdens. This problem raised concerns such as how accurately the observed material culture is displaying the real distribution of everyday activities in the past. However, micromorphological analysis have shown that activities were repeatedly performed on the same locations for a prolonged period of time. In this sense, floors can function as containers of microscopic traces such as fire leads and starch grains, with the potential for revealing aspects of plants used at household levels. 3 questions have been formulated after evaluating these previous attempts and recognizing the potential of microbotanical remains. The first, how the spatial distribution of plant processing activities and the use of domestic spaces can be studied when there are no visible artifacts nor botanical remains. What kind of plant processing activities were routinely performed on these houses, and how the microbotanical distribution can help to understand different aspects of plants use, food production, and household organization. Okay, with these questions in mind, the research here present aims to provide an integrated methodology based on fire list and starch grains analysis for the identification of activity areas and the spatial distribution within houses such as Tahuyu. This approach is based on a statistical assessment of several sedimentary or replastering episodes representing a chronological continuum. In this sense, this will help to identify anthropic signals originating from the repetition of activity areas for the repetition of activities in a particular area of the house over a prolonged period of time. Okay. About the methods, where the samples for these studies were collected and georeferenced, covering the whole extension of the central spaces of 2 buildings. In sum, 88 samples from building 80 and 95 from building 131 were collected, then subject to the double extraction of starch and fire leads. These proxies, the proxies selected for these tags have multiple advantages. Fire leads are silica casts of plant cells being used to identify plant anatomical part and in some cases species. In addition, these are a good proxy for identifying non-edible plant parts and post-harvesting processes. Starch, on the other hand, is produced by plants as storage energy and is commonly found on seed and underground storage organs such as roots and tubers. Despite being biodegradable, starch grains can survive in sediments for thousands of years, providing evidence for plants' edible parts and second step of processing such as grinding, pounding, or similar activities. However, separating the microbotanical remains already present in the built environment, let's say those that are part of the plaster, for example, originating for different activities is one of the biggest challenges for researching house floor at the microscopic scale. This background noise problem was overcome by implementing a geostatistical approach. First, microbotanical counts were tested for spatial correlation. Then exploratory tests were made to visualize the spatial distribution using automatic rigging and the automat package in R. Okay, and 22,000 fire leads were recorded on building 80. As shown on the map, fire leads concentration were widespread, but more abundant near the heart and the storage room. On the other hand, a total of 1,824 starch grains were recovered corresponding to 20 starch typologies. In this case, starch grains were almost restricted near the heart, probably indicating the processing of starch-rich plants and consumption. However, these concentrations are in fact a palimpsest of all the traces left behind by the multiple activities that once were performed on these areas. Certainly, its research potential could be improved by breaking down the data into more simplified specific categories. To test this hypothesis, fire leads and starch grains were grouped based on their anatomical origin or taxonomic value. Then spatial analysis were performed once again, this time individually, based on single typologies and as a simplified groups as well. Sorry. An interesting find was the possible presence of plant-based crafts, such as baskets and mats. The case of globular echinus is particularly interesting since this morphotype is the diagnostic of palm leaves. Since palms are not locally found in the region, these were probably arriving at the site in the form of baskets and later reused. On the other hand, the pattern concentration of grid files on platforms could be indicating the presence of mats made of this material. Imprints of baskets and mats have been previously found at the site. However, this was not the case on the surface studies on this building. Therefore, despite the absence of macro remains or macro evidence for this craft, the distribution maps are clearly showing the presence of these materials being repeatedly placed on these locations. Okay. Another way in which microbotanical remains can be informative is at the time of combining the information provided by both proxies, allowing the interpretation of post-harvesting processes. The first step of this process is observed in the distribution of foliage from cereals in fluorescence. These form a pattern covering the northern part of the central space, where the fixed point was located. Residues from this point were also analyzed, showing a high presence of cereal in fluorescence, but scarce starch. The combination of these two pieces of evidence indicates that threshing or dehusking by beating was probably repeatedly performed on this area, aided by the fixed tool. The other peak located on the heart suggests the use of byproducts such as chaff for fuel. Another pattern that supports this interpretation, and the second step in this process, is observed in the distribution of grass stem and plume fillets located in the central space and platform. This could represent a combination of discarded straw produced during threshing or dehusking to be then disposed of. Therefore, the cereals were probably arriving with the ear still attached to the stem and further processed inside. A final step related to cereal grinding can be observed on the distribution and concentration of cereal starch, presenting a peak at the entrance of the storage room and near the heart. Okay. However, a closer look at the starch assemblage reveals that the story is more complex. Previous experimental studies on cereal grinding at indoor spaces have shown that starch tends to concentrate in a radius of 2 meters from where the activity is taking place. In this sense, cereal grinding will leave many starch grains on the floor surface, even after cleaning. But the lower amount of cereal starch found on building 80, representing only 3% of the total count, does not correspond with this interpretation. It is possible that at least during this period of occupation, characterized by the absence of an oven, cereals were cleaned and then stored or transported elsewhere, but not widely consumed on the building. Or perhaps these were treated in a way not requiring fine grinding for their consumption. Nevertheless, the concentration of panicoidea starch and type 5 being among the two most abundant categories in this building, those correspond with what would be expected for a high-intensity processing area, like grinding or pounding. This is particularly intriguing for type 5, which at the moment remains unidentified, but certainly does not correspond to any of the domesticated plants recorded at the site. Instead, type 5 and the panicoidea starches are representing the processing of plants from the wild spectrum. Another interesting find was the representation of underground storage organs with 11 starch types, showing the important role of these resources at the site. After comparing the distribution of every single type, it was noticed that some of these had similar distribution behavior. These were classified into 3 different groups based on the distribution similarities. Group A related to processing activities located toward the northern part of the house where cereal cleaning was performed. Group B related to processing, cooking, and storage activities concentrated on the side room, but also present near the hearth and the north area. And Group C related to cooking activities next to the hearth. Some of these types were also found on grinding tools from other buildings, but many others remain unidentified. In general, the evidence supports a complex use of underground storage organs by the people from Çatalhöyük, where probably different species had different treatment, either for food or non-food related uses. Therefore, despite their unknown taxonomic origin, starch from wild resources can still provide information about the use of space and how these plants were used by studying their distribution and location through the house floors. The procedures on building 131 were the same as building 80. In this case, samples were collected covering the entire center space except for the storage room that was not excavated at the time of sampling. However, the results on this building are significantly different from building 80. Fireless, apart from showing concentrations around the heart, did not show any significant pattern. This was not improved when exploring the distribution of taxonomic group, with no evidence for a concentration peak that could be securely identified as a processing activity area. On the other hand, just 396 starch grains were recovered on this building, located mostly near the heart and the central space. In this case, the starch assemblage was dominated by cereals, followed by underground storage organs, panicodea, and legumes. In addition, starch type 5, the most abundant type in the previous building, was almost absent here, showing some interesting contrast with the previous case. However, the spatial distribution of starch grains was also problematic, being affected by the lower counts, but this problem also increased at the time of breaking down the data into starch category. Despite this, it was possible to obtain distribution map related to the use of space and starch-rich plants. Here, cereal starch present a peak in the central space with concentration corresponding to what would be expected for grinding activities. In the case of panicodea starch, this was mostly found on the west part of the study area and at the central space as well. This last pattern is difficult to interpret, but this may be indicating processing activity areas as well. Underground storage organs were highly represented on this building as well. However, this time the concentration was localized almost bordering the heart. This peak is represented by the same starch topologies associated with the heart on building 80, probably indicating the importance of these wide resources on the foodways such as Tahuyu. Okay, some general notes. Despite that this was just a pilot study, the emerging image provided by the microbotanical analysis seems to be indicating two different household models, falling on the categories of private or cooperative unit. In building 80, for example, the main predominant plant processing activities were related to post-harvesting processes, but the lack of oven and the weak concentration of cereal starch could be indicating that probably most of the clean cereal was moved elsewhere. Therefore, it's possible that this building was had a special use. This building with a specialized use of a space related to post-harvesting processes was inserted in a broader collaborative organization while interacting with adjacent structures. Okay. On building 131, the situation is quite different. The file did not provide much information, but the starch suggests a predominance of processing and probably cooking domestic plants and wild resources. Overall, food preparation and consumption were likely predominantly performed in the central space. In contrast, despite that the storage room was not studied, the archaeobotanical evidence suggests that plant processing activity will probably occur in that area, hidden and not visible from the central space. This internal division of plant processing tasks suggests that maybe this was a self-sufficient house. Still, it's not clear it's not clear how this structure could have interacted with the surrounding house based on the microbotanical evidence in the central space alone. Okay, to conclude, from a methodological perspective, this study has shown the potential of file lists and starch grains for revealing plant processing activity areas, the distribution, and the use of space at the household level, even when there is no other visible evidence for such tasks. While the file list revealed the internal distribution of plant-based craft and post-harvesting processes, the starch has contributed to reveal the presence and importance of starch-rich plants from the wide spectrum that are not represented on the macrobotanical assembly. Finally, the information produced on this study could help to understand different daily life aspects of plants use, the dynamics between autonomy and dependency, and the use of space not only at the single household unit, but probably as part of the broader social fabric as well. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you for quite impressive methodology and techniques of analysis. It's time for questions. We have a little bit of time for questions. what some people think. I also want to say that this is fascinating, the way that you can point specific places in the room, no, with things could have happened. And I wanted to ask, do you think this can be complementary with other types of analysis also performed in this way using spatial analysis?
Yeah, definitely. From actually from these samples, I also did a multi-element analysis, and so I have the 3 proxies, but because of the time, I did not include it here. But yeah, and from another side, the problem is that because I'm targeting especially plant processing activity area, the information I was getting from the multi-element analysis was kind of redundant, let's say, like ash around here. I had a more plaster in the platform, so so for the kind of research that I was developing, didn't help me too much in that sense.
Well, thank you. Okay, I see a raised hand, Ian.
Carlos, thank you very much. Really great presentation, and great to see this detail in terms of how space is being used and how it's being organized. So my question came back to the tubers. Thinking about the use of the USOs. I love that abbreviation, by the way, because I started thinking about Eric von Däniken and UFOs as an alien somehow. So just hearing it made me laugh. Anyway, so thinking about the tubers, what kinds of different tubers are being used? And can you give me more of a sense of the kind of contributions that might be making in terms of the diet? Because that's an understudied topic. So I'd love to hear anything you have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, from the samples I have from the floors, it's kind of difficult to talk really about diet. But I actually did some analysis from the grinding tool that have been published already, and yes, from those typologies that I found on the grinding tools and also on the floors, I can actually build an argument more concrete and say that somehow maybe they were eating these kind of tubers. And but still some of these tubers could be also used for other things, not necessarily for food. Could be I don't want to say medicine because it's hard to tell. But certainly, so many of these tubers are toxic. So these need to be treated in a certain way that certainly people in the past knew. But I like to be kind of conservative in this sense because I know that there are many complex processes involved in transforming these tubers to be inedible. Some of them don't need to be transformed. You can just eat it raw. So I just prefer to stay in a safe ground and say they were processing a lot of wide resources that at the moment I cannot say for a specific species. I know that from lilies, Iridiaceae and Iliaceae, but this is a big family. There are many plants there, but the problem in this sense is that I don't think I will find a good resolution just on the starch to go deeper in the taxonomic level. So for now, I can just say that many of these tubers are from lilies, irises, maybe some crocus. And from there, you name it, there are many plants that are still being used in Turkey, because actually after looking at all the ethnographic data published by Turkish scholars, I was very inspired about this because, at the moment I was very confused why I'm finding all this stuff here. But then realizing that actually there's a very rich ethnographic data out there and tradition of using wild resources. So, it doesn't sound too crazy to think that they were taking advantage of these wild resources available there. Yeah. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you did. Could I ask just a slightly different question, if that's all right with the organizers here? You mentioned threshing floor or threshing as a possible thing that was taking place inside of the building. that surprises me because, of course, threshing is kind of a messy business. And so I'm wondering how comfortable do you feel with that interpretation, or are there alternative ways under which you'd get the same results, but not with the processing and the sort of the dehusking, the threshing that is traditionally viewed as ethnographically taking place outside?
No, yeah. When I was looking the analysis, I was also surprised because I'm telling you that, well, I can tell you that the inflorescence file is almost 80% of the sample. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And also after looking at the result from the artifact, the current, I was also surprised to find only like 7 starch grains and none of them, only 1 for cereal. So they were not using this artifact, at least during this time, for grinding. But then after looking the pattern, because it's like a spread pattern, I can almost imagine someone sitting in the platform beating and producing this spread like a pattern of filing. And after many times, then you start to see this accumulation in the floors. Yeah, so sounds weird, I know, but this is what the analysis and information is telling me. And after comparing the maps with my notes and what I saw, what I was doing the analysis, it makes sense. It makes sense with the data that I have, maybe not with what I was expecting.
Yeah. Makes me wonder. It's not like you need a new project, but it makes me wonder if you did some of the same kind of sampling on the walls, thinking about those areas, because that must be kicking off an awful lot of debris into the air. And with the constant replastering of some of those walls, it'd be fascinating to think in terms of, does that patterning also track horizontally on the wall systems, right?
Yeah, I also look at some wall plaster because the biggest problem with this is the background noise, because there's already byproduct being used as temper, so these remains are already there. And actually, this is a problem that previous researchers already noticed. It's very difficult to separate it. That's why I decided to use a geostatistical approach, because if I use, let's say, a normal topographic map, I will never get this image, because this is a statistical distribution based on the concentration. So it's not like a topographic map. So, but in this sense, this distribution works because I'm comparing the whole floor, not just the areas that are evidently used as an activity area. But if I include the samples from the wall and I compare one by one, yeah, they are very similar. It's very difficult to separate it and to make sense the data if you don't use a geostatistical approach, and if you not compare the whole area, the areas that are evidently used and the ones that doesn't look like people are doing something there. Nice. You have to take everything.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you very much, Ian. We will now do the virtual coffee break, and we will. It's now 17. I think we can make it a little bit shorter, and then we will give time to our colleagues from the Zagros and Southern Caucasus session to have a little bit more breathing time. So let's make a 10-minute pause, come back at 27, and we'll take it from there for the next presentation. Thank you much. Thank you very much to everyone.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today, I want to share with you some of my observation on the houses of Taurus Mountains in the late Neolithic, both archaeological and ethnographic data. I wrote the presentation on slide in case there might be some problem on the internet. I think this is easily for fellows. So, Taurus Mountains constitute an essential line with geographical separation of today's Turkey. This mountain range, which reaches a high 4,000 meters, form a barrier between the Anatolian plateau and the relatively lower plains or basins in the south. The western part of the southern foothills of the Taurus Mountains is called the Turkish Eastern Mediterranean, and the eastern part is called the Southeastern Anatolia region.
Sorry, Khalil, sorry. The slides are not passing.
Ah, sorry, sorry. Okay. Now, you can see?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, sorry. Okay, the western part of the southern foothills of the Taurus Mountains is called the Turkish Eastern Mediterranean, and the eastern part is called the Southeastern Anatolia region. The Euphrates River separates these two sub-regions. The southern foothills of the Taurus Mountains are also home of the first Neolithic settlements of Upper Mesopotamia. The most distinctive feature of this early Neolithic sites is their monumental architecture, some of which were introduced before this presentation. Considering the general characteristic of the early Neolithic settlements of Upper Mesopotamia within the borders of Turkey, some differences between the Euphrates and the Tigris valleys draw attention. Although the monumental and round planet architecture shows similarities, there are distinct differences. Göbekli Tepe is the most well-known and prominent among the settlements. Some experts tend to focus on Göbekli Tepe and define the early Neolithic settlements at the southern slope of the Taurus Mountains as Göbekli Tepe culture. Undoubtedly, making such a definition of culture leads to the perception that there are the same or very similar archaeological data in this whole geography, which the findings do not support. What happened to the south of Taurus Mountains at the end of the early Neolithic period remains relevant. At the end of this period, which some experts call the Neolithic collapse, and which is have taken place at the end of the 8th millennium BCA and the beginning of the 7th millennium BCA, a very different picture emerged in the region. This period can best observed in southeastern Anatolia. In particular, precious information has come from some excavations, thanks to the dam project built on the Tigris River. One of the settlements that best represent the early phase of the late Neolithic in the Upper Tigris Valley is the Salat Cami Yanı, which was excavated under the direction of Japanese archaeologist Yutaka Miyake between 24 and 29. The modern village called Salat today completely covers the surface of the Neolithic mound. Settlement located on the banks of the Salat stream, one of the northern branches of the Tigris. This mound settlement represents the Proto-Hasuna period in the traditional chronology of Mesopotamia. The mound has approximately 5 meters of deposit, and the existence of 3 main phases was determined during the excavations. All the phases have similar characteristics, and radiocarbon dates given these 3 phases between 6,500, 6,200 BCA. The virgin soil was reached in the old ranches. but no evidence of the pre-pottery Neolithic occupation was found. A building unearthed in phase 1 drew attention. The walls of the building, which consist of an L-shaped corridor in the middle and 7 rooms connected to it, were built without a stone foundation and in the Pisa technique. Distinguishing archaeological features are Pisa building, solid oval hearts, subterranean pits, fire pits, and surfaces of paving stones. The most extensive excavation of the late Neolithic period of the Upper Tigris Valley was carried out in the Hakemi Use. Within the scope of the Ilı Sudan project built on the Tigris River, the Hakemi Use excavation were carried out between 21 and 2013 by a Turkish team from Ankara Hacettepe University. The mound, which is approximately 1.5 hectare wide, is called Hakemi Use, meaning Joseph Mound, by the local people, as a 4 meters deposit. Hakemi Use contains the late Neolithic and the late Assyrian periods. Hakemi Use is entirely a Mesopotamian late Neolithic settlement located on the right bank of the Tigris according to flow direction. The virgin soil was reached in many trenches during the excavation. 3.5 meters of the 4-meter cultural deposit of the small settlement belongs to late Neolithic period. Radiocarbon results give 6,100 and 5,950 BCE for the late Neolithic period. Hakemi Use is a Hasuna Samara settlement and it contains all the elements of this period. The 5 building levels determined in the settlement, which was occupied only for a short period of approximately 150 years in the late Neolithic period, have very similar characteristics. The walls of the buildings, almost all of which do not have stone foundations, are primarily created in the Pisa technique. The buildings of Hakemi Use usually have a widely 20-30 square meters. Only one of the buildings has a doorway, while the other buildings do not open the outside. You can see here a doorway. It's understood that the buildings have more than one room, and the width of these rooms is only a few square meters, and they are not suitable for living. The parts of the buildings which are located at a distance from each other are not places where daily life takes place. Although there is not much archaeological material in the rooms, it's possible to say that these are cellar-like spaces where mostly organic materials are stored. It is understood that the daily lives of the building's owners took place on the 2nd floor above. As can be seen in the example in the image, it's possible to reach the 2nd floor of the building with a wooden staircase from the outside. Likewise, a wooden staircase may have been possible to reach to a cellar section from the inside. Of course, this is a visual suggestion and is debatable. However, some of the unearthed structures are only 1 square meter wide, strengthens this width. The late Neolithic inhabitants of Hakemi Use used separate spaces, and they also used the empty spaces between the spaces as common areas. In addition, the building hearths and ovens of different size and qualities in these areas. They buried their dead. Of course, domestic animals such as sheep and goats were collected in the pens in these empty areas. The Hakem Musa excavation provides the first evidence of Hasuna Samaran pottery reaching the upper Tigris Valley. However, it could not be determined whether this pottery were produced locally or not. The Hasuna painted is approximately 11–12% among the entire pottery assemblage, while Samara is around 2%. It should be noted that among the 251 burials buried under the floors of the houses or in the empty spaces between the houses, painted pottery was never found. Such potteries were found inside the rooms as shards or as complete on the floors of the houses. Approximately 50% of the 30,000 shards unearthed in 5 building levels during the excavation are unpainted and coarse passed. All the vessels with high pedestals or quadrants also appear. Complete examples of such pottery only appear in burials. It should be emphasized that both pedestal vessels and animal foot-shaped four-legged vessels are foreign elements to Upper Mesopotamia. Another proof showing the Hakem Musa has intense interregional relation is bitumen as a painted decoration on pottery. The use of bitumen decoration is mainly seen in a band on the rim of the vessels. It should be noted this bitumen decoration does not show the remarkable weight in the pottery assemblage. Although it is the mainly seen in a horizontal band, the one in the form of the large cross inside a plate is remarkable. You can see it here. As a result of analysis studies carried out by Jacques Conan, the French expert of Strasbourg University, it was determined that the bitumen used a painted decoration Hakem Musa is the Eruh region. Eruh here, which is one of the essential bitumen sources of the Taurus Mountains, approximately 250 kilometers to the east. Conan's studies on the remains of different periods of the Upper Tigris have determined that this source first started with Hakem Musa, and the same source continued to be used throughout the Bronze Ages. Kendala Hajela, located on the banks of Ambar stream on the northern branches of the Tigris, is the late Neolithic settlement that has recently been excavated here. Excavations in Kendala Hajela, one of a group mounds located at the end of the southern extension of the Taurus Mountains, were conducted by a Turkish excavation team under the leadership of Professor Tuğba Yüksel of Kocaeli University. Kendala Hajela fully overlaps with Hakem Musa with its architectural remains and pottery. The separation of the buildings, arts, and ovens in the empty spaces between them are typical for the Upper Mesopotamian late Neolithic settlement land. The Kendala Hajela findings are essential in that they show the Hasuna Samara powerfully reaches up to southern hilly areas of the Taurus Mountain. Another late Neolithic settlement excavated by the Hakem Musa excavation team between 29 and the 2012 within the framework of the Ilı-Sudan project is Karaveli. In the traditional chronology of Mesopotamia, Karavelian representing the period as early Halaf shows the nature of the short-term occupied station. Like Hakem Musa, Karavelian is a small mound settlement on the right bank of the Tigris, but a natural terrace at an altitude about 10 meters. Yeah, you can see it, Mardin Mountains and Karavelian on the terrace. Karavelian is an early Halaf settlement with about 1 hectare and a meter of cultural deposit. Due to long-term agricultural activity, the cultural deposit on its surface has unfortunately spread in some places. The settlement determined two buildings level belonging to the late Neolithic period. A few hearts and a few stone foundation remain belonging to the first building level on the virgin soil were found. On the second building level above, the building with an apsidal short side draws attention. Two rooms of the building, which was built in the Pisa technique without a stone foundation, were unearthed. Total 11 burials were unearthed both under the floors of the buildings and in the space between the buildings. Paint decorated pottery with the high quality craft was left as grave goods in the burials where this male and female adult individuals were buried. Unfortunately, radiocarbon dating has not yet been possible in Karavelyan. However, based on the archaeological material, it is possible to say that the settlement was inhabited between 5,800 and 5,600 BCA. The second central region for the Neolithic period, south of the Taurus Mountains, covers the western part of the Euphrates, called as the Turkish Eastern Mediterranean. It's possible to divide this geography into three subgroups: Cilicia, Amuk, and Aksu-Euphrates Valley. The settlements of Amuk, such as Tel Cudeyda, Tel Kudu, Mersin Gümüktepe, and Tarsus Gözlükule, which were discovered during the excavation carried out in the first half of the 20th century in this geography, as a constitute essential references to the late Neolithic excavation of the Near East. Domuztepe, which is located on the southern slope of the Taurus Mountains and has been carried out since 1995, draws attention as an excavation that strongly contributed to this. Domuztepe, a 22 hectares late Neolithic settlement, was discovered in 1993 by an American-British team surveying the area. The same team carried out the excavations between 1995 and 2012, and Hacettepe University has been continued the excavation under my direction since 2013. The area around the settlement, which was a semi-swampy area until the middle of the last century. It is unclear when Domuztepe, located on the shore of an old lake but surrounded by mountains, was first inhabited in the late Neolithic. The excavations in 2022 will aim to determine the first level of the settlement. All architectural remains unearthed in the Domuztepe, both by the former excavation team and by us, have a similar character. Whether rectangular or round in plan, they have walls of mud brick, pise, or wood rising on a single row stone foundation. It does not give the impression of a solid and long-term building. On the pottery of Domuztepe, there are many images of the building depicted as paint decorations. Thanks to these motifs, it's possible to know the architecture whose remains were found in the excavations. It is understood that rectangular or round plan structures have more than one story and were built from light materials such as wood, reed, and bulrushes. The architectural remains unearthed during the excavation prove that this practice is common in Domuztepe. Reed and bulrushes must have become a significant raw material in a settlement surrounded by semi-swamps. Ethnographic data show that communities with this lifestyle are highly skilled in using reeds and bulrushes. It is understood that the late Neolithic inhabitants of Domuztepe were also successful in this regard. Archaeological data indicate that the inhabitants of Domuztepe are seasonally mobile community. For communities with this type of lifestyle, shelters must be built quickly and without much effort. It should also be noted that not all buildings in the Domuztepe were built in this way from lightweight materials. It consists of solid buildings, some of which consist of several rooms with stone foundations, and their walls rise in the form of adobe. Today, some small families spend the summer months in the mountainous area in some parts of Turkey. Such families who make their living shepherding build their shelters from very light materials. Karacadağ, one of the essential elevations of Upper Mesopotamia here, draws attention as a place where wild wet emmer is still seen intensely. With the rainy days of spring, some communities in the plain settle here and return their home village with the first days of autumn. In our conversation with the elders, they say used to time the seasonal movement according to migratory birds such as stork. Similar shelters are also seen in the camp areas of seasonal workers in the field around Domuztepe. Worker families from the region of the Turkey close to the Syrian border work in the fields seasonally. They come in the spring and set up their camps, and in the autumn they dismantle their camps and they live here. There are the remains of use, the terraced areas and the rows of stones. In such camps, the huts are located outside the shelters and in some distant places a protection against fire. In the inner parts of the Taurus Mountains, the more substantial material stone is preferred as a building material. It's possible to observe a very primitive life in today's villages near Hallançemi, one of the well-known early Neolithic settlements. Life in the village of Şengali, within the borders of Sason district in Batman province, offers clues to the life of the Neolithic period. Although stone is preferred as a strong building material, resistant to harsh winters in the village of Şengali, their lifestyle and the practices close the lifestyle of the communities that choose wooden architecture are observed in the plains. The southern slopes of the Taurus Mountains are also home to the first monumental settlement of the Near East. The period with the monumental architecture of the early Neolithic was severely interrupted around 7000 BCE, after which a very different picture emerged. In this new period, it's seen that the southern slope of the Taurus Mountains witnessed the settlement of simple and small groups. In addition to agricultural activities, it is understood that oven breeding has an important place in the subsistence economy. It shows that mobile life was common in this geography during the late Neolithic period. This seems to have led the structure being built rapidly in the main residential areas by the new way of life. The activity on the southern slope of the Taurus Mountains must have intensified the peaceful communication between the groups. In this way, a connection was established between the people living in a vast geography, albeit indirectly. Finding similar archaeological finds in a geography stretching from the Mediterranean coast to the Lake Urmia confirms this real. Actually, the similarity continues today. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Khalil.
Pleasure.
These drawings of the architecture in the pottery, this is clearly fascinating and provides you such insight in what possibly could have looked like when it was not stone. Well, if there are any questions, now is the time to write them on the chat or raise your hand. If not, because we are perfectly now on time, we are at minute 55. So maybe Patricia and Arcadius can start preparing their PowerPoint. And then if there are no questions coming through, we will move to the next presentation. Okay, so the question from Elena. Thank you, really good talk. Thinking of this more ephemeral architecture, how do you think we could trace this archaeologically?
Yeah, it can be, say, difficult because in this area, especially continue life, same life ways. This semi-nomadic or this immigration, etc. In archaeological data, this or results remains this. I think this is difficult, for say. Sorry.
Of course, I mean that's the situation that we have to deal with. Well, thank you very much, Khalil. We will now
pleasure.
Of course, we are now moving into the next talk: special purpose buildings in the Anatolian late Neolithic, the case of Çatalhöyük. So if you can stop sharing, and now the next people can. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well and see the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. On behalf of myself and Arek Marciniak, I would like to share our research at late Neolithic Çatalhöyük, including the major discovery of special purpose building from last years. But we begin by first looking at the wider context of special purpose structures in the Near Eastern early Neolithic, and then we move to our own research at late Neolithic Çatalhöyük, focusing on two types of special purpose structures, non-domestic and funerary structures. Next, we discuss special purpose buildings at Çatalhöyük in the wider context of a Near Eastern Neolithic, and we end up with a short concluding remarks. So the phenomenon.
The slides are not moving.
Oh, okay.
You should go to the presentation mode. In the bottom to the right. And open the.
Okay, I cannot see that.
Yeah. No. This one, yeah.
This one? Okay, now it's moving?
No. Now it's okay. You move it, actually.
Okay, so now it's okay, right?
Yes, hopefully. If there is any more problems, we will let you know.
Okay. Okay, so I was talking about the phenomenon of constructing special purpose building in the Neolithic Near East. So this phenomenon is connected to the pre-pottery Neolithic in the southeast Anatolia and Levant. And it's often linked with explosion of symbolic expression, so-called revolution of symbols, exemplified by well-known sites of Göbekli Tepe, Drev el-Ahmar, or Nevali Chori. It seems, however, that its origins are to be found in the Urfa region, as recently a number of sites have been identified in that area. First of all, Karahan Tepe,
on illustration here, you can see the complex of structures that were carved into the bedrock and intentionally filled in, including structure AB with T-shaped pillars. I hope you can see my cursor moving, and larger structure AD.
No, sorry, no.
No?
I think you should try to stop sharing and maybe select another option instead of share the entire screen or.
Okay. So
now looks okay.
Now looks okay. 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 I don't know why. Right. Okay. So what are these special purpose buildings? These are non-domestic structures that are believed to be a place of communal activities. In southeast Turkey and Levant, they are localized in a distinct location. For instance, in a separate part of a settlement. They stand out in terms of their size, their shape, internal furnishing, and finds. Special practices were often associated not only with the usage of those buildings, but also with their abandonment, like ritual burying. In central Anatolia, the situation is quite different. The special buildings are lacking or are less pronounced. They are not much different from the ordinary houses. Perhaps the most known and spectacular examples are the public communal buildings from Ashıklıhuyuk. So now let's move to Çatalhöyük. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay. So we already heard the introduction about the site. So I want just to briefly sum up the research history. So the site was discovered in the 1950s and excavated in the 1960s by British archaeologist James Mellard. He unearthed a large settlement with densely packed mud brick houses with elaborated wall paintings, installations, and burials underneath floors. The new Çatalhöyük research project, directed by Ian Hodder, began in the 90s and lasted 25 years, ending in 2017. And the current excavations are directed by Ali Umut Turkcan from Anadolu University in Eskişehir. Due to the richness of the finds, elaborate wall paintings, installations, some of the buildings were termed shrines or temples by James Mellard. He argued for the clear division of temples and ordinary houses. He further argued for the presence of priests and the mother goddess cult. And this view of Çatalhöyük as a religious place has dominated the perception of the site for a long time. The work of a new project has demonstrated that all buildings, however much burial elaboration they contained, serve as domestic houses. Ian Hodder introduced the concept of history house, and history house can be defined as having more elaboration, more burials, and evidence of numerous rebuilds at the same location. However, in the settlement of such size and complexity, some sort of communal building was expected to be found. Despite much effort invested, much work done, no buildings that could be interpreted as communal or special were discovered until now. So the research of Mellard and Ian Hodder were mostly concentrated on early Neolithic phases of the site occupation. The team from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, directed by Arkadiusz Martyniak, joined in 2001 in order to investigate the late Neolithic levels, dated back to the second half of the 7th millennium BC. Those levels were identified, investigated in 3 different areas, TP and TPC, located on the top of the mount, and east area on eastern part of the mount. In total, 25 Neolithic dwelling structures were identified in the course of Poznań excavations in all areas. The architecture of the late Neolithic at about 6,400 BC was characterized by the presence of relatively large houses with inbuilt structures. They usually had distant floors, platforms with burials, benches, beams, fire installations. Also, wall paintings, mostly geometric, were present. An example of a building from this phase is building 122. It also had numerous features inside, such as platform and benches. But in this building, a unique non-domestic structure was identified. Space 493, as it was called, was a distinct storage room of about 3 square meters. It had 5 rectangular beams. It was built into the interior of the building, following the destruction of some kind of a structure, perhaps a platform, placed against its eastern wall. It's very interesting because it had walls plastered from the outside, as it can be seen here on the upper photo. But important was the content of this room. So the room infill yielded a large deposit of naked barley and wheat. Also were found inside beans. This is possibly the largest so far known amount of grain in the Neolithic Near East. Funerary structures were the other kind of special purpose buildings identified as late Neolithic Çatalhöyük. Later in time, close to the end of the 7th millennium, Çatalhöyük witnessed striking transformations in terms of architecture. Houses became multi-roomed with no internal furnishings like platforms, wall paintings, and burials inside. Instead, the special purpose buildings, special structures appeared, as exemplified by the 2 burial chambers that will be briefly discussed first, and another type of special structure that could be represented by a charnel house that was exposed last years. But we will start with the burial chambers that were discovered at the Tipi area more than 10 years ago. So the first one is called Space 327. It's a rectangular room measuring 2.4 square meters. The chamber was constructed in a carefully chosen location. On the top of the eastern platform of the older house, building 74, after it went out of use and was abandoned. The burial chamber had elaborate wall decoration that perhaps is unique in the entire Anatolian Neolithic, with a spiral motif executed in relief. And the remains of 9 individuals, including a headless female, were found in the chamber, both resting on the floor and found in infills. The human remains fragments have been added over time. This chamber contained a numerous grave goods. Many of them were of foreign origin, such as from southwestern Anatolia. A cut-out fragment of a wall painting was also found, placed on the floor. After the abandonment of this burial chamber, the area was exploited as an open space. However, after some time, a new burial chamber, space 248, was built directly above at the very same spot. We believe that the temporal gap between the disuse of the former burial chamber and the construction of new one was between 55 and 155 years. This burial chamber was badly destroyed by Hellenistic occupation. However, it can be reconstructed. A narrow entrance to the space was located against the south section of the west wall. A well-preserved bench plastered bench was placed against the western wall of the space. The chamber contained the disarticulated remains of at least 6 individuals in the southern part and between 3 and 4 individuals in the northern part. All the remains were either put on the floor and then buried with a plaster layer. The most interesting and probably important feature in the northern part of this space is an installation made of a bucranium and a female skeleton. So those 2 burial chambers were the first examples of dedicated burial chamber structures identified at Çatalhöyük. But yet another funerary building was discovered within the new project in the east area. The trench that was opened in 2018, the trench was 50 meters long, was divided into 5 squares, each 10 by 10 meters. In the 3 westernmost squares, as you can see here on the plan, rich and complex stratigraphy was revealed, comprising numerous Neolithic buildings. This building 173 is not completely excavated, but we identified the later phases of its usage. The results have been already presented in reports submitted to the Ministry of Culture, and our recent discoveries from last year were also presented to the press by the site director Ali Umut Turkcan. So the building itself is a large dwelling structure that in the final phase of its life use was transformed into a charnel house. In its original form, it measured about 35 square meters. It was made by 4 solid walls. Its space was divided into 6 small rooms, each no bigger than 2 square meters. The rooms were arranged around another building, 178, itself built inside building 173 in its southern part. The entrance to the building 173 was located in the northeastern part. Each of the small room, cell-like, was some kind of special character. Most of them contained human remains. The most distinct of those rooms was perhaps burial chamber space 685. It was entered via roof and contained remains of 10 individuals. 3 primary disturbed individuals were deposited in a simple pit with no grave goods, but next 6 primary disturbed individuals were deposited on the floor in the southeastern part of the space. The skeletons were lying in different positions, but all of them were flexed. An obsidian blade, which can be seen on the photo here, was found located right below the feet of a young male. 18 different objects were found in close association with a young adult female individual, including bracelet, bone palette, and stone axe. Another small room, space 687, contained a rich deposit and the 2 skeletons of a child between 3 and 12 years and a fetus. The deposit included also a female figurine as well as numerous work stones and large animal bones. In space 688, placed directly west of space 687, burial of a fetus was located in the southwestern corner. After removing the partition wall between the two spaces, rectangular room was exposed, and here yet another 3 burials were found. One of the burial was located in northeastern part, and it was a fetus skeleton. Another fetus skeleton was found in the room directly north, space 701. It was accompanied by a deposit made of animal bones. And going further north, we have space 700. It did contain no burial, but one of the most interesting features here was some sort of a ledge in its western side. The ledge abutted the western wall of the building, and in the top part, there was a cluster of pottery shards. They were placed vertically between the ledge and the wall. The cluster was about 75 fragments, all of them gray burnished ware. Now, let us look at funerary buildings at Çatalhöyük in a wider context of a Near Eastern Neolithic. We would like to consider building 173 as a charnel house, so a building where human skeletal remains are stored. It is identified simply by high number of burials per house and distinctiveness of the architecture with which burials have been recovered. The clearest cut example is definitely Kal building at Çayonu, but charnel houses or building for the dead occur at some, according to excavators, at some PPN sites such as Abu Huraira or Jade, and later in the Neolithic Sabi Abiat or the Bukras. And the latter is a very interesting case. House 12 at Bukras was a special purpose building dedicated to the preparation of the dead prior to their final burial. It had 7 rooms and 6 skeletons, representing different stages of decay. It was intentionally burned. It had been converted from a structure used for ordinary domestic purposes into an explicit charnel house at the end of its lifetime. There are some peculiar examples reminiscent of charnel houses from Western Anatolian late Neolithic sites. Like here you can see examples from Aşağı Pinar, when so-called a ditch that its characteristic rules out the defense function. It had plastered walls with traces of ochre. It was filled in with carefully selected material, broken shards, ornaments, and also fragments of human skeletons. So the latter suggests that maybe it was a part of some funerary rituals. Mehmet Ozdoğan believes that this ditch may be reminiscent of the old tradition of ritual burying the buildings. And another case is from Urlu site, where interesting complex was found. It comprised a square public building with stone walls, red plastered floors. The building was empty, but it was surrounded by nearly 40 pits filled in with objects, some of them intentionally broken. In the courtyard, a pit containing remains of 11 individuals was identified. It contained also remains of animal skeletons, and stones of different sizes were thrown to cover the remains. In case of Çatalhöyük, building 173, there possibly might be a very peculiar case of echo of past traditions, namely presence of broken pot shards. On the ledge I showed before, could it be the case that can we interpret those as echoes from the past? Maybe an indicator of a mortuary building? An analogy comes to mind from Kortik Tepe site, PPN site, where a quite number of burials were covered by fragments of broken stone vessels, which may be intentionally broken as a part of funerary rituals. We also encountered, as you can see here, a mosaic made of potsherds. It was exposed but not excavated. So who really knows what is underneath a burial? We don't know. This is an open question. So let us now move to the concluding part. Already James Mellard argued for existence of charnel houses at Çatalhöyük. He even claimed that inhabitants of the site actually illustrated a charnel house on a wall paint, depicting an excarnation structure made of reed in the top register, and human skulls in the panel below. The skeletal analysis show the evidence for the delayed burial. In case of that delayed burial, it will be necessary to have a place designated for temporary storage of the dead before the final burial takes place. However, as our anthropology team stated, no direct evidence for the temporary storage or processing of human remains have been found up to date at Çatalhöyük. But the recent research at Çatalhöyük revealed existence of a special building that could be interpreted as the final destination of human remains, a house for the dead. It was an example of a structure that originally functioned as a house and then was transformed into the house for dead, containing in total 17 individuals. Some of them were clearly secondary burials. Its interior was split into small rooms, and some of them were used as a burial chambers, in which numerous individuals were interred. The placing of the dead in these cells involved adding subsequent individuals over long period of time. They probably have died elsewhere, and their remains were brought into this structure. The closing of the room, each room involved burying the fetuses, usually in the very corner, southwest corner of the rooms. Other structure, but this time intentionally constructed burial chambers dedicated to storage the human remains, attest transformation in burial practices that occurred in the late Neolithic Anatolia, late Neolithic Çatalhöyük. So we therefore see the new type of burial practices emerging and of intramural burials in favor of possible appearance of dedicated spaces for the dead. Non-domestic structure like our storage room also are present. And these structures exemplified a practice of transforming ordinary houses into special purpose buildings at the end of their use, often by the practice of inserting special structures into otherwise domestic buildings. So that will be all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, very much for the thought-provoking presentation. Really, we will give people 5-10 seconds to come up with to type, because typing it's always like this. You're typing the question, and the moderator is saying, "Okay, no questions." No, I'm typing, and sometimes it takes a little bit. And but I guess the next and final presenter of the session can start preparing, Alicia and Foka, if you want to make sure you have the PowerPoint and everything ready. This way we can move quickly to the next one.
Yes, Adria, shall we start? Are you still waiting for questions?
Yeah, I think it's safe to start with last but not least, from mud to wood, the development of a timber-based building tradition in the Neolithic Northwestern Anatolia. So you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Adria. And maybe first of all, I would like to say thank you also to all the organizers of this very stimulating workshop. I think it's been really very interesting so far, and I'm very glad that we are part of it with our presentation on Northwest Anatolia. I'm going to talk only for a few minutes to give a little bit of introduction, and then Alicia will take over and talk about buildings and building traditions. So our talk today revolves around the Neolithic site of Barcınhöyük in the southern Marmara region of Northwest Anatolia. It's among a number of late Neolithic sites that have been excavated in Western Anatolia over the last 20 years or so. And these excavations have greatly enhanced our understanding of the Neolithization of this region, which following excavations in the 1960s at Çatalhöyük in central Anatolia and Hacılar in the Lakes district had remained somewhat of a blank area on the map. Through excavations at sites like Barcın, Ulucak, and Çukurçay, we now have several well-dated stratigraphic sequences. And together these demonstrate that Neolithic communities appeared in Western and Northwestern Anatolia within a rather short time span at about 6,700, 6,600 calibrated BC, and with fairly well-developed agricultural economies already in place. This suggests that human mobility was a significant factor in the initial Neolithization of this region. For Northwestern Anatolia, the archaeological evidence points to an inland route with the Konya Plain and Çatalhöyük as a very likely origin region. For Western Anatolia, it has been suggested that maritime travel along the southern coast of Anatolia may have been also a major factor. Barcın is located in the Yenişehir Valley. Geoarchaeological studies indicate that during the Neolithic, the valley bottom was a wetland area. And it seems that the settlement may have been situated at the transition between marshland or a shallow lake to the south and drier ground to the north. Some kilometers to the north, the terrain rises up to a ridge of hills that in prehistory would have been forested and could have supplied timber. Stone for use in the settlement would have had to come from the hills as well, as the direct surroundings of the settlement only contained alluvial sediments. Northwestern Anatolia has a temperate climate with significantly more annual rainfall and more moderate summer temperatures than central Anatolia, leading to different environmental parameters, including vegetation and agricultural potential. Interestingly, within this different environment, the first people settling at Barcın with wet and dry land in the direct vicinity appear to have selected a location that may have been reminiscent of the situation around Çatalhöyük. The site consists of two small mounds, of which the eastern contains Neolithic deposits. We've excavated a section of this mound, going through the complete stratigraphy and gaining a representative sample of the settlement plan in all habitation phases. Following a lengthy Neolithic occupation period, there were brief episodes of activity also during the Chalcolithic, Bronze Age, and Byzantine periods. The Neolithic stratigraphy has been divided into 7 distinct phases, named 6E through 6A, and a series of some 85 C14 dates indicates uninterrupted occupation between 6,600 and 6,000 calibrated BC. This places Barcın in the late and the pottery Neolithic period, according to the Anatolian chronology. Regionally, however, these early phases of occupation, especially 6E and 6D1, can be placed at the very start of Neolithic habitation in the area, allowing us to think about the site as a settlement of pioneers. These pioneers brought practices, technologies, and resources with them, and presumably maintained social networks with their region of origins. But to be successful in their new surroundings, they also needed to reinvent themselves and their practices and their technologies. This is where house building and habitation practices come into view as an interesting field of inquiry, as a way to look at changes and continuities in a context of mobility and colonization. Before Alicia takes over from me to talk about houses and habitation practices, I'll end by pointing out some general features of the settlement layout. The slide shows plans of the 2 earliest occupation phases, and several aspects stand out. Firstly, the buildings are placed in rows, with the short side of each building placed against the other. Secondly, the houses are set among wide open spaces or courtyards, where outdoor activities would have taken place and where we find remains of basins, fireplaces, garbage dumping areas, as well as human burials, mostly of adult individuals. Thirdly, as the houses are replaced, the general location of the houses within the settlement stays the same. This locational continuity within the settlement continues for about 400 years, until around 6,200 calibrated BC, when there is for the first time a reorganization of the settlement space. So that's a little background, and Alicia will take over and talk about the house building practices.
Yes, thank you, Fokke. In my part of the presentation, I will focus on the buildings excavated in the so-called architecture row, which you also just saw on Fokke's plans. And here you see two different stages of excavation. This section of around 20 by 5 meters contained 4 subsequent levels of mud and wood buildings. In the field, the result of this history of vertical superimposition was a very condensed and at times confusing stratigraphy, presenting a complex puzzle for us archaeologists trying to excavate, unravel, and document the early history of the settlement. This has everything to do with the fact that houses were not simply built on top of their predecessors, but that their foundations cut through the older occupation levels. Therefore, the 4 occupation levels form a deposit of only 1 to 1.5 meters thick. Pulled apart, the 4 phases of buildings look as shown here, moving from phase 6E to 6D1 to 6D3/6C to 6C. In all 4 phases, we see a row of agglutinated spaces characterized by shared walls and an aligned row of posts on the center axis. We imagine that these posts had a significant load-bearing capacity and that they supported a shared, possibly pitched roof. The walls of the buildings give us one of the architectural changes or innovations we want to discuss today. As you have seen, the architecture of the earliest phase, 6E, consists of 2 buildings of which only rows of individual post holes remain. From the following 6D1 phase, a new technique of building walls developed, which with slight modifications continued up until the end of the occupation at Bargen. The basic principle was the placement of rows of thin upright posts in a foundation trench, or as we call it, a wall ditch. These ditches were up to 50 centimeters deep and were backfilled until ground level. Posts were placed between 10 and 30 centimeters apart and were 5 to 10 centimeters thick. An important lesson we learned during the early seasons of excavation is not to mistake these wall ditches for standing walls. Here we see one of these wall ditches from the 61 phase, and this also gives us a slightly different placement of the wall ditch, as seen on your left, in which the post is placed really on the edge of the wall ditch, and the actual wall is slightly built over the edge of the wall ditch. The wall matrix consisted of relatively compact, mostly grayish loam, packed in between the posts. Interestingly, mostly during phase 61, spaces between posts were filled up with stacked chunks of burnt loam and pieces of ground stone. We have no evidence for the use of wattle in these walls, and the posts were also maybe too closely placed to really hold any form of wattle to hold them together. While the inside of the walls could look quite messy, as seen here in the section of the 61 walls, and also this one, these very large chunks of burnt loam and stones. The outer wall faces were carefully plastered with mud plaster. Here you see an example of burnt mud plaster from 61 on the inside of the house. And the lower picture shows a wall from dated to 63. We see multiple layers of yellow clay on both sides of the wall, both in and out. The maximum preserved wall height is 40 to 50 centimeters, and we do not know how these walls were built up higher than the wall stubs that we excavated. It is possible that walls were generally preserved to this height because the higher part of the walls was not as heavily packed with loam and maybe filled up with lighter materials. Of all these phases of construction in the architecture row, the architecture of phase 61, dated to 6500 to 6400 Cal BCE, gives us most insight into the spatial structure, history, and functions of these buildings. Therefore, I will now look at this architectural phase in more detail. There are two main occupation phases. First, the early occupation phase, followed by a significant refurbishment, which ended with a fire. This late burnt phase yielded most detailed insights into the interior organization of these houses, although major disturbances caused by the later building levels remain. In the earliest occupation phase of the 61 buildings, we see a row of 4 spaces, and all spaces have a relatively wide entrance from the south side. The 2 larger rooms, structures 2B and 19, were around 24 square meters in size, and the smaller rooms, 21 and 2A, 10 to 12 square meters. The larger rooms were structurally prior to the smaller rooms, in the sense that the north and south walls of the smaller rooms were built interlocking with these larger structures. A line of roof supports on the central axis connected all structures, and rows of posts on the south of these rooms seem to have provided extra roof supports, and which also suggests that the strip of surfaces south of the buildings was roofed and served as an annex area. In this area, we also found remains of light walls, screens, and posts, and this seems to show that there was some form of demarcation in this porch-like area, maybe showing slightly private areas linked to each space in this row. The house interiors of early 61 were generally found quite clean, with few finds left on the floors and few installations. All rooms had floors of stamped earth, and small hearths were found in smaller structures 2A and 21. Here we see this hearth of 2A in close-up. It's very simple. Early structure 19 stood out slightly, as the floor was made over fine red pulverized material. Overall, the floor of this structure was found clean and with no evidence of any domestic installations. We can trace an episode of significant maintenance or refurbishment in all 4 spaces. Inside all spaces, floor levels were raised significantly. Structures 2B and 19, the elevation difference is up to 30 centimeters from the early floor to the late floor. Several of the screens and walls in the annex area seem to have fallen into disuse and were covered by new outdoor services. And the entrances to all structures were made narrower through the addition of wall sections, and an earlier passageway from structure 2B to structure 2A was closed off. Some posts were added or replaced, and such changes could be seen in the field. Here you see one of these walls, the wall of structure 21 and 2B. It has one early phase, one with a 2 layer of plastering, which was cut by a pit, placing a new post 3, and then replastered 4 over the new post. And here we see one of these new wall sections, making the entrance to structure 2B somewhat narrower. And it's interesting to see that for this new wall section, people didn't dig a wall ditch and also didn't place posts in it, but just stacked up mud slabs or rammed earth. One of the most striking changes in the early, from the early to the late phase of the buildings is the installation of suspended wooden floors in structures 2A and 21. To this end, new rows of vertical posts were placed in the corners and on the central axis of structures 21 and 2A. Not all of these posts may have continued over the floor level. Loam ledges gave additional support for these floors. Thanks to the fire, these floors were preserved quite well. They were covered in 1 or 2 layers of mud plaster. In the structure 21, you can clearly see that the floor and the wall were plastered continuously. In structure 2A, we found a footprint pressed into the then still wet floor plaster. The wooden basis of these floors was made up of thin branches, around 1.5 to 2 centimeters in diameter, and they were closely stacked in the rows, and we found several V-shaped support branches holding them up. On the picture in the lower left corner, we see that the floor slightly fell down, cracked down. And here you can see that there was some gap under the floor, maybe up to 20 centimeters. And this is also evidenced by finds from underneath the floor, such as this large animal skull and several broken ground stones found under the floor of structure 2A. After these maintenance activities and refurbishments, the row of rooms continued to be used until a major fire broke out. This fire baked walls and floors, leading to a good preservation and a wealth of finds. For this phase, we have more evidence for domestic installations, for heating, cooking, and storage. And we can see maybe some differences between the larger structures, 2B and 19, and the smaller structures, 21 and 2A. Since 2B and 19 both got a large oven placed in their southeast corner. Here you see close-ups of some of these installations that we found, and it's maybe important to emphasize that even though we find different types of hearths and ovens in each structure gave us insight into the fact that they were both used, that there were installations for heating, but also for storage and other types of domestic activities in each of the structures. Okay, now we want to delve into a couple of different subjects that link to this architecture of early Bargen Huyuk. Fokke already mentioned that in the story of the spread of the Neolithic to Northwest Anatolia, the most obvious ancestors and contemporaries of the Bargen community lived in Central Anatolia. And there are clear similarities ranging from genetics to material culture, but interestingly not in the construction practices, because these seem quite different from what we know from Central Anatolia. As you know, Central Anatolian architecture was characterized by thick mud brick and mud slab walls, which did not have the rows of posts we see at Bargen. At Çatalhöyük, wood was mostly used for roofs. Wooden posts were present in house interiors, but it has been argued that the mud walls, rather than the wooden posts, carried the weight of the roof. In this sense, at Bargen, timber was upgraded to be the principal construction material, although there was still a significant mud component. We can imagine that the early inhabitants experimented with wood construction, and that the practice of digging wall ditches and different ways of filling up walls were invented at the site. Apart from availability, a reason for building with rows of upright posts rather than with mud bricks is that these thin walls were much lighter than the thick mud brick walls. And yet these walls were sturdy since the posts were deeply anchored in the soil through post holes and wall ditches. On the whole, it seems that the architecture at Bargen was made to deal with moist environments. Floors were raised frequently, interiors were filled with extra layers of soil during use, and suspended floors were installed. Posts were most likely frequently removed and reused. There are also some challenges of building with wood. Wood buildings are more often linked to horizontal replacement or displacement rather than with vertical superimposition than mud buildings. In order to do what the Bargen people did, wall ditches needed to be dug through previous building levels, and these wooden wall stubs were not as easily transformed into a platform build new houses on. Therefore, we also see a very limited vertical buildup of strata, even though we have centuries of near vertical superimposition. But we do see that the houses slightly move south during this occupation history, and that the orientation changes slightly so that fewer cuts through previous walls have to be made. Though you may think that these mud and wood houses were less long-lived than the mud buildings found in Central Anatolia, the sequence of building, maintenance, and repair suggests otherwise. Although we could not determine the exact length of occupation per building level, we have seen indications that these buildings were surprisingly durable and that walls stood for a long time. Here we see a sequence of 3 building levels in section. The meter of deposit seen here almost exclusively consists of floor levels and foundation layers, with very limited indications for gaps in the occupation of this plot. Striking is the interior stratification of structure 4, which yielded numerous floor levels, forming a nearly 40 centimeters thick deposit of lenses and layers. We see that the early occupants of Bargin did not hesitate to establish a strong local tradition of settlement organization. And on the regional scale, Bargin stands at the beginning of nearly a millennium of mud and wood construction in the Marmara region. Mud and wood buildings were found at nearby Menteşe and Ulupenar, and only around 5,800 Cal BC, mud brick made its appearance at sites such as Ulupenar 6 and Aktoprakluk B. In a broader view, mud and wood buildings thrived in Greece and the Balkans during the 6th millennium, and there we see many of the same construction principles as found at Bargin. But what sets the timber-based buildings at Bargin apart from the later Neolithic in northwestern Anatolia and the Balkans is the agglutinated building style, because these later mud and wood buildings are generally freestanding, which may be linked to rainwater, pitched roofs, as well as to changes in social organization. While we can think of that these way of building at Bargin links it to the conglomerated building style found at Çatalhöyük, actually a closer parallel are the multi-room mud brick houses excavated at Bademace in southwestern Anatolia, in the Lake District, where we have more of a chain of rooms. So in the excavated area, we found a small yet insightful sample of architecture at early Bargin, which raises questions about construction on the one hand and social organization on the other hand. With agglutinated rooms with different sizes, installations, and floor treatments, we struggled with defining domestic units or households at the site. One of the uncertainties lies in the fact that we do not know how often this pattern was repeated. Should we imagine a much longer continuous row of rooms, or were these spaces we excavated one of multiple freestanding multi-room buildings? Should we look at these spaces as the homes of one of more households, or as spaces used by extended families? Or should we see these as somehow as collective structures? And we thought of multiple possibilities. First, it is possible that the larger rooms, structure 2B and 19, were the main domestic living rooms of 2 households, and that the smaller structures 2A and 21 were secondary spaces used by these households for storage, crafts, and so on. But we can see that structure 2B shares walls with both structure 21 and with structure 2A, which makes the pattern of paired rooms less attractive. And also the outdoor spaces in the earlier phase do not follow this spatial arrangement. We could also look at these rooms as each being individual units, especially during the burn stage, in that each space had its own entrance, and all seem to have had their own domestic installations. We also looked at the option of seeing structure 19 and then this early phase with its red floor as a special building. And also because it didn't have any clear domestic installation in this early phase. And it had multiple entrances, but we largely moved away from this idea because of the similarities between structures 2B and 19 during the burn stage. But rather than searching for the definition of individual domestic units at Bargen or arguing for a communal use of certain spaces, it is maybe better to emphasize the collective construction and structural unity of the architecture that characterized the first centuries of occupation. With shared walls and a shared roof, the structures seem to have been planned and built as a whole. Maintenance and structural changes seem to have been carried out all at once, and the fire burned down all rooms at the same time. In the courtyard area south of the structures, we find evidence for shared use of some domestic installations, and this area was also used for burying the dead throughout the first centuries of occupation. In sum, this raises some questions, coming back to some of the issues raised earlier in the earlier talks, looking at the identity and social organization of the early occupants of Bargenhuyuk. Coming from Central Anatolia, the early settlers can maybe be seen as driven by processes of deaggregation and scalar stress at the end of the at the start of the Central Anatolian late Neolithic. The small groups of migrants who founded sites such as Bargen may have been close-knit family groups rather than adventurous individuals. Even though the site was small in its whole occupation history, its occupants managed to found a strong local tradition and managed to form strong regional and interregional networks. Bargen, in this sense, stands for the success of a small-scale Neolithic, no longer defined by large-scale aggregations, further split up into lineages or neighborhoods. In sum, the architecture excavated at Bargen tells us three stories. First is that of new construction techniques suited to new environments. Second, it's the story of new social collectivities in this small-scale pioneer setting. And third is the story of long-term local stability. And this was in a part expressed through the way the occupants engaged with the houses they built collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia and Foka, for these really detailed and really interesting, presentation about Bargen. Unfortunately, we are so tight with time. We encourage all the questions that can come by chat, and then at the end of today's session, we will have time to do the debate and go back to the questions. But because it's getting late, we will close the session about Anatolia, and we will now move into a new region, which is the Zagros and the Southern Caucasus. And to do this, we'll move the title of the moderator to Kim Sizan, and Kim can take the lead now. We can continue with the presentations. Thank you very much, everyone, for all the questions of the Anatolia session, of all the presentations, which have been really interesting. And we will carry on, and hopefully with some of us, we can meet in person in the near future. Thank
you. Okay, so thank you, Adrián. So now we move forward to the Southern Caucasus and Zagros session, where we count on three contributions. The first turn is for Emmanuel Boudouin, that will give us some insight about the architecture of the Southern Caucasus in his presentation, New Considerations of the Neolithic Architecture in Southern Caucasus. So Emmanuel, if you're ready to share the screen.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. And do you see the screen?
We see it, but in, I mean, in small size. You know, we can see the nodes.
Ah, okay. Wait, just a minute. Maybe like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. And the second slide?
Yeah, that moves.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
So first of all, thank you for the organizer of this conference, and so it's a pleasure for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to present our research on the Neolithic in Southern Caucasus. So after a presentation of the special context of the study about the Neolithization process in Southern Caucasus, I will present an overview of the development of Neolithic architecture during the 6th millennium, essentially in the Middle Kura Valley where I work. And I would like to conclude this presentation by a case study resulting from the recent data from Kichik-Tepe, which offers, in my opinion, new perspectives in terms of research on architecture as well as socio-cultural issues. During the last decades, archaeological research on the neolithization processes of Southern Caucasus has intensified greatly. It has yielded significant insights into the establishment of the first sedentary societies around 6000 BC in the Kura and Araxes valleys, commonly grouped under the name of Shomu-Shulaveri culture. So the neolithization processes are still debates, but these communities already mastered agriculture and animal husbandry from the outset. A package maybe came from the nearest. The discovery of a few North Mesopotamian ceramics at several sites, both in the Araxes Valley, like on this example on the slide from Aratashen, and also in the Kura Valley, reinforce the hypothesis of relationships between the Caucasus and Near Eastern communities. However, while the mechanism of this neolithization points to the adoption of an allochthonous system, there is also evidence of a local development. We may argue that the development of architectures reveals the existence of original traditions in Southern Caucasus compared to Mesopotamia. So actually, the development of Neolithic architecture in Southern Caucasus, especially in the Kura Valley, appears to be original from the beginning of the 6th millennium. And from the middle of the 6th millennium, we have a shift and few changes in the architectural techniques and in the organization of the household, allow to assume a change in the socio-economic organization of the villages' communities. According to this result, it's possible to distinguish on the basis of architectural criteria that I so-called a first Neolithic. So it's a first stage of this Neolithization process between the beginning of the 6th to the middle of the 6th millennium, and a second one between the middle of the 6th to 5300. So my methodology to study architecture aims to consider three major fields, so the building materials, layout techniques, and building morphology. And these three fields make it possible to restore, by combination, the characteristic elements of a region, a period, and a culture. This one is to understand the mechanism of innovation, circulation, assimilation, or assimilation of these ideas and knowledge in architecture. So from the beginning of Neolithic, the most widely used material is mud brick. If the composition doesn't vary so much, made of a mixture of earth, water, and temper, often organic, but sometimes mineral, the shape can be different. Recent work invites us to correct the initial interpretation of two regional groups with flat mud bricks in the Araxes Valley and plano-convex mud bricks. So it's flat on the lower part and dome on the upper part, like on this picture here. And the second group was located in publication in the Kura Valley. Like on the map, the area of use of flat bricks can be extended to the wall of the Kura Valley, like at Gadash-Riligora and Kichik-Tepe. But the area of production of plano-convex mud bricks on the other, the plano-convex mud bricks remains well defined to the Kura, thus representing an important technocultural marker. Always about these mud bricks, we observe that during the first half of the 6th millennium, the dimensions, the size are quite scattered, with bricks less than 30 centimeters. It's a group 1 in red on the diagram, and another group longer than 30 to 50 centimeters in red 2 in this diagram, in the group 3. About the manufacturing techniques, careful dismantling of the walls during excavation reveal particular stigmas on some of the plano-convex mud bricks from the earliest level at Aruklo and Mentesh-Tepe, such as tiny rims at the bottom and on the top of the mud bricks, or longitudinal clipping marks on the top edges. The use of the so-called moule enfoncé technique, so it's a type of molding techniques, seems to be favored at Mentesh-Tepe, consisting of spreading a layer of mud on a bed of organic matters before seeking a bottomless mold. And 3 stages of the chaîne opératoire can be observed. First, the breaking down of the mold leaves a bead of mud on the bottom of the brick. Second, scraping of the excess mud from the mold creates circular or longitudinal marks on the top face of the brick. And thirdly, removing the mold from the top usually leaves a bead of mud on the top of the bricks. So always during this first stage of the Neolithic, semi-subterranean architecture is characteristic of several sites in the Kura Valley. If these buildings are present in the earliest levels, like here at Mentesh-Tepe, they are constructed and used at the same time as the circular ground buildings. At Mentesh-Tepe, the stratigraphy confirms the digging of a deep pit with a terraced mud brick wall bordering its edge. The bottom was filled with a clay bed prior to the installation of floors covered by a red pigment, and the construction of 2 low internal walls of stacked mud dividing the surface into equal parts. For the floors, a micromorphological study is in progress and should provide information of the composition of this one. So inside the filling, many remnants of charred wood found in the level of abutments and the presence of 2 post holes may indicate the use of posts and beams for the roof of the building. But here, the absence of access ramp suggests an access by the roof. So in the Kura Valley, the early Neolithic phase is also characteristic by the construction of large circular ground building, larger than 15 meters square, adjoining to smaller buildings, smaller one, and this one are smaller than 5 meters square, so-called snowman-shaped buildings. Like at Kichik-Tepe and Gadash-Riligora, the large buildings have storage facilities, fire pits, oven, and reflect domestic activities inside the dwellings. So without marking a profound break with the previous phase, the architectural changes observed during the second stage of Neolithic coincides with new organization of the household. At a regional scale, the mud brick produced during this phase tend to standardization with lengths between 30 and 40 centimeters. But on a local scale, like at Goi-Tepe, our work with Japanese colleagues has shown a slow decrease in brick size between levels 13 and 9, followed by a rapid increase between level 7 and 1. Here, the Bayesian analysis of radiocarbon dates have established a high-resolution chronology from Goitepe occupation sequence, which suggests a boundary between level 9 and level 8, level 8 and level 7, and between 7 and level 6, with an average duration occupation about 10 years for each level. Assuming the mud bricks were a product of local communities occupying this settlement, the sudden change in mud brick manufacturing tradition may suggest the arrival of a community with a different architectural tradition or the swift acceptance of new tradition by the local communities. It's also interesting to see that change in architecture coincides also with an increase in ceramic production and a change in obsidian supply. So the snowman shape organization no longer remains after the middle of the 6th millennium, replaced by a compound organization where the circular cells were now arranged around a central courtyard and linked together by low walls. These courtyards, where there are no silos and ovens, becomes a place for domestic activities related to food, food storage, and cooking. So the shift from snowman shape to compound appeared to be gradual, as evidenced by the proto-compound organization, where we found an organization with circular cells clustered around an open central space. This new organization of household may correspond to a regrouping of the family units in comparison with a more dispersed habitat during the first phase of the Neolithic. Unfortunately, the lack of information about the function of this household do not always allow to answer of this question. But the reorganization of the household also coincides with the creation of new villages, sometimes creating ex nihilo, up to 4 or 5 hectares in size, suggesting the existence of larger community groupings. So following this overview of architectural changes in Southern Caucasus, the site of Küçüktepe offers an interesting example because of the exceptional preservation of the buildings, but also the site was occupied during the first phase of the Neolithic and then during the transitional phase with the following period. The latest phase has revealed a plan with proto-compound organization, in gray on the plan, where the cells are arranged around a courtyard. And in the earliest phase, in black on the plan, buildings are individual. We have individual buildings, or they function by pairs. So the very good state of preservation of its remains prompts the complete excavation of 2 buildings, Building 2 and Building 21, during 2 campaigns. The excavation of the exceptionally well-preserved Building 21 provides new insights into the elevation and roofing of a typical circular Caucasus Neolithic building. Combining stratigraphic examination, architectural study, and anthropological analysis, we are able to propose a reconstruction of the roof on the basis of reliable archaeological data. So the Building 21 is an oval shape, and the western part was damaged by modern activity, in contrast to the eastern parts where the walls are preserved up to 1.4 meters height. Several levels of abandonments cover the floor over a thickness of 20-30 centimeters. They were directly overlain by a layer of charred vegetation, burnt earth, and accidentally fired bricks, preserved for more 30 centimeters on the sides. The anthropological study involving 200 charcoal fragments led to identification of 4 taxa: dogwood, ash, poplar or willow, and pistachio. The stratigraphic position of its remains and the recording position of fragments of burnt soil contain twig impressions, allow to propose a restitution for the roof. So until recently, a dome roof was a preferred option for the circular Neolithic architecture in Southern Caucasus. So scholars reconstructed domes at Shomutepe, or in this example here at Baba Dervish, but at Shomutepe on the basis of observation on buildings preserved up to 2 meters in height, and inward overhang of bricks of 3 centimeters per course form a constant inner batter from the base onward. However, Japanese and German colleagues proposed recently other solutions at Goitepe and Aruklo. So the presence of postals seemed to be frequent, whereas the reconstruction priorities a wooden or attaching roof. But in some cases, like at Shomutepe here on this slide, the lack of archaeological data has led to restitution based only on the grand plans that propose, for the first case, the restitution here of Munshaev, a flat or a dome roof, or for the second case, the proposition of Asimov, a conical roof in the right without justifying any of the proposal, not justifying the proposition with archaeological data. So in building 21, at Kichiktepe, on the basis of the preserved height and the thickness of the wall and the collapsed volume, we estimate the total building height at about 2.5 meters. The position and quantity of the charcoal remains, as well as the plant imprints on the earth fragments, suggest the use of mixed mud and wood for the roof. The vegetal framework is made up of 2 perpendicular beds of twigs, as visible on the clay fragments, and 2 perpendicular beds of branches with dogwood. What dogwood was used for this, oriented north-south and east-west. In light of the data presented here, we propose that building 21 was covered with a flat roof. The round roof rests on a wooden framework, whereas poplar and willow and ash were undoubtedly selected for the solidity and size. So to conclude, this research highlighted both the originality of the construction techniques in the Southern Caucasus during the Neolithic compared to neighboring Mesopotamia at the same period, but also the extreme diversity of construction processes within the different regions of the South Caucasus, particularly between the Kura and the Araxes Valley. We cannot exclude that these differences may have also represented markers of a much more regionalized tradition than the hypothesis so far in the frame of Shomu-Shlaveri culture, especially in the frame of the architectural evidence. Instead of a single culture spread on a large area of the Southern Caucasus, it's a cultural mosaic with regional differences seems more adequate to the emerging evidence. So in 2 years, 3 beautiful monographs have been published on Neolithic sites in Southern Caucasus, thus confirm the archaeological potential in the region, the dynamism of research, but also that maybe it's time to produce new synthesis on the neolithization issues. The interest of research carried out at Kichiktepe goes toward a better understanding of the societies in Southern Caucasus. Further work on the transitional period of the mid-6th millennium will allow to better understand the changes observed in architecture and in the organization of the household, in order to propose solid interpretation of the development of the Neolithic in the region. To another extent, the multidisciplinary work carried out at Kichiktepe should be extended and will allow us to better understand the sometimes invisible architecture behind which these learning processes are hidden, which remains partly undefined. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel, for this amazing talk, the new data presented, and it was really stimulating, especially for all the fans of math construction. So let's see if we have any question. We'll wait a few seconds. Okay. So because we are also running out of time, if there is any question, it can be written in the chat and maybe we can answer it later. Thank you very much, Manuel. Okay, so now we move forward to the second presentation of the session. Now it's a turn for Ohad Darabi and Tobias Richter in their contribution, the early Neolithic communal building at Asiab, Central Zagros. If you are ready, Tobias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You can see the presentation.
Yeah, if you want to check if the slides move, because before we had some problems with that. Yeah, perfect, great.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's been a great pleasure listening to all the different talks today and yesterday. And we'd like to thank the organizers for including our paper here in the conference, which we've been enjoying very much. So today we will present some of the results of our excavations at the 10th millennium BC site of Tepe Asiab, which is situated in the central Zagros on the outskirts of Kermanshah. Our excavations at this site are co-directed by Ohad Darabi and myself, and Ohad is here in the audience as well, and will hopefully correct me if I say something wrong. And they were carried out as part of the Tracking Cultural and Environmental Change, the late Epipaleolithic and early Neolithic in the Saimara Valley project. Sorry, it's a bit of a mouthful, which was funded by the David Foundation here from Denmark for the last few years. Our excavations revealed what we argue to be the first evidence of a communal construction or communal building in the central Zagros, dated to the initial Neolithic. In our talk today, we want to outline our arguments for this interpretation and discuss its implications for our understanding of the transition process from the Epipaleolithic to the Neolithic. Ever since Kathleen Canyon's excavations at Jericho, which revealed a large round tower associated with the PPNA occupation, I'm sure you're all very well familiar with that, of course, archaeologists working in the early Neolithic of Southwest Asia have been attuned to the presence of communal construction projects in these early cultivator, gatherer, hunter societies. Subsequent excavations at many other sites, Jerf al-Ahmar, Murebet, Tel Aber 3, Khalan Shemi, Chayuni, and so forth, and many more recent excavations, which we've also heard about, particularly today in Upper Mesopotamia and so forth, have featured a wide range of evidence for communal buildings or communal architecture. In the eastern wing of the Fertile Crescent, evidence for initial or early Neolithic communal structures has thus far been far less well established. Some buildings at Kermes Dere and Nemric 9 have at times been ascribed special or communal status in the literature, but thus far there's been little substantial evidence for these kind of buildings from further east or southeast. Other buildings, such as the one excavated at Zavi Shemi Shanidar, included specially placed deposits of animal bones. These spectacular, even monumental buildings at sites such as Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe and Murebet, Jerf al-Ahmar, and elsewhere in Southeast Anatolia or Upper Mesopotamia and along the Middle Euphrates have lent an enormous weight to the idea that this region should be considered a cultural core area of the early Neolithic, in which key innovations, ideas, and concepts first emerge, and from here spread by demic or cultural diffusion to other parts of Southwest Asia. While it's difficult to argue that something very particular and significant was going on at these sites, there's also ample evidence to suggest that the process of Neolicization, if that's what we want to call it, was quite diverse and decentered than sometimes argued. We will argue here that like their contemporaries in other regions, communities in the central Zagros were also engaged in constructing communal buildings in the 10th millennium BC. This suggests that communities here in the Neolithic across Southwest Asia were engaged in a similar process of communal activities, which did not arrive in the region because of migration or simple diffusion. Tape Asyap was discovered by Robert Braidwood's team as part of the Iranian Prehistory Project in 1959 and excavated briefly over the course of 2 weeks by an excavation team led by Bruce Howe. Howe opened a series of sondages across the site before opening up a larger area. However, only an area measuring 6 by 8 meters was fully excavated. And this is a view of this area here. In the only substantial description of the site, Bruce Howe wrote that the excavations revealed the vestiges of a large shallow-basined oval excavation into virgin soil, buried beneath 2 and 2.5 meters of sediment, which he described as a chaotic jumble of worked flint and other stone, animal bones, ash, freshwater clamshells, and burnt rocks. Howe was apparently uncertain how to interpret the shallow-basined oval excavation he encountered, suggesting that it was either a refuse pit or a man-made semi-subterranean structure. In one of the few images we have of the original excavations, you can see the outlines of this building. I don't know if I can get the laser pointer here. There. You can see the outlines of this building running through the excavation area here. A small number of radiocarbon dates provide little certainty over Asyap's chronology. 4 samples from Bruce Howe's excavations were dated, while 3 of these dates suggested that the occupation fell somewhere between 9,220 to 7,110 calibrated BC. 1 date was considerably earlier, and therefore widely considered to be an outlier. These 4 original dates have to be considered as problematic since their provenience within the site is unclear, and the method used that was used to date them relied on bulk radiocarbon dating. The sample material was not identified, and at least 1 date had a standard deviation of above 3 ± 300 years. 3 further dates were obtained on animal bone collagen by Melinda Zeder and Brian Hess as part of their analysis of caprine remains from Asyap and Ganjdareh. While 1 of the 3 dates produced a rather late determination of about 6,780 to 6,470 calibrated BC, the 2 other dates combined produced a range between 8,810 and 8,560 calibrated BC, overlapping in large part with some of the dates that Bruce Howe obtained. It's thus been more or less accepted that Asyap should be considered a site that largely dates somewhere in the 9th millennium BC. Our own re-excavations at Asyap were undertaken in 2016. Our first task was really to relocate the site and to then determine the location of the original excavation areas dug during the 1960s. Nowadays, Asyap is located on the outskirts of modern Kermanshah and about 700 meters south of the village of Bijane. The ceramic Neolithic settlement of Sarab is off the map here to the north, about 1.5 kilometers away. Asyap sits on a Pleistocene gravel terrace above the current floodplain of the Kara-Su River, which you can see just a little bit over here. It is nowadays a field that's plowed and cultivated for agriculture. A dense surface cluster of chipped stone artifacts is concentrated on the center of the terrace, spread over an area of around about 3,000 square meters. Here's another view from the site from the south, taken from the lower lying floodplain, looking south. Since the exact location of the excavation areas dug in 1960 was not accurately known, we first stripped the topsoil of a considerable area at the center of the terrace. And this revealed, after cleaning, the outline of Bruce Howe's main 6 by 8 meter excavation area. We then proceeded to re-excavate this, which was filled with considerable quantities of chipped stone and other material culture, as well as some fauna from the original excavations that were apparently dumped back into the excavation. Our work revealed a shallow, semi-subterranean structure or depression that Hao described. The cut was preserved to a height of only about 20 to 30 centimeters, circular in shape and gently downward sloping towards the center of this feature. Several stake and post holes, as well as some pits, were found inside the building. All but one of these features, which we'll describe in a moment, had, however, been completely excavated down to natural by Bruce Howe. You can see superimposed here the earlier excavation photo I showed you. That gives you an idea where we are here. Visual inspection of this area's sections immediately revealed that the top part of the site sequence was quite disturbed by animal burrows, with only small pockets of in situ Neolithic deposits remaining. Furthermore, two superimposed floors were seen in section. You can just about see, I think, this line running through here in the section. There's a close-up here of this floors there. Micromorphological analysis carried out by Dr. Lisa Maher, who's also here, revealed that they consist of 3 layers: foundation deposit, followed by a clay-rich compact floor on top of which sat an organic and micro artifact-rich deposit. Together with the post and stake holes, this floor and on-floor deposits clearly indicate that the large oval feature at Asyap was indeed a subterranean building and not, or at least not at first, a refuse pit. A new excavation area was opened adjacent to Bruce Howe's old excavation area. Here, we soon revealed the top part of the building's construction cut. However, in our excavations, we could clearly show that this building was deeply dug into the natural clay of the terrace from a higher point up here to a depth of at least 1.5 meters, but probably more, since we have to assume that there was some truncation of the site due to erosion and later activity on the terrace. Excavations in this new area revealed the same compact clay-rich floor that we'd seen in section. It was, however, much disturbed by animal burrows. These are these darker patches in between here that have formed these kind of tunnels, I guess. But in one area, there was a horn core of a wild goat placed on top of the floor, which was stained with pigment, placed in a shallow depression. A cache of red deer antlers was found lying on the floor, half under our section, while a cache of wild sheep horn cores were incorporated into the Pise feature that runs around the inside of the structure here. And we're not 100% sure whether this was a Pise wall of a larger height originally, or some kind of narrow bench. We then also noticed a further feature in the old excavation area, which Bruce Howe appears to have either missed or left unexcavated intentionally. Upon cleaning this area, we noticed a dense concentration of animal bones, which turned out to be contained in an oval pit measuring about 1.6 meters in length and 1 meter in width, with a depth of between 30 to 40 centimeters. The crania and mandibles of 19 wild boar were placed extremely close together in the pit, arranged in an east-west alignment. Also found amongst the wild boar was a red deer antler, as well as the skull of a male brown bear that had been placed beneath the wild boars. 9 of the boar were under 1 year of age, while 8 were older adults and 1 senile individual. Although sex determination is difficult based on crania, mandibles, and teeth alone, the assemblage appears to be mixed sex with slightly more females present than males. Many of the cranial and postcranial remains have cut and chop marks, which suggests that the flesh, tongues, and marrow in the jaws was removed. There's little doubt that these remains were placed in the pit at the same time and buried immediately after deposition. We infer this from the fill capping the remains, which consists of the redeposited natural clay of the underlying terrace, which made the pit difficult to spot in the first place. Based on this data, when we compare the size and weight of a modern wild boar, we estimate that the 19 individuals buried in this pit would have provided between 350 and to 500 kilograms of meat. This equates to approximately 427,000 to 610,000 calories, sufficient to meet the nutritional needs of an average human for between 189 to 271 days, depending on how much meat you like, really. Assuming a group size of between 30 to 50 individuals, this amount of meat would have supplied enough calories for between 6.5 to 9 or 3 to 4.5 days. If we assume that the meat from these animals was consumed in a single setting based on an average serving size of 0.4 to 1 kilograms per person, there would have been enough meat to feed between 350 to 1,200 individuals. Although interpreting the boar pit at Asyap as the result of a feasting event, it is tempting, we cannot completely discount the possibility that meat was cured or smoked for longer-term storage and later consumption. Still, the nature of the deposit seems to make a feasting event a plausible interpretation. In any case, the amount of meat that would have been extracted from these boar was considerable. What seems less controversial, perhaps, is that these wild boar were brought down together as part of a communal hunt. This much is suggested both by the age and sex structure of the assemblage, but also by the fact that wild boar, especially adult males, are considered extremely aggressive and ferocious animals. Since there's no evidence for curation or handling wear, it seems likely that the boar were brought down at around the same time. Similar observations concerning the dangers involved in hunting a male brown bear can also be noted. Chasing, trapping, and killing such a large herd of dangerous and aggressive animals, as well as a male brown bear, would have been no easy feat and would have required the cooperation of a large group of hunters. This further highlights the communal efforts involved. The Asyap boar pit likely represents the result of a communal hunt, possibly exceeding the average normal group size. It was likely placed ceremoniously at the center of the building, following a communal feast at which meat from the animals was shared and consumed. When we consider all the elements we have described thus far, a subterranean structure 12 meters in diameter, placed deposits of specially selected animal parts, some of which likely represent the remains of communal hunts and feasting events, it is difficult to escape the notion that this building has a communal character. Its excavation out of the hard and compact subsoil of the terrace, the gathering and processing of raw materials for construction, and the construction itself clearly imply a communal effort on part of a larger group of people. Due to erosion and plowing, we have no evidence for further Neolithic constructions at Asyap at present. The building before us survived in a truncated state because it was subterranean. It stands to reason that other buildings would have likely been erected on the surface at the time, which has since eroded away. We know very little about the architecture of the 10th millennium in the central Zagros, but given the overall characteristics of this structure, we feel confident in arguing that the Asyap structure was indeed a communal building. Based on present evidence, we cannot say much about the structure's function, however, whether it served as a place of seasonal gatherings, general communal activities such as food preparation, as a place for ceremonies and rituals, or simply as a common indoor area. If the building was indeed used for ceremonies or rituals, it may have served as a regional center where groups gathered perhaps on a seasonal basis. It is interesting to note that excavations at other early Neolithic sites in the central Zagros, such as Ganjdare and Sheikhiabad, have thus far not produced evidence for large ceremonial public or communal buildings. Instead, there seems to be more bespoke installations of animal skulls and horn cores in smaller individual rooms. It could be that this heralds a change in ritual practices from a more communal to a household level as the Neolithic developed. Be this as it may, our new excavations at Asyap have enabled us, despite overall poor botanic preservation, to obtain several new AMS dates for the site. Given that we can place these accurately within the stratigraphic sequence we were able to construct a precise Bayesian model. The date suggests that the bore pit use of the building and the midden that accumulated inside it after the building fell out of use fall into a relatively short span of time, between 9,385 to 9,312 calibrated BC at 68.3% probability. These dates are highly consistent and fall considerably earlier than almost all dates obtained previously from Asia, except this one at the bottom here, GRN 6413. When we compare these new dates to other sites with early Neolithic communal buildings, we can clearly see Asyap is contemporary or even slightly earlier than many of the other localities. Thus, communal buildings appear to have been an integral part of 10th millennium societies in the central Zagros as elsewhere in Southwest Asia. Although we cannot at present ascertain the importance of plant gathering, how important plant gathering was in these societies in Asyap, or what the relative importance of different plant species was, or whether plants were already being cultivated at Asyap in the 10th millennium BC, at least some of the social and cultural aspects we associated with the prominent sites of the Middle Euphrates, Southeast Anatolia, or even the Southern Levant, do appear to have been present also in the Eastern Fertile Crescent early on. Thus, it seems to us that Asyap was likely linked into a system of regional social and cultural interaction, in which similar social and cultural concepts and ideas were communicated between different regions and then implemented in their own particular style locally. We do not necessarily see these developments in the central Zagros as completely secondary or subsidiary to other regions, although the current state of research still leaves much to be desired about our knowledge of the late Pleistocene and early Holocene communities here. Thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Tobias, for a really interesting presentation and for showing us these amazing finds. So let's see if we have some hands raised or some questions in the chat. Come on, don't be shy.
Everyone's tired.
Yeah, it's a long journey. Okay, so I see Ian.
Elias, can you hear me there?
Yeah, hi Ian.
Hey, thanks much for a great presentation. Really enjoyed it. So take me back, if you would, to the meat weights and some of that calculation. It turns out that just, when was it? I guess about a month ago, I saw a great presentation by John Spath, who does a lot of work. He's done sort of paleo work in the old world, and he's sort of a zooarchaeologist. A lot of stuff that he's dealt with are aspects of sort of the nutritional benefits, the dietary nutritional benefits of protein, and looking at fat, protein, meat. And essentially, the argument he makes is that as archaeologists, we're probably overestimating how much the ability for humans to consume big game and the ability to eat meat, that essentially we need to have the carbohydrates that match it. We need to have the fat, those kinds of pieces. So I was wondering what your reaction might be to that as sort of a concern, and thinking about pushing you a little further in terms of thinking about, well, what other ways in terms of either wild plants or fats or other things, other ways under which they'd be able to overcome, in some ways, an abundance of meat that they may not have been able to use. So I was wondering just how you might respond to that.
Yeah, thanks. No, I mean, I think we can't assume that these people were, on a completely wild keto diet and just, gorge themselves on these huge amounts of meats all the time. There is a small amount of botanical evidence from the site that Amaya Anans Oteigo has been analyzing, and so we know that there were plants, edible plants around. We also have a few flint blades with sickle gloss or glossed sheen on them. So it seems absolutely probable that there was plant gathering going on and that they're using that. So what does that imply for these amounts of meat? Well, so I see three options there. I mean, obviously, if we got it right with the timing and then this was all put in the pit at around the same time. So I mean, either it was a large group of people and they just shared it out, which seems possible, but maybe not the upper limit of that. That would be a pretty wild kind of huge gathering of people if you had 1,000 people there. I can't quite imagine that. The other option is that they're preparing it for storage, right? They're smoking it and they're making a stockpile for the lean season or for later periods. That's another possibility. And the other option is that I mean, I think we often imagine people that people would, I mean, and I guess it is an idea, but I don't know how much of it is, whether it should be a priori assumption that hunting gathering communities use the whole animal, right? That they completely use everything that is on the bone, basically. So we have to also consider that they're maybe just throwing, just taking really choice meat and leaving the rest, right? And because it's there. So that I think that's something we can't discount. So there are different options, I think, to consider.
Back to what you were saying about the select meat. I wasn't quite clear. So it was the bear skull, and then it was the boar skulls, or was it just parts of the skull?
It's the entire cranium and mandible of 16 boar.
Yeah.
And then just the cranium of this brown bear underneath it, and some red deer antlers.
So it turns out, and this again comes from John Speth, but it turns out one of the fattiest sources, the best nutritional source for humans is the tongue. When you're thinking about ungulates and when you're thinking of bears and other ones. So that's, coming back to what you're saying about preferential choice. That might play into that.
That's interesting because there is Lisa Yeomans and Pernilla Bangscott who've analyzed this pit, the material from there. They did see some cut marks that they think is related to the tongue removal. So that's quite interesting. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, I'll send you a reference on that one.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much, Tobias.
Thanks. I'll stop my share.
Yeah. So now we move forward to the last presentation of this session with the contributions of Wendy Matthews, Alex Guagendim, Roger Matthews, Amy Richardson, Kate Dudgeon, Kamal Raouf, and Kamal Rashid, with their contributions about creating early settled communities, new insights into built environments, and sustainability from the Zagros region.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see this presentation now.
We can see it, but it's like only the half of it.
Only the half of it. Because in fact, it is all showing. I will try it. I'll try to share once more, and if not, maybe Amy might have to take over.
Absolutely.
We did experiment with this, but I don't quite know why this happens. Excuse me, sorry.
No, we have been having troubles all the day long.
Right, so it's full screen, share screen. it's going to have to be that one. And how is that showing?
Well, no.
No, that's
Okay.
half screen again.
Okay.
Do you want
Maybe
me to
Amy,
share
you
mine?
try. Yes, I'm really
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, if you stop sharing and I'll pop it up, don't worry.
Okay. So if it says new, oh, stop share, sorry.
Great, thank you. If I go to that, hopefully you should be able to see that.
Yeah, now it works.
Great. Okay,
Perfectly, Amy. Thank you very much.
brilliant.
All right. So thank you very much, the organizers, for the invitation to this great conference. And this paper on creating early settled communities is presented by myself and Dr. Amy Richardson, who is the Assistant Director to the Central Zagros Archaeological Project. But as Kim said, it's the result of collaborations with all of the people listed, including Roger Matthews, the co-director, and Alessandro Guagenti, who's the field director. Next, please, Amy. So one of the ways in which we're re-examining early settled communities is, and their habitat and social relations is through the lens of sustainability, as these major economic and social changes and transformations provide the foundations for life today. And social sustainability, like environmental sustainability, are inextricably interrelated. So currently, United Nations reports highlight that there's current temperatures are already at 1.2 degrees centigrade, and that of the total mammal biomass on Earth, from elephants to mice, only 4% is wild, 63% are domesticated, and 33% human. In addition, 30% of fish stocks are at critical levels, and there's insect loss. And currently, more than 25% of the world's population face insecurity. And it's likely that with a population at about 9.6 billion by 2050, we may need 3 planets' worth of natural resources to sustain current lifestyles, which are still increasing per capita. So 50% of the impact is from the wealthiest 16%. Next, please. So how did we get here? Smith and Zeder argue that the start of the Anthropocene and human impact should be placed at least to the start of the early Holocene, as it was then that there was significant capacity for ecosystem engineering or niche construction. And Frank Hole, in a review of agricultural sustainability and climate past, highlighted how native flora and fauna can be replaced by domesticates and followers which may be invasive with reduced biodiversity or poorly adapted. And whilst the potential of surplus and sedentism enabled technological innovation and increased population, there was also increases in production and consumption, inequality, disease, and depletion of resources. And it's important that we look at both natural and social ecosystems together. Next, please. So our research questions are both how ecologically and socially sustainable were early agricultural and sedentary habitats and communities, and what transformational changes were set in play. So archaeology is well positioned to contribute new interdisciplinary approaches and many thousands of years of data and scenarios on climate and environment change, locally adapted resources, lost knowledge of materials and material culture choices and biographies, but also social relations, mobility and networks, and health and well-being, for example. And the UN, it can also provide archaeology data that's aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as these serve as a broad reference of big issues that need to be addressed and by and large timeless. So this is the overall framework in which a range of our questions are being addressed in work on a transect through the high Zagros and the low Zagros. Next one, please. Thank you. And so we're applying a whole range of multi-scalar interdisciplinary analyses of the built environment, habitat and social relations. And I'll focus in the first part of this presentation on spatial analyses, and Alessandro Guagenti is actually doing additional work not presented here on isovist view sheds and relations within architecture using GIS, We're also doing microstratigraphic analyses, micromorphology, and integrated archaeobotany and biomolecular analyses. And Amy will report in the second half on social relations through the study of human remains, burials, and the artifacts associated with these. Next, please. So if we look at social sustainability through the lens of UN SDG 11, we can assess whether or not these early settlements had adequate and safe housing, for example, by looking at housing quality and permanence. We can look at the nature of planning, for example, and whether there was equal access to space, and as Kohler and others have applied, the Gini coefficient. We can also look at whether there's evidence of continued cultural practices and the role of ritual. We can also look at the impact of settlement and communities on environment, including sustainable